Yes, so as we wrap up our last day, I just want to give a special shout out and thank you to the Lyons Township Mental Health Commission. We are extremely grateful for them hosting this and all of the support and passion and hard work that they put into this is just, I'm forever grateful, and we're very super excited for this opportunity that we've had to be able to partner with them. Also to David and Jess's Voices for the amazing tech work they've done. Everything has been very seamless. It has been beautiful. I'm actually not surprised, but I'm overwhelmed with gratitude because everything has went very well. Also, this morning I would like to introduce our first speaker from Heal PA. Marianne. I actually am not going to say a lot about Marianne because I will start crying. So I'm like, wait, let me talk. Oh, nope, that's not going to happen. She is the executive director and child advocate for the Office of Advocacy and Reform and the governor's office, Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania. Oh, well, this is way harder than I thought it would be. So I'm just going to say that professionally, personally, and everything in between, I am grateful to know her and to have her be herself and Heal PA be a part of We Heal Us. We're very excited, and yes, all right, you are up. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
How are you doing? I'm really excited to be here. You can go ahead and share screen. I'm really excited to be here. I'm even more excited for you guys to hear from Rob Reed, who's going to be speaking right after me. He leads our criminal justice action team for Heal PA. But I am just very honored to have the opportunity to talk to you all about Heal PA, how we really came to be, and a couple of the factors that when people ask me, you know, how did your office create Heal PA? How did you come up with the design of it? I get asked that a lot. And at a recent conference that I was at, I realized it really came down to two forms of thought coming together and really balancing each other out to create an amazing movement in Pennsylvania to make our systems more trauma-informed and healing-centered. So we're going to talk a bit about that today. But before we start, we are going to just look at the history. I'll give you kind of some of the facts really quick about Heal PA in our office. That's okay.
Seamlessly, right?
Seamlessly, that's all right. Little hiccups are fine. I can keep going. I don't really, when you figure it out. So
I
just
have to get to your program instead of.
Yeah, that's fine. To start, our office was created out of an executive order by our previous governor, Governor Tom Wolf. He signed the order in July of 2019 after a few egregious incidents that happened in Pennsylvania in our juvenile detention facilities, residential facilities, and our foster care system. And it was really a response to a lot of advocates saying, hey, we need some type of third-party entity that is working together across agencies to reform our systems, to understand the impact that trauma is having on really all of our constituents, but really focusing on our children who are the most vulnerable. So you can go to the side. So the executive order, it's called the Executive Order on Vulnerable Populations, and it's incredible, but its scope was very wide. It essentially said, we are going to create an Office of Advocacy and Reform. And within that office, we are going to hire our first state level child advocate for Pennsylvania. And the duty that this office will have is to better protect and empower all vulnerable Pennsylvanians. So as you can imagine, we got together as a team and we said, well, where do we start? Because that's very broad, you know, and we had to determine what our stepping stones were going to look like to get us even close to moving the needle on better protecting and empowering vulnerable populations. And I very purposely changed the way I word it. I say to better protect and empower because there's an importance in recognizing that each of our systems is constantly working to do just that. So we had to determine how our Office of Advocacy and Reform was going to amplify that work. What gaps were we going to fill? And ultimately what we found is that the gap we were going to fill was to help create more synergy between our agencies and to integrate their work. So you can go to the next slide. So this was the mission of the office, like I said, quite broad. You can move here again. Yeah. And so what we did is we determined that the first step to really supporting vulnerable Pennsylvanians was to understand what the root cause of vulnerability really was. And that is what led us to the ACEs science and trauma and starting to really talk about what we needed to do at a state level, how we needed to work at a state level to prevent trauma. And so what we did was we said, well, we're all smart people, but we really need to call in some more experts. And we want experts from all over Pennsylvania. If you're not familiar with Pennsylvania, it is very, very, very large. I lived there my entire life and I had no concept of just how large it really was until we started getting on the road and traveling out to all of our counties and talking to people. We have 67 counties and it takes about 4 to 5 hours to drive from one coast to the next, right? So it was really eye-opening. And what it showed us was we really needed to get voices from the most urban parts of Pennsylvania, out in Southeast Pennsylvania and Philadelphia. But we also needed to make sure that we were getting voices from the most rural parts of Pennsylvania, up in Tioga County, close to, that New York, Pennsylvania border. And so we put out this call for trauma experts. We expected to get, maybe 20, 30 applicants. We ended up with close to 70 experts who applied to volunteer on this think tank and help us determine our next steps. We did have to keep it quite manageable. We ended up having 25 people, and we selected them, like I said, to make sure that they were diverse, not just in race, but also we wanted to make sure we had a neurodiverse panel. We wanted to make sure we had a geographically diverse group. And Rob Reed was actually on that think tank, so you'll hear from him soon.
The old white guy.
So, well, you represent it, So that was the start. So this think tank started to meet regularly, and after a year, they published what's called the Trauma Informed Pennsylvania Plan. So the Trauma Informed Pennsylvania Plan, we were really excited. This is our big accomplishment this year. We published it in July of 2020. Announcements were sent all over the Commonwealth, certainly throughout all of our agencies. And this plan, still today, is really used as a guide for all of our state agencies to become trauma informed and healing centered. And there are very specific recommendations for all of our different systems of things that we need to do to move the needle, actionable things that we need to do. When we published this, and we really started connecting with individuals from other states and some of our national partners like Heather with Be Heal Us and CTIP, Jesse, who I think you all heard from or will hear from. We said, this is a start. We're not done. So what do we do from here? How do we make sure that we're not just handing over a plan and expecting agencies to jump in and make it a reality? Because right now you can look at this plan, you can say, well, this is great. Pennsylvania is very aspirational. They have some great thoughts, great ideas, but it was very important to us that it wasn't just something we were going to aspire to, something we were going to put into action. So rather than handing out this plan and letting it just get dusty on people's bookshelves, we said we need to create a coalition that's going to support our agencies, and not just our state agencies, but support all of our local community partners as well, and making this a reality. And that's how Heal PA was born. So what is Heal PA? So we are a multi-sectoral and a multidisciplinary coalition. The design was very intentional for Heal PA. And as we were watching Troy's presentation yesterday, where he was talking about those local community groups that he was creating, I said, oh, wow, this looks very, very similar to what we're doing at a state and local level in Pennsylvania. So you'll see in the design, we're focused on education, we're focused on poverty reduction, racial and communal trauma. There are a number of teams that we'll walk through in a few of the upcoming slides. But we also identified that in addition to having all those disciplines represented, we needed to make sure that we had people within those groups that represented the state and represented those grassroots boots on the ground workers. So if I'm using education as an example, we have Dr. Dana Malakovic, who's the trauma specialist for our Pennsylvania Department of Education. She is on that team, but we also have teachers, superintendents. You know, we make sure that we're really both, someone said it best last night, we're going both top down and bottom up at the same time so that we're really integrating our work. So our mission is to lead and support Pennsylvania in becoming healing centered. We do that by providing free resources, which I will talk about in a moment. We advocate for different policies and different practices across systems, and we provide education through that multidisciplinary approach. Our hope is that one day we really will be a healing centered place, not just place to live, but place to visit. So it would be wonderful to create a world where trauma does not exist. People do not experience trauma, but we also recognize that while that would be fantastic, we want to make sure that we're the kind of place that when people do experience trauma, they're supported and they're taken by the hand throughout their healing journey. So we're going to get into the organizational structure just a little bit. And we worked on this for a very long time. It's one of those things where I feel like when you work in an office setting, you think it's like, oh, we can do this really, really fast, right? But there were so many iterations because we wanted to get it right for the leadership team. So this is really how HEAL PA functions. And what you're going to notice is right in the center, we have our community members, okay? So HEAL PA has kind of a two-pronged approach. We have expert members who sit on all of our action teams and help us implement that plan that we created. But then we also have community members, and they're like our champions for the work all over Pennsylvania. And they don't have to be trauma experts. They just have to be people who are passionate about this and want to help us move the needle and make change. We have about 250 members in HEAL PA's action teams. Rob Reed, who will talk to you in a bit, he leads the largest team that we have, the criminal justice action team. And then on the community side, we've partnered with United Way of Pennsylvania. And we just hit over 3,000 members on that community side. So it's exciting to see how quickly things are growing. Within the the action team side of the organizational structure, like I said, we have multiple disciplines that are shown here. So you can go all the way through. We have a pretty extensive leadership team that starts with an executive steering council. Rob and I both sit on that steering council, along with Dr. Dana Malakovic from PDE, Father Paul Abernathy, who leads the Neighborhood Resilience Project out in Pittsburgh. He's the CEO. And then we have our newest steering council member, Beth Christian, who is the Deputy Secretary for Department of General Services. It's an election that runs every 2 to 3 years, so we try to stagger leadership. We also have an Equity Advisory Council. This was new. It just started in September. We really said, hey, we need a team who's going to put eyes on the work that we're doing, the work that we're producing, specifically from an equity lens, to make sure that as we're moving forward, we're living up to our principles that we've identified. And then we have our leadership advisory team. That's the larger leadership team. So all of those action teams that we're about to look at, they have 2 co-chairs that lead their work. And those 2 co-chairs come to our leadership team. So there's about 24 chairs on our larger leadership team. So now we're going to look at some of the teams that we have. So I mentioned education, physical behavioral health, child abuse, business development, criminal justice, poverty reduction, and racial and community trauma. Then we have more operational focused teams. So we obviously, our administration, just day-to-day operations that have to be prioritized, community outreach, research and evaluation, training, and our policy and legislation team, which I chair. Okay, so getting back to the title of the presentation, where does aspirational pragmatism come in? And it sounds very ironic, right? These are 2 totally opposite things. And essentially, you got it. I wanted to just kind of point out that I know it sounds ironic. That's actually the point, right? The point of what we're talking about. Because when people say, what's made HEAL PA successful? And I really sit down and think about it, it is these two types of professional ways of thinking. And I always know that when I come up to talk to people, they are thinking, oh, this person's trying to be ironic and funny, and it's going to be like a TED Talk a little bit. It's going to be a little bit corny, like a TED Talk. But the point that I'm trying to make is we really got to where we needed to go because we had people who were not afraid to be aspirational. And then we also had people who were really good at being pragmatic, who wanted the same things as those aspirational professionals on the team. So opposites attract. That's why I think this works. You can keep going through. There's a yin and a yang, you know, like we need both types of professionals to move this work forward. So as I was thinking about it, I was like, well, this kind of makes sense just in general. If you think back to the experiments that we did in science when we were kids, what did we learn when we had to make that like light bulb shine, right? Once we got all those correct elements together that may have been opposites, we were able to make really brilliant, amazing, bright things happen. So when HEAL PA started to meet, this was the very first meeting that we had was in January of 2020. And the plan was that we were all going to meet in a beautiful office like that behind me. And then a pandemic hit. So our offices actually ended up looking more like that. But the things that happened within those spaces were really beautiful because we started to have people who were really putting out ideas that may have seemed really out there and may have never come to light if we didn't make the safe space that we made and making everybody feel comfortable. Because I don't know about any of you, but if you're more of that aspirational type of professional, sometimes you sit in a room and you want to say something and you're thinking about it. You're like, maybe someone else will say it. I don't know. But you have to be able to find that professional courage to be able to say things and have ideas that make people look at you like this. You might get colleagues who give you that face, like, what are you talking about? I get that face all the time. And it used to make me so uncomfortable, right? Which I think is a trauma reaction, right? Everybody wants to be accepted. Everybody wants to be agreed with. You want to say something and have people go, oh, wow, that's genius, right? Doesn't always happen that way. So what I have found to really move the needle in HEAL PA is that we've been able to create a space where people can say things like that. They might get some looks like that accidentally from time to time, but they know that when you get a look like that, it means, ooh, I just did a really good job because I just said something that people never thought of before. And it pushes them out of their comfort zone. And that's a really, really good thing. So every time I talk about HEAL PA and I talk about how we've been as successful as we have been over the past few years, I really accredit it to people and professionals who had the courage to not be worried if they got looks like this, right? And to work with people who are more pragmatic and thinking, no, what is this all about? And to balance that aspirational side of the work with the more pragmatic side of the work, because that's how we're going to move forward. That's how we move the needle forward, is we all come together and recognize the value that both types of thought leaders have within a room. So when I picture this, I for some reason I've always seen a rainbow, right? And there's like this really aspirational path to where we want to go, to what the trauma-informed PA plan created. And it's bringing us out into the clouds. So people always say, oh, get your head out of the clouds, right? But you have to have your head in the clouds and go through. Because until you know where you want to go, you're not going to be able to find a path to move you forward. And we're still in a space. We've really made a lot of movement forward here in this plan and with HEAL PA, but we will probably for a very long time be in a space where we're creating a path that we kind of see, but it's hard to it's hard to like touch. It's just it always feels just a little out of reach, right? That's the kind of work that we're doing. But the reality is when we get there, a rainbow is actually very real. All those colors are tangible. We paint with them, we do things with them. They're real. It's not this aspirational thing. You can't go up and touch a rainbow, but the colors that exist within it are very tangible, are very real. So then I got excited because I started to go down a rabbit hole a little bit. I thought, what is it that you actually need to create a rainbow, right? And I thought it was ironic because we were talking about aspirationalism, pragmatism, and how they're opposite, right? Well, to create something that beautiful, guys, I'm not a scientist, so this was sheer luck when I Googled this. You need two opposite things. You need reflection and refraction. And when it actually does form, you need sunlight and you need rain. And I thought, wow, that is so poetic and it's so beautiful. And it's exactly what I'm trying to explain. So it's just, I think that sometimes we want to categorize different ways of thinking. And we can think negatively about both types of thought leaders, right? Oh, there's too aspirational, heads in the clouds, and we're never going to be able to move forward because of that. When in reality, no, like those ideas are what are going to help us move forward. And then in the same respect, oh, they're so pragmatic, they slow us down. We're never going to move because of it. No, actually, those types of thought leaders are helping us figure out how we can make this a reality, right? What do we have currently that we can use to move us forward, right? In a tangible way. So I just love that. And you see that when you are able to bring those two opposites together and find that professional respect and that professional relationship, something really incredibly beautiful can be created. And that's the way I feel about Heal PA. That's the way I describe it to everyone. So, it's time for a more beautiful future for the people who live in Pennsylvania, for our children. I'm sure you all feel the same way in your respective states. It's time for us to move forward and get out of our comfort zone and work together, break down those silos that Heather and We Heal Us are trying to break down. We have to come together to make better schools, better hospitals, better communities. We have to be working as a team. And I'm very proud of how far we've come with Heal PA. We're still young, our first meeting was 3 years ago. And yet we've done so much. So I'd like to highlight some of the things that the different teams have been able to accomplish. We published the 2022 report and our recommendations to outline everything we've done in our first 2 years. Rob is going to go into the criminal justice specific section of that report. But before he does that, I'll share some of the other pieces of the other teams. We launched a new website. So each of the teams have their own link on that website. So you can see the work they're doing. You can connect with them no matter where you live, what you do if you want to become a part of that movement. The Child Abuse Prevention Action Team. We had a situation recently where our Prevent Child Abuse America chapter was released. It used to be under the American Academy of Pediatrics in Pennsylvania. And they said, we don't have the resources, we don't have the help, it's not something we can manage anymore. So it went up for bid, and we learned that there were like 6 or 7 organizations that all wanted to take on this chapter. So we said, well, why don't we all do this together instead of them having to kind of fight each other for this bid? So we got together with everyone and we all came together under an umbrella of Heal PA, under the Child Abuse Prevention Team, and all 6, 7 of those organizations submitted an application and said, we're going to come together under Heal PA, and we're all going to be a Prevent Child Abuse America Pennsylvania chapter, because we all have really amazing things that we can contribute to protect our children. And it really is it's so exciting that the things that we're seeing, and we're going to try to connect them with our children's trust fund. And we're going to be able to take all these amazing things that are happening all over and pull them together, and it's going to be that much more powerful. We said in the very beginning that every single person who lived in Pennsylvania deserved to have access to training, to trauma training, to understand what trauma is, what it looks like, how we can respond to it. And we were able to do that. We partnered with United Way of Pennsylvania. We also partnered with an organization called Collectively Rooted, which is based in Pennsylvania, but works with people all over the world to amplify mental health awareness work. And through Collectively Rooted, we made some amazing professional relationships with internationally renowned researchers and authors like Dr. Bessel van der Kolk, Dr. Bruce Perry, Sandy Bloom, and we were able to create a 6.5-hour series that all of these professionals put together. And they said, no, offer this for free. You can use our knowledge, use our presentations, put it together in this LMS system that you're going to create. It's going to be free for anyone who lives in Pennsylvania. And I will say we were really excited to offer that to Pennsylvania, but we don't have a wall up. You can always go to our website and check out that series because it's so important, and it's knowledge that we want to make sure is shared all over the US, all over the world, really. Then we have lunch hour sessions, which are more interactive, right? So that 6.5-hour session is self-guided. You get a certificate of completion afterwards. You can get DEUs, all that great stuff, but you don't have to be a professional to watch it. You can be, a stay-at-home mom and just say, I need a second. I need to understand things that I've gone through as I'm trying to now raise my own children and understand my emotions and what I'm experiencing. That it's for you, to go through that. That's for everybody. The lunch hour sessions are a little different. We have interactive conversations, and when people sign up for them, they're able to submit questions for the guests that we're going to be spotlighting that month. So we've had all of those guests that I mentioned previously, Dr. van der Kolk, Dr. Perry. We also have one coming up with Linda Tai to talk about immigration, the trauma involved in the trauma that's experienced for individuals in Pennsylvania who have immigrated to our Commonwealth. And then we're going to talk about, how can our communities and our state agencies come together to support them as they're working to heal, and what do we need to provide them to make that healing even attainable. We have some amazing partnerships. So obviously We Heal Us is a wonderful partner. We work with our National Governors Association. They have a state trauma and resilience network that we're a part of. And then obviously this May, we had all of our trauma events under the We Heal Us campaign. And we're very excited that next week we will be hosting our first Capital Day event. It's going to be an all-day event with free events throughout the day on our Capitol complex. We have 2 resolutions, one in this House and one in the Senate, that's recognizing May 25th as Trauma and Mental Health Awareness Day for Pennsylvania. So if you go to our website, you can see we are starting throughout the whole day. We have an art exhibit that's going to be open in one part of the Capitol. It's called I'm Fine. And essentially it's a project that's been funded through our Pennsylvania Council on the Arts, where these 2 individual artists have traveled all over Pennsylvania to work with veterans and other individuals who experience PTSD. They've created masks. They said, what's the mask that you put on? When you tell everybody I'm fine, what are you really feeling inside? And so we're going to have images of all of those masks on display in the Capitol with links to resources that people can use, because I think we can all probably relate to that. We also have 2 documentary screenings, one in the morning that's going to focus on the impact of substance use on our families, our family units. What does recovery and healing look like, not only for the individuals in our family who are going through that journey, but for the children who might be a part of that household? And how do we protect both the family members who are going through recovery and the children who are having to experience that vicariously? After that, we have a press conference that we're going to have in the main rotunda of our Capitol, and we'll have right after that a panel discussion. Prior to working for the state, I was very, very honored. I was able to work for the United Nations for a while, and I like making friends. I stay in touch with everyone everywhere I go. So hopefully you'll all stay in touch with me when I leave. But one of my really good friends from the UN, she had her own organization in India where she rescued girls from human trafficking. And she started another chapter of her organization in New York, in Manhattan. And she connects girls who are rescued both in New York and in India through like a pen pal program. And they learn Kung Fu as a way to kind of empower them and teach them self-defense skills, obviously. But she wrote a book about this journey and what it's like and how we can really support our youth who are experiencing human trafficking. And so after the press conference, we will have a panel with her. Her name is Virgia Brewer. The book is called I Kick and I Fly. It's written as a fictional novel so that our teenagers can read it and really start to understand what human trafficking looks like. It's a hard topic. It's a scary topic to talk about with kids, but it's important to talk about with them. So it's written in a really ingenious way to help us do that. But on that panel, we also have a few different nonprofits, again, from all over Pennsylvania who do anti-trafficking work. And we also have 4 youth from Philadelphia, 4 young girls who were rescued from sex trafficking who are going to be joining us and talking about their experiences and ways that our communities could have stepped up and helped them and made a difference. And ways that they did after, once they began healing and moving forward from that experience. So that'll be a great event. We also have integrated community therapy. That's going to be a demonstration led by its founder, which is going to be great. And then after that, we have a screening called Music Vets, which is focused on how we have helped our veterans heal through music, or how they have healed through music, and ways that we can amplify that kind of work all over Pennsylvania. So that's the Capitol Day. So if anybody, needs flights out to Pennsylvania, do it now, because it's gonna be fun and we'd love to have you there. So we kind of already went through the whole schedule, so you can pass through that. But I'm so honored that you all invited me to be here. I really appreciate the time today. And I'm excited to know that these kinds of movements are happening all over the US right now. And we're going to be stronger together. So if there's ever anything that Heal PA can do to help movements in other states, we are one phone call, one text message, one email, a little bit of an expensive flight away, but we're here. Thank you.
Wait, don't leave.
Oh,
I had some questions.
Yeah.
What office is all this movement organized under in Pennsylvania?
Yeah, so we're under our governor's office.
Okay, and I'm on, I represent all the mental health commissions in Illinois on the Illinois Mental Health Planning and Advisory Council, which is the block grant committee that's mandated by SAMHSA to get the mental health block grant. Our immediate past president before me was Scott Block. He is the new mental health administrator for the Illinois Supreme Court. They just created that position 8 months ago or so. So who's the best person? And I meet with the Illinois Department of Human Services, the director of the Division of Mental Health, usually 2 times a month. So who in Pennsylvania do I connect to these people in Illinois?
Well, you can connect them to myself and
Okay,
to Rob. Rob leads the criminal justice portion of this work. So if it's focused on your judiciary, I mean, he would be the best person to talk to. But if there's, an interest in how do we get this off the ground in a more multidisciplinary way out of our governor's office or a different agency, I can certainly help you all with that as well.
Well, and he's, Scott is also heading up a new mental health correctional committee under our planning and advisory council for the block grant funds. And we're just starting to do our 3-year plan for SAMHSA. So I'm trying to get all of these puzzle pieces, in so that we're moving forward rather than just barely meeting SAMHSA's requirements, which is what the state has been under the last few administrations.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like something that Rob will be an amazing point person for. But I will say, as you're moving forward in that work, really looking at it from that multidisciplinary lens is going to be so important too, because we have to make sure that we're going upstream, right, as well. And the way we're going to help protect the mental health of individuals who are incarcerated is going to be figuring out, where did we fail them beforehand? Was it in our schools? Was it in our communities? Was there not access to public safe playgrounds, like what was it in their childhood, like Fritzy talked about, that we weren't able to provide. And you have to kind of do both simultaneously. You have to be looking from that multidisciplinary larger lens while also addressing the immediate. So I'm so excited to hear that you guys are doing that here in Illinois. I hope we'll stay in close contact. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mary Ann. We really appreciate it. We are going to take a very quick 2-minute break and then hear from Rob and his team.
So good morning, everybody, and thank you for joining us and our distinguished panel, which you're going to hear from in a few minutes. I just wanted to say a few preliminary things. I wanted to thank We Heal Us for inviting me and Mary Ann and allowing us to speak and talk about the work that we're doing in Pennsylvania. So I want to thank David, a former colleague who we didn't know. We didn't know each other, but he was in Illinois. I was in Pennsylvania and Washington. Jasmine and also Heather, of course, Heather Proctor, for their great work in putting this together. So I also want to say that Mary Ann spoke so clearly and eloquently about Heal PA. She has done an extraordinary job in putting it together. This she is our second executive director of the of Heal PA, but I've got to say she's done a remarkable job in taking us to the next phase of our program. And I should also say, just to show you how far we've expanded, you're going to hear from Jesse Kohler this afternoon. He's with CTIPS, the Coalition for Trauma-Informed Policy and Practice. And believe it or not, in 2017, 3 years before Heal PA even existed, I was working with Jesse and Sandy Bloom and Jerry Vassar from an organization called Lakeside. And we were trying to create a trauma-informed Pennsylvania. So Jesse at that time was my intern in a graduate program, and here he is running the world. So it's great to see how progress is being made. All right, so I think we can go to the first slide. And just to say that for those of you who have not been here for the last couple of days, I will say that there are a number of things that I think are relevant to this presentation, as you will hear. And I'm just going to go through them because I think they're all relevant to what we've heard and how we're trying to apply these same concepts in Pennsylvania. So we focused on, we are each people. We're not machines, we're not things, we're people who share a common humanity. We recognize that trauma is a root cause of many of society's most challenging public health issues, and that includes crime and violence. And I think we've heard that. That it's important to implement trauma-informed policies and practices, and it is so important for healing and recovery. The criminal justice system can certainly learn from public health, and you'll hear that this is what this is all about. My close friend, Dr. Sandra Bloom, coined the phrase hurt people, and we find that so many of the people who come into the criminal justice system, I wouldn't say just some, I would say every single one of them has been hurt. And that sometimes begins the trajectory, begins their journey into the criminal justice system. Another thing is we can't do this alone. It's all through partnership. It's all through teamwork. And really, we focused on doing that. Safety, as I always say, is the number one pillar of trauma-informed care, whether it's physical or emotional safety. And understanding that we, the people, and you're going to hear the people who are working in the system, in the criminal justice system, and all our systems need to really focus on healthcare. We have to make sure that our systems and organizations work to prevent re-traumatization, which is not something that was even on their radar. But that's something we're really focused on. And of course, people should not be defined by the worst thing they've ever done. So with that, I just want to introduce the folks who you're going to hear from. And if you can imagine, Pennsylvania is kind of a rectangle. And you heard from Mary Ann that we are a very diverse state. We're kind of like the United States within one state, because we have the West Coast and the East Coast, and then we have a lot of people in the middle, and we've got rural and urban and blue and red, and we've got suburban. We've got a little bit of everything in Pennsylvania. And this panel, I think, actually reflects the diversity of Pennsylvania. So we have President Judge Stephen Minor from Potter County. Potter County is in the most northern part of Pennsylvania, butting right up against New York. Amazing, amazing human being. Christy Smith is a senior fellow at the R Street Institute, and she brings to that job and to us, she's worked with me for years on this effort. She was a former probation officer in 2 of the counties close to Philadelphia. Police Chief Randy Cox is in a rural county that is about an hour east of Pittsburgh, if you can get your geography right. Pittsburgh being on the west side, Philadelphia on the east side. So Chief Cox has done amazing work in his county, Somerset County, and has really expanded the trauma-informed efforts that we've been talking about on the state level. Tracy Smith is the Chief of Treatment Services at the Pennsylvania Department of Corrections. And she is doing really out-of-the-box work to create listen to this, I'm going to say this as clearly as I can, a trauma-informed Department of Corrections. Amazing, just amazing. And finally, L. Sawyer is a very close friend. He's a filmmaker. And I will tell you, I met him, he was on parole in 2010. And frankly, through me, we've had a zillion conversations. We actually made a film together. Actually, he did all the work. I just got the funding from the Department of Justice, but it's called Pull of Gravity. I recommend that film for all of you because it's about the challenges of reentry. And Elle will be speaking on May 25th, as Mary Ann mentioned. Music Vets, which I saw the premiere at the Kennedy Center, is about bringing trauma-informed music therapy to help people returning from war and the armed services. And Elle he knows so much about trauma now. And I think he also recognizes the trauma that he's experienced. So he's a fascinating person. We could easily spend the next hour and a half just talking to Elle. I've done that. Elle sometimes speaks without punctuation, but he's a great guy. And then there's me. My background is I've been 40 years in we'll call it the criminal justice system of sorts. The last 13, I've been more focused on public health stuff.
I'm watching your screen because when you advance your slides, you have to match mine to yours.
Oh, right. Well, we're going to get there. So anyway, I'm just going to tell you that, I've been doing this work for a while, and I started learning about trauma and trauma-informed practices in 2010, and I've been really made it a mission to try to bring it within or to people within the Department of Justice and people within Pennsylvania. So anyway, I'm going to ask you I think you're right, you're on the right slide. So you heard from Mary Ann, and the only thing this isn't even adding to what Mary Ann said, but for purposes of this presentation, you see the website is healpa.org. And since I'm going to want you to take a look at it, of course, you don't want to miss even one word of the gems that are coming. But within that website, there is a report that I'm going to want you to take a look at. And you can go to the next one. Okay, so you heard that there's all of these committees within HEAL PA or action teams within HEAL PA. One of them is the criminal justice team. And we got going really slowly in the fall of 2020. But I work with a woman by the name of Pam Howard, and she and I decided that we were going to use that sequential intercept model that you saw on the screen yesterday. And so we used that, we changed it a little bit to meet our needs, but we decided that we were trying to create a trauma-informed criminal justice system was too broad to just talk generally about it. So we divided it up into 6 committees: prevention, juvenile justice, police, courts, corrections, probation, parole, and reentry. We're not going to focus on juvenile justice today for purposes of time, but that as a whole, there's a lot of work going on in Pennsylvania on that. So I should tell you that within this group, you talk about volunteers and people who are passionate. We've had 107 people working on these committees with us. And as a result of their work, you can go to the next slide, we created a report in December that's on our website. That's why I said go to healpa.org. And if you go under action teams and you go down to criminal justice, you will see that one of the things on that criminal justice action team is our HEAL PA report. So that's something that we're going to talk a little bit about. We have probably 150 recommendations on how to create or the process to create a trauma-informed criminal justice system. And I've got to tell you, of course, I'm going to say this because why wouldn't I? I don't think it's ever been done before, but maybe I'm just blind. But anyway, I don't know. Maybe I just haven't done enough research, but I don't think any state has done this before. So it's very exciting that at least we have the foundations going. And the next slide is, just make sure we're there, right? So these are just some things. I'm going to kind of jumpstart this in advance to say, obviously there is HEAL PA, and there's the website that Mary Ann deserves all the credit for. I sang all these nice things about it. Okay. We released the 2022 HEAL PA report. And then as part of that, there is the Criminal Justice Action Team report. In 2020, after George Floyd was killed, the Pennsylvania legislature passed a law that requires all law enforcement to receive training on trauma and trauma-informed care. And I have been fortunate to actually, maybe this is scary for people who know me, but I have participated in actually creating the 4-hour training and then delivering it. And so that's been very exciting. I think that I mentioned in 2022, and you're going to hear from Tracy Smith, the Pennsylvania Department of Corrections has moved forward with their plans to create a trauma-informed DOC. And really over the past number of years, there has been tremendous amount of training in all phases of criminal justice, juvenile justice, relating to trauma-informed policies and practices. And I think the important thing here is it requires a lot of follow-up. There's a lot of people, most people they don't know anything about trauma. And the last thing I will just tell you, going to the next slide, is that one of the things that we have, and I've been working on for 5-6 years, is helping counties, remember there's 67 of them, create trauma-informed county coalitions. And that's doing what you heard yesterday, bringing people from all these different areas, breaking down silos from health, human services, criminal justice, dealing with all sorts of issues as they relate to what are the public health issues impacting people within their community. And so they've created trauma-informed coalitions, and some of them are amazing. So I'm going to stop, and I probably went too long anyway, but I'm going to turn to my good friend and just extraordinary human being, the president judge of Potter County, Judge Steve Miner. Take it away.
Okay, thank you very much, Rob. Rob said a lot of nice things about the team here, but really he is the impetus behind what we do. And Rob, we really appreciate you. He not only talks, he walks, and we just appreciate. Now we really do appreciate your commitment to this program. So I am Steve Miner. I'm the president judge of Potter County. We're a very rural county in north central Pennsylvania. Some people wonder how can I relate to what happens in the larger counties, and I'll tell you why I can relate. We are one of the poorest counties in Pennsylvania, and poverty breeds trauma. So we have a lot of that. We have a lot of issues of addiction, et cetera. We have everything that the larger counties have, just in a smaller scale. So I took the bench 13 years ago. And I remember when I attended judge school in 2010, there was really no education relative to trauma. We learned about procedures and processes in different areas of the law, but there was no discussion on the issue of trauma, and how sad that we had very limited information about trauma and the effect on human behavior that trauma has. I'm happy to say that I am now one of the lecturers at New Judge School. And this past year and the year coming, there's more education. Rob Reed actually comes and talks to the new judges about trauma. I teach a course on juvenile justice, and we discuss trauma in the juvenile system as well. So I think we've come some distance, not far enough yet, but some distance. You know, many of us come from stable homes. We've had pretty good lives. Issues of trauma maybe have not been prevalent, but unless you've personally experienced trauma or had enough education to fully understand it, you can't appreciate how trauma affects individuals in the justice system. This hit me really hard a couple of years ago. I had a veteran that came in front of me for a sentence. I think it was a DUI, and he was facing a mandatory prison sentence. And I watched him sitting in his chair, and he was shaking, and foot was going up and down. And I could just tell that he was under tremendous stress. And I stopped and I asked him a little bit about, why are you so fearful today? And, this gentleman who'd been to wars, he'd been a veteran, was so fearful about coming in front of a judge who could take away his freedom and take away some of his opportunity to be with his family. And then I recall having a young lady in the juvenile system. I think she might have been 12 or 13. She'd been adopted by some missionaries and brought to, of all places, rural Potter County to be raised. And I remember reading her file the evening before court and how she kept running away and was defiant. And to me, she was just words on a paper. And I remember going into court the next day, this young lady turned her chair sideways, wouldn't look at me. And I began with a little bit of a gruff tone, trying to get her attention. And my probation officer came up and said, "Judge, this is a young lady whose family is passed away. Her parents had passed, and she's trying to break out of her home and go of her adoptive family's home and try to go back to where she came from." And, that changed the whole tenor of that hearing of this young lady that had been so traumatized in her life that she was just trying to escape. And some people are not sophisticated in the criminal system, or they're traumatized by coming into a courthouse and standing before a gentleman or a lady in a black robe that's ready to take away their rights, maybe their children, maybe their property. I had a young man the other day said, "Hey, dude," and I'm okay with that. I haven't been called dude in a long time, but I was fine with that because he really didn't understand the system, and I think that's the best he could. But we have a code of judicial conduct that says that everyone has the right to be heard. And that's so important to our justice system, that everyone has the right to be heard. But if you're traumatized and you come into a courthouse and you can't express yourself, and I can't help alleviate some of that fear and try to obtain some information from you, then I'm really not protecting your rights. And that has hit home to me as well. I require that the attorneys and those in the system that are involved with these individuals try to treat each other with dignity and respect, regardless of who you are, what you did, where you came from. And I think that helps facilitate people being open and being able to speak. So we have made recommendations on this team that I have had the pleasure to be on, about what we can do in the justice system and to help alleviate some of this trauma. So one of the things that judges should do, as far as I'm concerned, is to be prompt. I think there's nothing more irritating to a participant that sits in the hall of the courthouse for an hour and a half waiting to be called. And these cattle calls where we bring in 100 people and they sit all day waiting to be called into court has certainly got to be very traumatizing to individuals. If there's a delay, judges should send somebody out to explain to people there is a delay and here's what's happening. Greet the parties by name, regardless of what they did or who they are. Let them know that they're important in this process. Express gratitude for their participation. Explain why they're there. Many individuals come into court, they're just not sure. Maybe the attorney that's represented them has not been clear with them, or maybe they haven't been able to fully understand the proceedings. So I think it's our job to do that. And even with juveniles, I always tell my probation officers and the adults as well, that you may be the only person in their life that ever told them that they're worthwhile, that they're a good person, that they have some merit. And so I've told the probation officer, if you're the only one that's going to be a cheerleader for them, then you be that. You'll be the hammer sometimes, but also you need to be the encourager as well, and make sure that you sandwich in with your criticism, some compliments as well. We have, as I've indicated, I've tried to provide education. Rob has been here and did some instructions on trauma, and I required my probation officers and COAS workers to be there, law enforcement, because we're all part of the process. The deputies, as the individuals are coming in the courtroom, how they treat these individuals is important. We're talking about developing some bench cards as well for judges to use in that process. It's important because if you're going to accomplish something and you can't get past the trauma, then there's a barrier that's placed. And some of these individuals are never going to hear what we have to say. They're not going to receive any productive information if you can't get past trauma. This really became very important to me. Rob was telling me, I think 80% of those suffering from addiction have been traumatized. If we're going to deal with changing people's behaviors, then we better learn how to deal with trauma. Otherwise, we put a Band-Aid on it. And most individuals going to prison are coming back to the communities to live. And so we've got to learn how to address trauma in our processes, not just in court, but follow-up processes and counseling, et cetera. So I'm happy that we've come some distance. There's a long ways to go, but I think we're finally understanding the effects of trauma on our behaviors in all areas of the justice system. So it's been my pleasure, as I've indicated, to be with Rob and this wonderful team that we have, and trying to make a little change. And I'm hoping that as we begin to expand this information, that more people can fully understand that if you want to make a change in a person's life and they have trauma, we better address the trauma first. So I think that's about my time, Rob. Thank you very much.
I just want you to know that President Judge Minor has agreed to be the chair of the court committee as we move forward and as we get into some new areas and figure out how are we going to synthesize and summarize and then implement these many recommendations were set out in that report on the Hill PA website. The other thing is I just met I've met with folks from North Carolina. One of the things about doing this is that Pennsylvania, of course, is not alone in doing this work. There are many states who are doing great work, and one of them is North Carolina. And the Chief Justice of the North Carolina Supreme Court has started something called ACES Courts, the ACES Informed Courts is what it's called. And so I've been on with folks from Duke University who are working with the judge, with the Chief Justice, and we're trying to get our Supreme Court and our committee to ultimately meet with the folks from North Carolina to see what they're doing there. I think they were impressed that we're doing things across the entire criminal justice system and juvenile justice system, but North Carolina is really focused on judges and courts. And in my view, and you could hear it in the way President Judge Minor spoke, that we're speaking about an effort to really change the environment in a courtroom. And I know myself, and I'm sure David has the same experience. There are times you were brought before a judge and who just treated you horribly and was totally disrespectful and sometimes just mean, not just to me, which is that's bad, but to people who were there who, whether they're defendants in a case or they're the victims in the case or the witnesses in the case or the juries or court staff, the bottom line is there's no place for that. And President Judge Minor is doing a great job and as a member of this group, which had about 15 judges from around Pennsylvania. All right, so let's move on to a second area. And I'm going to ask Randy Cox. I mentioned he is the chief of police in Somerset Borough in Somerset County, Pennsylvania. I have worked over 40 years with probably thousands of police officers and FBI agents and federal officials. And Chief Cox is extraordinary because he is so open to new ideas, to innovation. That's how I initially met him through another program dealing with addiction. And he's not just satisfied with just taking it and using it, the concepts for his department, but also throughout Somerset and his neighboring Cambria County. So teeing it up for you, Chief Cox, welcome.
Well, good morning, everyone. Hope everyone is well. When Rob was introducing the panel, I just want to tell him that I appreciate him referring to us as distinguished. It's a shame I had to travel virtually to Illinois to be called distinguished, but I'll take it. Probably like a lot of the other panelists, Rob gave us a little cheat sheet on what he wanted us to talk about. And one of the things on there is how did I become involved? Rob alluded to that back in 2019, I believe it was. We were a pilot department for a program that was then called LEAD, Law Enforcement Assisted Diversion. It's since changed its name to LETI, Law Enforcement Treatment Initiative. But what that was anyone could approach any of our officers, or if our officers were on a call and saw someone who was dealing with addiction, and we had reached that point in the cycle, in that window that perhaps an intervention could be successful, the officer was able to offer them placement in a treatment facility, which we could facilitate within 1 hour, as opposed to arresting them. Of course, there were some restrictions on certain offenses weren't eligible, but most minor, small offenses were. And that's where I first met Rob. And we brought him into the department to do training with the officers, and that involved a lot of touching at that point on trauma-informed approach. And one of the things that hit me is I liked to hear what Rob was saying, because I didn't necessarily know it, but as it turned out, I had engaged in trauma-informed practices, not because I had been taught them, not because they were displayed, but it just kind of fit in with my mentality and my perspective and my philosophy about teaching, about policing. And that's where we started to develop that communication, and that led to me going on to the subcommittee, the law enforcement subcommittee for HEAL PA. And I think that's important for one thing, because to note, I'm in my 45th year on the job. I've been a police officer since 1977. So I think I'm living proof that old dogs can learn new tricks. But again, that it's about the philosophy is what we try to instill here in our department and with our officers is that we are servants of the public. We're servants to the community. You know, most police cars somewhere emblazoned in vinyl on them has that slogan or that motto that says protect and serve. And I think that in my experience, law enforcement, at least what I've seen, does a really good job of protecting. There's a problem, we swoop in, we have our badges, we have our red and blue lights, all the accoutrements of the profession. We move in, we deal with the problem, we move out and ready to address the next problem. We get commendations, we get adulation from the public. The department recognizes us, our elected official recognize what we do. But the other part of that serving part, I believe we don't do as well because it's not quick. It takes a lot of patience. You don't draw a lot of attention to yourself when you're serving others. In fact, sometimes the only people that involved in that act of serving in that case is you and maybe the person that you're dealing with. Because of that, there aren't a lot of accolades for serving. There's not a lot of tangible rewards that are given to an officer for serving. And it takes a lot of humility to serve. And I think when we look at some of the tenets of trauma-informed policing, those things like humility, that willing to make some sort of sacrifice in order to serve, we're going to find those in those trauma-informed tenets. And I think that's probably the biggest place for us as a profession to move on, to progress, to improve in what we do. One of the other things Rob mentioned I could talk about and are the recommendations that came from the law enforcement committee from HEAL PA. And thanks a lot, Rob, because there's 63 of them and you gave me 10 minutes to talk. But as we go through those, there are in areas training, general training, very specific type training, trauma-informed practices, legislation that we want to look at, methods of policing. There's a whole section of recommendations on community policing. But again, it's one of the difficulties in law enforcement adapting to that trauma-informed model of practice is going to be that we are, as a profession, so diverse. Rob mentioned the diversity of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I'm in a rural county, but even in my county, the departments are very diverse. Their staffing levels are different, their service hours are different. And as you expand across the Commonwealth and indeed across the nation, there are so many different approaches to policing. And that's probably going to slow things down a bit because we're going to have to weed through those 63 recommendations, some of those may be a great fit for a department like mine, and we may already be doing some of those things, which we are. Other ones, because of the type of community that we are, the unique aspects of our community, some of those recommendations might not be as useful, as effective, or as needed, especially when you start to compare us to an urban type of setting that policing's occurring in. But I think as long as we are patient with that and realistic about the outcomes, I think that there is plenty of room for that trauma-informed approach in law enforcement to occur, because in a lot of ways it's not a hard sell, depending on how you present it to an officer, about engaging in a trauma-informed practice, because I also believe that we are one of those professions in our society that probably witnesses and sees trauma more often than at least the average member of the public. There are simple things that can be done. One of the things that we've accomplished here in Somerset is implementation of the Handle with Care program. And probably most of you are familiar with Handle with Care, but basically when our officers are out, they see a situation in which a child may have been exposed to a traumatic situation. They take about 2 minutes top, to initiate a referral. The referrals come to me and to our other supervisors. They're reviewed, possibly edited, possibly augmented, possibly reduced. And then after I hit a button, an email is going out to the superintendent of the Somerset Area School District and the building principal where that child attends, so that when that child walks in the door the next day, they are, the school is already going to be aware. The school already has trauma-informed practices and programs in place. So instead of spending a certain part of the day wondering what's up with this kid, what happened that he's coming into school like this, they're prepared for it. Their response may be as simple as just reaching out and giving that child a hearty good morning, or it may involve letting them go to the nurse's office instead of falling asleep at their desk, because that kid who may have witnessed a violent domestic between his parents the night before is probably not, his attitude and his mental state, his emotions are probably not conducive to entering the school day. Now, that program has been implemented with my department, which serves one of 4 municipalities that constitute the Somerset Area School District. So we're dealing with just a portion of the students in the entire district. But since we implemented that in 2021 in February, we have made nearly 200 referrals through Handle with Care. So when you look at our population, the population of the school district, the number of households that are in the school district, that 200 in about 2 years, to me, speaks volumes of how much trauma is being experienced out in the community, especially by our kids. And without that trauma-informed reception or approach, we're going to miss a lot of that. So I think one of the important things to do is not only educate the police, but also to reach out with those educational efforts for the community. And again, I don't think it's going to be a real hard sell, because so many of our neighbors have experienced trauma. They're going to be able to relate to that. And I think they just need that outlet or that resource to enable them to relate and start to move and to deal with some of the traumatic issues in their lives. One of the other questions that Rob put out was, do you believe there will be trauma-informed policing? And again, I do, but I think it's going to be a slow process. And it may not be 100% achievable as far as the recommendations that have come from the committee, but any little bit of progress is going to be beneficial, and it's going to be beneficial both to the community and to our own officers. One of the things we have to keep in mind is that our officers, not just my officers, but officers across the nation, they're not only witnessing trauma, they are experiencing trauma. And I'll tell you for a fact that one of the toughest groups to reach to try to assist in the trauma that officers are experiencing are the officers themselves. There's a lot of reasons for that. Some of them are very unique to the profession, but will trauma informed policing come into effect and take hold? I believe so, but it's going to be a matter of looking at both the needs of the community and the needs of actually that individual officer themselves. Rob, I lost track of my time. I don't know whether I've gone over. I often have time saying good morning and only taking 10 minutes. But
actually, yeah, I think you covered 3 of the 63 recommendations. So we're going to give you time at about 8:30 at night to go through the other 60, if that's okay.
Okay, you just give me a call.
Yeah, I will do that. But I will tell you that the work that they're doing in Somerset County just shows that, what can be done. A lot of times we have these stereotypes of police departments, police officers, that you can't teach an old dog new tricks. I'm certainly a very old dog. But it's happening across Pennsylvania, and it's really exciting. Just recently, and the whole issue of self-care of police and people working in the criminal justice field is so critical, because there's statistics within the report itself about the impact of trauma on people, whether it's policing, probation and parole, corrections. And the bottom line is that they're exposed to this boatload of trauma all the time. And so we are I know when I do presentations, I always begin by talking about the impact of trauma on the officer, because if they understand the impact that they experience, I think they're better able to appreciate the impact on the community. In the Lehigh Valley, which is north of Philadelphia, about an hour and a half or so, we just brought in from New Jersey a program called the Resilient Officer Training. And it's an effort to teach officers really how an officer within every department can actually be the eyes and ears. You talk about, listening and all of those things. Well, to be peer support within a police department. So if someone's struggling with whatever is going on, whether it's a domestic issue in the officer's life, or there's financial issues, or there's drug issues, whatever the issues are, this program speaks to the officers who are going to act within those departments as the eyes and ears of people who are struggling. And it's done remarkable work in New Jersey, and we're going to try to bring it across Pennsylvania. So Chief Cox, thank you so much. Hang on, because we're going to have probably some questions at the end. And let me move on to Tracy Smith, who is with the Pennsylvania Department of Corrections. She's also a member of HEAL. Well, actually, I should tell you, Chief Cox is on the policing committee. I've told you, President Judge Steve Miner is on the courts committee. Tracy Smith has assisted us on our corrections committee and is now a chair of an action team, which was policy. And of course, I knew that. Thank you, Mary Ann, for whispering it. I hope that it picked it. Anyway, so policy with Mary Ann, incredibly. That's the only reason Mary Ann knew about it. But Tracy reached out to me a couple of years ago and told me that the department was choosing to and taking steps to become a trauma-informed agency. And I've had long history with Department of Corrections, and some of it has not been good. I prosecuted, you may not even know this, correctional officers in the early 90s for brutalizing inmates. And so, that was not the most positive entree to one of the correctional institutions. but they are really working to change all that. And Tracy is the head of it. So let me turn it over to you.
Thank you, Rob. I'm really happy to be part of the conference today. And I echo what Judge Minor said earlier, that Rob is really the glue and just the motivator for what work we do in this area. And I really appreciate working with him on this, as well as with Marianne, of course. What we know is that there's a lot of trauma in our field. There's trauma in the histories of those who are part of our system. There is trauma, whether it's in the histories or being experienced vicariously through working with those in our system. There's trauma amongst our staff as well. Circa 2005, the Pennsylvania Department of Corrections coordinated with the National Institute of Corrections a consultation regarding our trauma-informed operations. So, we were really kind of crawling at this point in this realm. We knew that there was a need in this area, and we just wanted to know, what kind of job were we doing with regard to being trauma informed in our operation, and what could we do better, and what could we start to build. Our visit was focused on our women's institutions because of the trauma in the histories of incarcerated women. Part of the consultation included selecting a treatment program for PTSD and substance abuse that was first implemented at our women's institutions. And from there, we looked to expand that programming to our men's institutions, following an evaluation that we did comparing two different programs, Seeking Safety being one of them, which was the program that we had selected for the women. And the outcome of that evaluation was an expansion of Seeking Safety to men's institutions as well. In the meantime, a grant became available to get some staff trained by SAMHSA and the Gaines Center in a program called How Being Trauma Informed Improves Criminal Justice System Responses. Again, just sort of incrementally expanding our activity in this area. While doing all of this work, we always recognized a need to take the work to a different level. So, again, we were incrementally expanding, incrementally adding components, but we really always had the desire to really kind of ratchet that up. And then the stars aligned. And I think that the 2020 Trauma-Informed PA Plan was published. And I think I'm pretty sure that Marianne mentioned this in her presentation, because that was through the Office of Advocacy and Reform in the governor's office that we were able to kind of formalize a plan. Sort of at the same time, we were able to hire a staff person in the Department of Corrections who would be largely dedicated to facilitating this culture enhancement, because we're continuing to build. We started with a top-down approach. We thought it was important for our senior leadership to buy into this and then take that to our executive leadership. And then, we wanted to hand select some leaders in middle management, if you will, that would head up some subcommittees as part of this initiative and work to develop our strategic plan. So we also presented this during a leadership meeting, in addition to having a speaker come in and talk to staff about the importance of recognizing trauma and approaching it in an informed or sensitive way. So as we continue to move forward, some more grant funding became available, and we started to train more trainers in the training that I mentioned previously, because we knew in a system as large as ours, we were going to need enough staff to be able to reach all of the individuals who needed to be reached to shift our culture. So since we've gotten our cadre of trainers in place, We now do training in our basic training. All new staff that are coming through our training academy after they're hired initially get this training. We also have a computer-based training for our non-contact staff. So a good example of that would be our clerical staff. So we're really trying to reach every employee in the Department of Corrections in order to positively impact our culture in this regard. Our training initiative is set to be completed at the end of this year. So by the end of this year, we will have reached every single employee in the Department of Corrections with the training how being trauma-informed improves criminal justice system responses. That also includes the staff in our Bureau of Community Corrections, as well as our parole field. So we're really excited about that and our ability to sustain that over time. We also make sure that we speak to being trauma-informed in our staff orientation. So when staff are hired at their respective facilities, we have a script that talks about trauma and the experience of trauma and how being trauma-informed can improve upon everyone's safety and healing. So as far as generating buy-in and the sustainability, we're really kind of taking a foot in the door approach where we're really building on the everyone has experienced some type of trauma concept. So it might not be on a grand scale that folks have experienced trauma, but everyone is sort of familiar with trauma, the traumatic experience. So we start there with that commonality. And we know that sometimes interpersonal interactions will be affected by those trauma experiences. And we just want everyone to see and understand that. And we hope that there's that aha moment. So that starts the buy-in. If we're all more kind of tuned in or informed or sensitive to that, then there will be safety for all. So the individuals that are incarcerated, as well as the staff who work with them. We make it a point to emphasize that this activity with regard to the initiative will not compromise security, but will enhance it. The security staff are better equipped to create safety from the very first interaction with an individual, and there will be greater healing. And we always say, if someone doesn't feel safe in their environment, there's very little likelihood that they're going to benefit from any of the good programs and services that are available to them. Safety is critical. It's the most basic need that someone has. So we really want to do our best to create that safe environment. I think that if I wanted to just really kind of pinpoint the main takeaways, is that I think it's important to have a vision for what you want the results to be. And I think that you need to hang on to that vision. And as opportunities present themselves, you can kind of plug those opportunities into that framework that you have. You might have to crawl before you walk, and you might have to walk before you run, of course, and it may take time to build. But if you're capitalizing on the opportunities that are presenting themselves, whether it's through grant funding, training opportunities, acquisition of staff who can be dedicated to making this a reality, I think that that you'll get there, and slowly but surely. In an incremental and a systematic way, I think we're doing just that. And I'm really excited about all of the things that are happening. I did not mention that we also did a pre-survey, so a pre-training survey, so that we're able to discern whether or not all of this activity is going to have an impact on the staff in terms of knowledge acquisition, and just feeling better equipped in their interpersonal interactions to facilitate a more safe setting. So, I'll be happy to take questions at some point, but that's basically where we are right now. So thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. And, yesterday we heard from Friesz Hortzman, who spoke about the Compassion Prison Project. And again, one of the things is that many people working in correctional settings, and certainly the Pennsylvania Department of Corrections is part of that universe, as are the many county jails in Pennsylvania. The reality is that once again, correctional officials are exposed to countless traumatic incidents, and just being in a prison is, I'm sure, over time, a traumatic experience itself. So, one of the things that was said at some point yesterday is, as you would not have an officer learn to shoot a firearm and be qualified once, and then 20 years later you say, oh, by the way, maybe we need some retraining. It's every year. For some agencies, it's multiple times a year you have to qualify with the firearm. The reality is it's the same thing with most areas, but especially trauma. This is not, for some people like Chief Cox, who got it immediately, and President Judge Minor, they got it. But for many people, it may rub them the wrong way, because they may feel this is not what we're supposed to be doing. We're warriors in this war against, bad guys, that kind of thing. The reality is that being trauma informed is a process, and it sometimes will take months, if not years, for an individual and a system certainly to change. So the work that they're doing in Pennsylvania and that Tracy just spoke about is really remarkable. We are at the beginning, but I'm just amazed. And I know that I've gone into both state prisons and spoken with county jail officials, and I've been advertising the work that's going on in the Pennsylvania Department of Corrections, because it is, as I say, it's so out of the box. It's so amazing. So I'm very excited about it. All right. So we're going to go to our next area, which I'm going to ask Christy Smith. There she is. Hi, Christy. And so I've known Christy, as I said, for a long time. She's a senior fellow of Criminal Justice and Civil Liberties program at the R Street Institute. I assume that's in R Street in Washington. But anyway, but she has been the chairwoman of, or chairperson, however you want to say it, of our probation, parole, and reentry committee within the criminal justice team. And she's done a fantastic job bringing people together. We've spoken at a number of conferences together, and she's extremely knowledgeable about the integration of trauma-informed practices within probation, parole, and reentry. So take it away, Christy.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here today. It's a real pleasure. Just for some background context, how I came to this space was a combination of my practical experience, which Rob mentioned was as a probation and parole officer in the suburban Philadelphia area. But at the same time, I also had a career in academia. And some of the experiences that I had while working as an adult probation and parole officer were not in alignment with the research. And so that kind of compelled me to do a little bit more digging into seeing why it is we do what we do as probation and parole officers, and how that may be impacting our efficacy and recidivism, and also the officer experience. I began my career as a drug court officer in Chester County, which was a pretrial diversion program that functions very differently from traditional supervision. Drug courts and specialty courts are often more collaborative, they're less adversarial. The communication with the clients is much more supportive. There's recognition and affirmations for progress. And it's really more of an acknowledgement of somebody's circumstances and this collective effort to support them through their processes. Whereas traditional probation and parole supervision is kind of the exact opposite. There's a difference in language, more of a tough love approach. wherein, there's an emphasis on accountability. There's less emphasis on any of the small wins or progresses that individuals had made. It's predominantly looking at where issues of potential non-compliance are, and it's a more punitive approach and, obviously a more adversarial approach. And so starting with a model that worked and that to me is much more trauma informed, wherein you're having that open dialogue and you're not engaging in these volatile interactions with individuals, shifting to traditional supervision was quite a challenge. And it was a challenge that I saw not only in my interactions with my own clients, but it's also something that I saw within the experiences of the probation and parole officers that I was working with at the time. And so, as I mentioned, I was in academia as well. And it really, I saw happy, healthy, well-supported drug court officers and diversion court officers compared to individuals who were so burned out, traditional probation and parole officers, that they were vacating the field altogether. I won't mention names or anything, but one was just going to quit and move to Germany, just because of the volatile nature, the inherent conflict that comes with emphasizing non-compliance, as opposed to, that support, that rehabilitation, that affirmation and acknowledgement of the human experience that our clients have and why they make the decisions they make and how those decisions impact us as officers with vicarious stress, compassion fatigue, and secondary traumatic stress. So while I was pursuing my doctoral dissertation, I was very curious as to, why it was that officers who were previously very dedicated to the field, who were very well established, were just at the end of their professional rope. And so I decided to study the impact of stress and trauma on burnout among adult probation and parole officers. So in August of 2016, when I began my study, I had the American Probation and Parole Association distribute the survey. I needed a sample size of 82 individuals, and in less than 24 hours, I received over 400 responses from adult probation and parole officers reporting their circumstances of stress, trauma, compassion fatigue, and their experiences in working in the field. So there was an overwhelming response, which led me to continue to pursue that study, also tying in with it the impact of the probation and parole officers' traumatic stress and how that influences their perception of a client's behavior, whether it's non-compliant or compliant, how it impacts the decision-making of the officer and vice versa. So, based on that research, I continue to work with the Criminal Justice Reform Action Team and also conduct various training sessions that, have always been enthusiastically endorsed by probation and parole officers who are saying, yes, we need this. We're stressed, we're burned out. We are one person, but we're taking on the traumatic experiences of caseloads of 100, 150, 200 individuals, and we don't know what to do with that information. So some of the recommendations that our subcommittee came up with include, and I list this as the first one because, as Tracy mentioned, staff buy-in is huge. And we have a very specific example of where the lack of attention to the staff needs can compromise the efficacy of a trauma-informed approach has happened in Pennsylvania, which I'll get to in just a second. So our first recommendation is to prioritize the wellness of staff, administrators, clients, service providers, and community members, including victims, witnesses, supportive others. If a person is being taken into custody and they brought their child into the lobby, we have to be very cognizant of that as well. And this was something that was critical when Lancaster County implemented their trauma-informed approaches in 2017. They did so forward-facing for the clients and the benefits of the clients and the benefits of, public safety and reducing recidivism. But after about 15 to 18 months, they were curious as to why there wasn't as much staff buy-in. And the first thing the staff said was, well, what about us? That's great that, that helped them and they're on a better path. But here I am, trying to leave my job, or I'm burned out, or, my needs are not being met. So we want to prioritize the wellness of everyone, including staff, so that can certainly support buy-in. And apologies, I'm a little bit under the weather, so please bear with me. Also making a commitment to not only initial, but ongoing continued trauma-informed training for new hires and all department employees. And we're supportive of legislatively mandated Commonwealth-funded treatment so that there are some minimal standards in uniform education that is ongoing across the Commonwealth. Again, because the Commonwealth is incredibly diverse, and because there are various stages of awareness of the impact of trauma, not only on the part of the clients that we're working with, but also the impact on the staff. So, this really shouldn't be a one and done. Hey, trauma is really important. It's impactful. It changes the way your brain works and the way you make decisions and view the world. For this to really be effective, it needs to be something that is ongoing. Also looking at the way, which was previously mentioned, looking at the way that the physical spaces can mitigate or can be re-traumatizing. So physical spaces, providing privacy for, especially delicate conversations involving, sexual abuse or domestic violence. Those are not conversations that are conducive to cubicle life that is typical of probation and parole departments. You're not going to get the information that you need to support your clients if they're aware that their conversation is being heard by other individuals that are adjacent to them that may live in their community, may know the persons that they're talking about. And also in supporting, excuse me, in supporting the client needs, utilizing peer mentors and navigators and case managers. Even if a probation and parole officer has the same message, they may not be as credible a messenger as somebody who has already gone through this. So we're really seeing, a new space where reentry specialists should be part of this process. The perspective of reentrance is also critical, but allowing them to partner with and support the individuals who are navigating a very, very complex system. Another recommendation is to enhance the lines of communications for at client transition points. So, pre-trial in coming to the sentencing decision, making it understood, where trauma might have contributed to this law violation, and then making sure that the sentence can appropriately address that. Similarly, when somebody is transitioned from incarceration into the community, first, we're already going to assume that there was some sort of trauma because the carceral environment is traumatizing. But what also preceded that carceral environment, and how can we help support and address that in the community? And then vice versa, if somebody does have to be recommitted for a new charge or for a violation, making sure that we're presenting that information in a non-stigmatizing way so that that can be addressed while they're serving their violation sentence and then transitioning back out. Speaking of the carceral environment, we're supportive of a presumption against incarceration for technical violations because incarceration, as I mentioned, is inherently traumatizing. And if somebody has not committed a new law violation, if they're simply their non-compliance issues are because they've failed to report, because they may be scared of having to communicate with their probation officer, or if they have not gone to treatment because they don't want to face their trauma, jail's only going to exacerbate all of those things. So one of our recommendations is a presumption against incarceration for technical violations. And then hearkening back to my first experiences 20 plus years ago, supporting expanded access to diversion programs, problem-solving courts, and models that emphasize support and rehabilitation, inclusive of accountability, as opposed to violation processes and incarceration for minor issues of noncompliance. So, we're really looking at that collaborative, less adversarial, that therapeutic jurisprudence model that holds individuals accountable, but prioritizes their well-being, their rehabilitation, and their progress over, the minor things that they may be struggling with as a result of the traumas that they've experienced. And then, of course, we can't do any of this or all of this without increased funding for additional probation and parole officers. As I said, caseloads of 100, 150, 200, 200 plus is inherently stressful and traumatic and is going to produce burnout. So for these communications and this paradigm shift to happen, there need to be more officers that are available to take this on. with regard to the impact of trauma on the wellness of people working within probation, anytime you're opening the space for a more open dialogue that wherein somebody's going to discuss their trauma with you. Obviously, you need to make sure that you are aware of the coping skills to prioritize your wellness in this so that you can reduce, compassion fatigue, secondary traumatic stress, and vicarious trauma. And for that to happen, this needs to go beyond, the employee wellness programs. This needs to be a department-wide initiative to prioritize self-care in order to, be able to show up to do the work that needs to be done. And I'll wrap up because Elle's story is much more compelling than mine. So I want to make sure we have time for that. But we have a number of robust trauma-informed initiatives going on in Pennsylvania. In 2015, based off of the history of one female in Chester County and her 25-year involvement in the probation and parole department, Jennifer Lopez, who was their previous deputy chief, created the WRAP program, the Women's Reentry Assessment and Programming Initiative, which is a trauma-informed model. And then based off the successes of that program, Lancaster County launched their trauma-informed department-wide program in 2017. Similarly, Bucks County has now adapted a various model of that in recognizing the trauma and transitioning people from the jail into the community. But again, these are great efforts, but it's a paradigm shift. So this is a marathon, not a sprint. And these things will take time and effort to bring everything to fruition. But this really is a way to enhance justice. Instead of having the same people cycle through the system and re-traumatizing them by virtue of this experience and then returning them into the community worse than they were when they came in, trauma-informed methodologies really support the well-being of the clients, the victims, the witnesses, the officers, treatment providers, individuals in the community. This is really a better approach for all involved that can enhance public safety, that can reduce stress and burnout, and that can enhance the overall efficacy of community-based supervision.
Okay. So thank you, Christy. And that was, again, if you want to read in more detail about the specific recommendations, what we did was we divided that report into their respective parts by committee. So there's a section on prevention, juvenile justice, policing, courts, corrections, and then probation, parole, and reentry. So please feel free to look at that. Bart, and of course, Christy said, doing justice. And, I was in the Department of Justice for 35 years, as was David. And, that's what this is about. We, up until I really started learning about trauma, it would kind of shifted my perspective on how can we best achieve justice throughout the system. The reality is that many of the, and I would now say looking back and looking forward, almost everybody involved in the criminal justice system has been exposed to trauma and adversity. But I think that back then, that was not the understanding I had. I just didn't understand it really at all. And so things shifted when I met our next speaker, L. Sawyer. I met him in 2010. We were working on creating a violence prevention program for kids in Philadelphia schools when L started telling me essentially his experience in life, in prison, and in reentry. And I didn't know he had even been arrested. I didn't know he was in the criminal justice system, but he opened up to me. And it was one of the things that he said to me fairly early on was the way he deals with almost life at that point was he was armored up. He used that phrase, armored up. And I remember speaking with a trauma expert at Penn, and she said, well, that's the way he's dealing with his trauma. And it was through that as I was learning about trauma, that helped me understand really what was going on in the correctional system, probation and parole. It was really eye-opening to me. And I will tell you that Al is very humble, but he's an extraordinary man. He has his formal education, I think, may not have extended past seventh grade, and he's yet one of the smartest people I've ever met. And I will tell you, fast forwarding, he's doing great. He spent 8 years at Gradeford Prison. It's a maximum security prison in Pennsylvania. He was on parole when I met him in 2010, and he is now a filmmaker. And as I told you, he's also going to be speaking at our May 25th event PA event in Harrisburg. So I'm going to ask El to speak both about his own experiences and hearing all of these speakers who have just spoken about the idea of creating a trauma-informed criminal justice system. I'm just wondering what your reaction is to hearing all of this. So take it away, El, and great to see you.
Thank you, Rob, and great to see you too, and this distinguished panel we have here. And I'm always blown away, and I would just love to be a spectator when you all speak anyways, because I'm just always blown away by you all and the work you do, and how, not only have you, embodied this trauma-informed sort of approach, but I think it was maybe President Judge or Mr. Cox. I'm not sure who said it, but it was like, when they met Rob, the thought of trauma-informed sort of approach already fit with the work that they were already doing, and I see that. It was really fascinating to hear that, because I think, and again, as it's been echoed, Rob has been a sort of Pied Piper with respect to this trauma-informed approach, and even for myself as well. When I met Rob, that was an introduction to not only, I didn't even know what the Department of Justice was or the U.S. Attorney's Office was, even though I, had served 8 years in prison and 2 years in juvenile prior to that. So, I had a visceral reaction when I found out what that was, and there was a prosecutor, and it was the feds, as they call it, right? So there was a brief thought of jumping out the window when I met Rob, but that's for a different time. But no, seriously, Rob has been. Thank you, Rob, and you and your work and your efforts and your team has just meant everything to kind of initiating this thought process across the state, and so thank you. I forgot the question. I'm over here like this, but I do want to echo some of the things that were said. Again, Tracy Smith and Christy Smith, thank you so much for not only the work you're doing but how you approached it, even in your presentation today. And I appreciate that language was appropriate that way, and there was no terminology referring to people in prison as anything other than people in prison. And I think part of, if we're talking about trauma-informed approaches, I think the first thing that comes to mind is, we're talking about human beings, and that's first. And I think whether in whatever capacity they find themselves in, or whatever part of their trajectory they find themselves in, and going to prison, again, if we're looking at someone inside of an institution, the question is, what is the effect of that person's experience? What was the effects of someone being inside an institution on that individual? How is that shaping that individual's brain and that person's lived experience? I think those are very fascinating pieces that, and I heard, I think, was it Christy Smith just basically was speaking to, and I really, truly appreciate that. I think one is thinking about, a constant conversation has been with respect to trauma-informed approaches, looking at past traumas, but then, what's been the missing element is what is the conditioning that's happening while someone is institutionalized. Not only being socially isolated, which a lot of us can relate, with respect to, even on a minor level, with respect to COVID, right? Like a lot of, COVID and people sheltering in place, like that changed people's psychology, how they are with people. And we're humans, right? So being with people itself, or not being with people itself, and not having meaningful social interactions changes your brain. exposure changes your brain. I mean, that's just facts. So then prison is social isolation 101. Right. So one, to acknowledge that as one thing. And then the next step I would hope to transition into is like, what does it mean for an individual to be institutionalized? And that's a big one, right? And what does that mean? It means to basically adapt and to create, or in how you say I guess adapt, or shape their thought processes to meet the rules and regulations of the institution over such a long period of time. In some cases, that changes someone's brain. It changes the way they think about themselves. If you're called othering names, you go through the bathroom, and I'm gonna say the word that says inmate bathroom, right? My name isn't L Sawyer. It's DC 3617. From the time I went to prison to the time I left, the day I walked out the door, those things, institutionalization as a structure as it stands, is dehumanizing, and it creates a powerless individual. Now, organization and order needs to be in place. At the time when I was at Greater Fort, there was, upwards of, if I'm mistaken, close to 5,000 people there. You walk up out on the block. I remember I went to Greater Fort when I was 18. I was incarcerated at 17. I think I was 18 when I got there. So, and I would walk out on the second tier looking down, and it was just a sea of humanity, like on the block, on E block at the time. There had to be well over 1,000 people on the block, and probably 8 correction officers. So order and structure obviously needs to be there. We're talking about how to get someone from that, right, to basically, empowered enough, or having a sense of agency over themselves enough prior to transitioning out. If we don't, and we have people leaving out the door as their DC number, never gaining a sense of maturity or a sense of agency over their life, and then going into another system, a subsidiary system of parole that is in itself can be, overbearing and all of that. I think what you see as a result is that you don't see people being able to make proper decisions, or actually take the time to understand that they need rehabilitation from the institutionalization that they just suffered. Right. So that rehabilitation, in my opinion, needs to start inside the institution to phase people out in a real way, that that mothers and fathers, right, are coming home, people that need them home, and all of that. So one element that I think President Judge, every time you talk it's just amazing to me. And I feel like one thing you said about was reflecting on what you was referring to, as far as wait times and things. That's really important. And again, what's the percentage of the folks that come in before you that are coming from from the jail, right? And I'm not sure about Potter County. It is correct. I'm not sure how that process works, but given my experience, and I was incarcerated, in Lancaster County, so I know that coming into the courthouse, you're coming through what they call bullpen, or the holding cells, I guess, below the courthouse, and that can be a grueling, long, day if you get in that day. Right. So we're talking about what's the disposition of that individual, and understanding what that individual, where are they at that moment. Right. Like, and not only talking about, the conditions in the institution that they're being held at prior to court. Like all of this, I think is really fascinating and interesting and necessary to start to think about, again, the condition in which people are in based off of that they're in, and what effects that will have on their psyche, their decision making, and how just is that, right? Like, how many people would take a plea bargain just to not be sitting in a like, very interesting stuff, right? Like, so that's Anyway, so I'm a filmmaker. Worked on a number of films. One of my first full length film was Pull of Gravity, and Rob Reed championed to get that film created. That film was an example in my brain when I first was introduced to film in prison. I came up with the idea of needing to see and understand where I'm coming home to. A lot of the programs I was taking had no earthly sort of relation to anywhere that looked like the reality where I was coming home to. And then once I came home, I was smacked in the face with the reality of my environment. I was not prepared for it. And you want to talk about traumatizing to the point, I'm going to tell you, I've been home 20 years this past January, and I'm just now sort of getting healthy enough to sort of unpack, to taking that armor off. Like Rob said, I was armored up, and that was so true, even in my lack of understanding what that meant at the time. Where I am now is the armor is off, and I'm so vulnerable. And I'm unpacking exactly what I've been through with respect to the powerlessness that I felt inside that institution. And just all despite whatever the traumas I had prior to prison. A lot of programming and thought is prior to prison traumas or incidents that happen in prison. It's not that, right? Like it is, those things are very important, obviously, for sure. But if you think about the programming, we're talking alternatives to violence or drug treatment, all that's great. But all of that is hindsight looking, right? We're talking about how do we be present and understanding and creating programming that deals with and letting people know and their families know ultimately too, who's coming home. What is the effect on this individual by being in prison, and how can we create programming to actually not only inform them of those changes and to be patient in that time it takes to evolve into and regain a sense of agency, but letting your family know as well. And I think there's something in that. I'm, definitely offering my services, Tracy and Christy, to helping think it through that. But all I'm saying is, again, after 20 years, we're talking about how intense that process is, and it's taken, and I've been super fortunate in how I survived and what my sort of, I used this quote the other day as a quote by an author named Bruce Perry that speaks about trauma and resilience. He says, basically, trauma is like a dirt road, and our job is to not pave over that dirt road because it's not going anywhere. Instead, we should do the work to build 3-lane highways beside that dirt road. The question then becomes, so for me, how did I build a 3-lane highway, knowing it or not, beside that dirt road, so I wouldn't have to go on that dirt road, has been through the work I do with film, the work I do with building relationships, right? Like my networking is my, is that exposure, and that's allowed me to have a life and build a life for myself and my family without having a limited exposure, and that dirt road is my only sort of access point. So, and Rob has been very instrumental in that, and other folks as well. So I don't know how much you else want me to talk, but anybody that knows me knows.
Well,
you're gonna put the brakes on. So
I know that again, you can join Chief Cox at 8:30, where we're going to have the continued discussion of this. I'm just kidding, but why don't we do this? I was right that story, which you haven't really heard anything about, but watch Pull of Gravity, you'll see a lot of it. And even then, I don't think it would be as informed as we redid the film today. It's an incredibly sad film because it speaks of, as I say, the challenges and the repercussions of our criminal justice system. I know we only have a couple of minutes, but I'm just wondering
We don't
if
even have that because we've got to start the next one at a quarter after,
I thought that's what time we were going to.
Yeah,
including the break.
yeah, we have a couple more minutes.
Yeah.
So you wrap up.
Well, I just want to see if anyone had any questions, whether here or on the chat. I don't know.
Let me make an observation really quick. I want to emphasize, don't go away. Come back here.
I'm listening.
Yeah, but you're part of this. I want to emphasize how important what Pennsylvania is doing is and how extraordinary the approach they're taking is. Now, I'm speaking as somebody who worked in the Illinois governor's office as director of public safety policy. And usually the model is you have a commission and they bring a bunch of people together, they talk, they study something, they produce a report, and then, okay, that's pretty much it. This really goes far beyond, you're actually trying to get results. And shocking. It actually is, you know, that's not the norm. And so this is really important. This is why this is part of this. Now, let me just make an observation to kind of put in context a lot of what you're saying here. If you heard the expression, if the only tool you have, every problem is a nail. All right. While I was in the governor's office, I would see these statistics about the average amount of time that people would spend in the Illinois Department of Corrections. I wanted to know what the median time was. Not the mean, the average, the median. Now, the median is the hinge point where half of them spend more and half of them spend less. It took them a while to come up with that figure. It shocked me. It was 8 months. Half the prison population in Illinois at that time spent 8 months or less in prison. Why would they go to prison? That, you know, they got credit for time served and things of that sort, and they'd only have 8 months left and they go to prison. Why would we spend the huge amount of money that we do to send people to prison? Because as a matter of policy, criminal justice policy, standard criminal justice policy is to inflict trauma on those people who are convicted of crime, to punish them, to try to get them to change their ways, to make them productive citizens. It is irrational in the extreme. So with that perspective, as I sit and listen to you and your team here, as a former career prosecutor and director of public safety policy, I'm telling you, and I'm telling everybody that's listening, this is the future if we are going to both achieve justice and increase public safety. So are there any questions here real quick? Okay, I haven't seen any in the chat.
Where do you see the movie? How can we watch?
Oh,
Yeah, that's a good question.
Al, I think what you can just go on, just Google it. Google pull of gravity and you can see it.
Kohler.
Pull of gravity.
Full of
And L. Sawyer and John Kaufman. I will just, go ahead.
I think I saw it on Prime. I think it was on Amazon Prime is where I got it.
Okay, good. And the other thing I will just say, you know, and really we could have a whole day conference on this.
Sorry,
Just hearing
Rob, but if
story.
somebody just emails me, I have no problem with sending
I
the
can
link
get
as
you
well.
everyone's email so that you can reach out to people. And I'm sorry that we didn't leave enough time for questions.
We do. Sorry. We do. I'm sorry. If people have time we're gonna keep to a schedule, but we have time. We have a good 5-10 minutes.
Okay, all right. Well, I don't know if there's anything in the chat. I don't have the
No, I
chat.
just looked through the chat. There's comments.
Yeah, oh, okay.
So it's not necessarily a question, but more a comment, kind of directed towards L. Definitely relatable in my own life experience, because at 17, I entered corrections, and so I spent my 18th birthday in Illinois Cook County Department of Corrections. And then it's like on a 6-month sentence, so I fall under that statistic where I'm low on the mean or median of it, where it's, you know, under the 8 months, and how that's impacted my life. You know, forever. Like now I'm 45, and it's, you know, I've lost jobs over it. I've had less opportunities as a result of it. I've been fortunate enough to find a path that allows me to do things that are productive in society, and you know, I have a family and I can provide for them. However, like you mentioned the number, you know, 9559182 is me back in 1995, and it's something that sticks with me till today.
Yeah. And so let me ask you a question, if I can. When you hear about from these professionals, from a judge, a police chief, people in, corrections and probation, how does that make you feel?
I get goosebumps just listening to everybody and how all this trauma-informed information is coming out and is being presented in those areas. Just to see like, how life-changing it would be and how it is becoming. And then it's like, just grateful that this started happening.
Yeah. By the way, I should just also point out that one of our, there's two other committees that are not represented.
Thank you for sharing, by the way.
Yes, thank you. One is the prevention committee, which in some respects is maybe within the criminal justice action team, it may be the most important and the most challenging because we are talking about reducing the level of trauma within the criminal justice system. But the reality is that by the time people get in the criminal justice system, they've already been exposed to so much trauma and adversity and all those ACEs and things like that. So the focus, we need to make sure all our other systems, our other education, human services, and all of these other things that we're dealing with domestic violence and child abuse and all of the things that happens that will start that person along that route to poverty, racism, all that stuff. So these are really hard things. And we're talking about
Rob,
a movement to change the society.
Rob, and again, to your point, that's a really good point. However, what gets missed a lot of times, and we can say this very, very broad stroke of prison is traumatizing. It is, but there's some specific acute issues that happen as a result of people being in prison, and that to unpack that, right? And again, we're talking about people that are remanded to an institution. So yes, we can deal with childhood trauma and things like that, but we can address these issues while people are in the care of these institutions. And again, thank you, sir, for sharing your story.
And Tracy, did you want to add?
I did. I wanted to just address the comments of the gentleman who spoke. I just wanted to make sure that because there's so much I can say in this realm, we do try to be mindful present day of protective factors. So you mentioned, if you have a job and maybe something happened where folks are trying to determine a sanction. We try to be very mindful that individuals have jobs, that they are stabilized or becoming stabilized. We try not to destabilize in that regard. And so I also wanted to mention assessment. So risk and needs assessment is a very hot topic in the criminal justice system here in Pennsylvania right now. The Sentencing Commission is working in that space to try to develop some assessment around where to send someone, or if they should be sending someone to county jail or prison based upon risk and things like that. So we in the Department of Corrections are involved in an assessment initiative where we're we've worked with someone to change our assessment protocol across our piece of the criminal justice continuum, where we're getting a really reliable look at what is the risk and what are the needs that we have to address in conjunction with someone to lower the risk that they'll engage in future criminal behavior, and what are those protective factors that we kind of work from to really try to help with that stabilization. So, there is a lot of work going on in that regard too. And I did not mention that as part of my, sort of introduction, but that, that's definitely something that we're trying to do good things with. And I think it was Elle who talked about, incarceration, being incarcerated is traumatizing or has the potential to be in and of itself. And as we're moving forward with our training initiative, getting folks trained, one of the pieces that, again, I didn't mention in my intro was that eventually when folks are all trained and, we're continuing to move forward with all the different components, we're going to have the administration at the institutions providing that oversight and the staff from central office just listening for interactions and, just reinforcing the positive ones and trying to address the negative ones. And I just wanted to make sure I mentioned those things.
Yeah, so I think that we're probably close to the end. Mary Ann, we have to have Mary
I
Ann.
just wanted to also highlight Elle's new documentary and the fact that we'll be streaming it next week. So you guys will hear, I know I said we don't have you in PA, but obviously anybody who's not in Pennsylvania, we're going to be live streaming it on the Heal PA Facebook page. So anyone who is here or anyone online who's not in Pennsylvania who does want to watch that event, find Heal PA on Facebook. We'll be live streaming the events for the entire day.
And the film was called Music Vets, MUSICVETS. And Elle has worked on this for years. So I'm not sure we can get to, I was just thinking, yes, we're moving towards a trauma-informed criminal justice system. And this was a trauma-informed wedding. And I went to Elle's wedding. Now, I will admit I'm a member of the Jewish faith. And, in the Jewish faith, you break a champagne glass. And so I forgot the champagne glass, though. So I took one off the table. I smashed it on the floor, and I think people thought I was very strange, and I am. But anyway, but it was such an honor to be there and toasting Elle at his wedding, and here it is. It was captured on film. And talk about trauma. Elle had to pay for the cost of the broken glass. So thank you, Elle. Thank all of you, and this was great. I really appreciate your willingness to be here. And again, for all of these people, they're all volunteers. They don't have to do any of this. And either do most of the other people, they don't have to be here. So we are on the verge of hopefully doing something special. We're essentially pouring the concrete into the foundation. We're at the ground floor. We're just starting, but it's been an honor to be here. I thank all of you for being here. And I thank David, Jasmine, and Heather for allowing us to speak. Take care. Bye.
All right. Well, the fact that I've made it this long in the last few days without getting emotional is, for those of you that know me or have been in any meeting with me whatsoever, know that is a big accomplishment for me. It is a very big accomplishment for me. But here we go. So I will let emotion flow if they must. I do want to just share something. Actually, I realized a minute ago, I've never shared this with anyone. And it's just probably a part of why this is so important to me personally. One thing about my life and just about being an adult in general is allowing myself space and grace to change my mind. And it has really opened my horizons through my own lens of trauma, but also understanding human experience and other people going through things and learning from other people as well. I say that to say, when I was in junior high, I wrote a paper about capital punishment. And at the time, my lens was very, very narrow, and I had very opinionated experience of it, because guess what? I had no experience. I was in junior high. I didn't know what I was talking about. And, the influences in my life at the time, were of one persuasion versus another. And I think a lot of times we go through life and we have those experiences and base our opinions based upon our own experiences. Then sometimes what that does is that limits our view. And I share all that to share with you. In 2006, I met John Hanlon. We both worked together at the Illinois office for the appellate defender. And at the time, he was the head of the death penalty unit. And the rest is history. He will tell you a little bit about himself and his story and the different places he's worked and the amazing work he's done throughout the course of his career. And okay, I am not only proud and honored to say that he is a former colleague of mine, but also an amazing friend. And we've been through a lot. And yeah, I'm just overwhelmed with gratitude. And, we have those people in our lives that, really are impactful and really are there and, show up. And John has been one of those people for me. And I'm very, very grateful that he can speak today. So thank you.
Thank you. I give a lot of presentations and I don't know where to begin. I mean, it tells me right here where to begin, but even just what I've heard this morning is overwhelming and rings so many bells with me as a lawyer of 39 years in the criminal justice system in Illinois. And I guess where I want to really start is to say, I hope that everyone here and as many people as possible have the good fortune that I've had. I spent 20 years doing death penalty work in Illinois, 10 of those years representing people on death row. And then another 11 of those years representing people who are trying to avoid going to death row. And what our work, not by any means, not just my work, our work led to the abolition of the death penalty in Illinois because it was the most broken, flawed legal system imaginable. We didn't get rid of it because a lot of people said it's not fair, it's not right, it's not, we shouldn't judge people for life or death. That's not why. It was because innocent people were going to death row. That's flawed in the ultimate. And because of the amount of money that it cost to send just a few, relatively few people to death row. And I'll explain that. Resources are precious. And from 2003 until 2011, or 2010, actually, 15 people got sent to death row in our state after the governor had commuted sentences. But 15 more people after that got sent to death row at a cost of nearly $250 million. $250 million to send 15 people to death row. So that's just the money side of it. The other sides of it are, of course, even more compelling. The fact that there were 21 people who came off of Illinois' death row because they were factually innocent. So we'll talk a little bit more about that as we go. My first pleasure of the day is to introduce a client of mine. This young lady who's sitting right over here, which people online may or may not be able to see, Virgia Brewer. Virgia is a client of mine. And I don't know if I can convey how much of an effect that she and other people like her have had on me and on others around me. She's very brave. Her story, she's going to tell her story this afternoon, as I understand it. But she's very brave, and I just got a call out of the blue one day about 6 months ago, and it was Virgia, and I didn't know her. I had heard that this person might be calling me. And I was like, okay, fine, I'll take their call. I didn't realize that when she called me that it would have such a profound impact on me. Because as I listened to her story, I realized, oh my gosh, this person has done something that so many people haven't or couldn't do. And so she stands as a shining example of success after terrible, terrible trauma. And I don't want to tell too much of her story right now, but the trauma that she suffered is unspeakable. As a child, it's really unspeakable. And then from there it didn't get much better until some good things happened in her life. And her life is now turned around, and she can tell you why she's a client and a lot of the other details of that. But I would be making a mistake and not honest to myself or to Virgia if I didn't introduce her and say, she is a shining star. I'm so proud that she's my client. And she's a wonderful person. So happy to have her here, to put it mildly. So, as I said, I spent 20 years, really more than that, doing death penalty work. And to say there was an honor to do that work is my truth. It was an honor to do that work. It's been an honor to represent people who are locked up. That doesn't mean I like them all. I certainly don't like the acts that many of them committed. But there's a really important saying about that. I think it was Sister Helen Prejean said that, and I've got it somewhere on here on my slideshow when we get to that. Sister Helen said, "No person should be judged by the worst act that they've committed." We'd all be in trouble if that was the case. We'd all be in trouble. So after doing those years of death penalty work, and I should say, I stumbled into my career. I graduated from law school in 1983. I think Rob and David and I are all right about that same time frame, right, Rob?
I'm very young.
Yeah, okay. Me too. And so I graduated. I just wanted to get a job. I didn't know what I wanted to do exactly. I really enjoyed law school. I learned a lot, but I just wanted to get a job. And then my then wife told me one day, she said, "I'm pregnant." And so then I really wanted to get a job because I had to support a family. And so I took the first job offer that came my way, and how fortunate that was. It was with the Office of the State Appellate Defender in Springfield, Illinois, where I still live now, 39 plus years later. And working for the appellate defender with some wonderful lawyers on some incredible cases changed my life and formed my career. So again, I wish for everyone that they've had the good fortune that I've had professionally. It's been remarkable. So after I did those years and ended up doing death penalty cases, as I said, we got rid of the death penalty. And then in 2011, I took a job which by good fortune again happened to be open with the then called the Downstate Illinois Innocence Project. I came in, I was the legal director, and then not too long after that, the executive director. And I said, the first thing we have to do is get rid of that word downstate, because that implies something, not too good. People are not going to want to deal with this. It just sounds minor league. Let's get rid of that word. So we became and are still now the Illinois Innocence Project. And that's where I worked until I retired from the executive director position 2 years ago. Frankly, candidly, because it's very traumatic work. And the secondary trauma, it's not a word I hadn't even heard of, but the secondary trauma in that leadership position with 2 lawyers. When I came on board, I was the only lawyer. And there were 1,000 cases sitting in the drawer. 1,000 cases, 1,000 people applying for help. And quickly we hired a second lawyer and then a third lawyer. It still was way, way, way too much work for 3 people, as you can imagine. Now there are over 3,000 requests at the Illinois Innocence Project, for whom I still work part-time.
as just an old pure lawyer role with the management out of the way now, thank goodness. So, and I say this because I really am impressed with being here and with what you all are doing with this. And because when I started at the Illinois Innocence Project, there was Dr. Golden, who was you probably know Larry Golden, Dr. Golden and a paralegal and 2 students and myself. And I came on board to a staff of 5 with 1,000 cases in the drawer. And now the staff, including students at different schools, primarily at UIS in Springfield, but now the staff and law students, the staff's about 50. So the organization grew from 5 to 50 in those, so it's just 12 years. And so I encourage this organization to keep going and keep growing. I've seen it happen. There's a lot of stuff along the way that's not necessarily pretty, but it was all worth it to grow an organization. And so I encourage you all to keep going and keep growing as you move forward. This is so important. I can tell you that every client of mine over the years, every single client of mine, every single one, had some degree of trauma and PTSD, of course. I'll say it again, every single one. Now, some present better than others or more effectively than others. And so you maybe you don't know it, but when you really get to know them, every single one. And there's just a few statistics that I think are well, one in particular statistics. I was speaking with the director about 4 years ago, with the then director of the Illinois Department of Corrections. Anyone want to make a guess as to what percentage of people currently incarcerated will be back on the streets at some point?
95%.
How much?
95%.
You're very close. The number that was shared with me was 92. So you're right on line. More than 9 out of 10 people who are currently incarcerated will be back on the streets. We all owe it to ourselves, to our society, that these people do be treated and interacted with in a manner that recognizes their trauma. There's no question about it. The last thing that we want to do is to breed hateful people. They're going to be among us. We have to show compassion for those who are incarcerated. I'll give you a few more other statistics that I find to be, I haven't lost them, but I find to be very, very relevant. Statistics and a couple of pieces of information that I think are somewhat shocking, quite frankly. Number one, an innocent person before being released, an innocent person who's ultimately by DNA or otherwise proven innocent, spends an average of 18 and a half years locked up before they get out. An innocent person, it takes 18 and a half years to expose the truth about the case. That's shocking and unacceptable. Another statistic that always knocks me over. 2/3 of the people in the county jails across the country, 2/3 in county jails will never be convicted of the offense that they're locked up for. 2/3. Jails are sometimes used as repositories of the other, of mentally ill people. We know that. 2/3. And just another fact that I think is, it still is hard for me to really to get all this out because this is so bizarre. In Illinois, we have what we call a torture commission. Think about that. We have a torture commission. A commission that was formed to find and study and suggest, provide remedies as to torture cases in our state. That's both shameful and, necessary at the same time. I don't know that any other state has a torture commission, but that's the history of what happened in our state, particularly to African-American men. So there's a lot of information and a lot of data and a lot of statistics. Some of it is very, very troubling, and I've got a little bit more. So could you go ahead and put the show up? The show, David. I started.
Go on.
Yes, I started with a slide, which, there it is. There is a lot of troubling stuff, and some of which I've touched upon. There's a lot of troubling stuff in our criminal justice system. It's funny. I get asked the question, well, what system is better? What system is better? And I think that's, I'm just candidly, I think that's such a misguided question. Because is that our standard? Well, ours is acceptable as long as there's something that's not better. That's not the standard. That shouldn't be the standard. There are countries in Europe, which I think for which there are good arguments that they have better criminal justice systems. On the other hand, they don't have the population of our country and some of the attendant social issues that exist in this country. But with all those issues at hand, I wanted to just put this slide up to show you this man, Raymond Flanks. Raymond, and you can see the title, the title of my presentation, From Their Innocence, Strength for Us All. And I view Virgia as an innocent person in a manner that I'll explain as we get to it. Raymond Flanks was incarcerated in the state of Louisiana. This man walked up to me about a month ago, and we were in Arizona for a conference. And this guy walked up to me. I was the last person in the room. I'm sitting there writing something down at this conference. And he walked up to me to introduce himself. I had never met him. I'd never heard of him. But we formed a friendship starting that day. And I hope that we continue to interact. He was incarcerated by the state of Louisiana for 39 years before his innocence was proven. He just got out. He got out in November of last year, 2022. And we met in Arizona in April of 2023. And I gave my presentation that title, not just based on my career and my clients over the years, but I had this man strongly in mind because I had just met him. And he walked up to me and I think my jaw almost literally hit the floor as I talked to this man who was one of the most upbeat, encouraging, wonderful people that I could have encountered. He introduced himself, described what had happened in his case. And of course, I've read a lot about it since then, and then offered to do anything that he could do to help with my private law practice or with the work of the Illinois Innocence Project in Springfield, including traveling up to speak with students, traveling up to Illinois to do different trainings that we do. And he just wanted to help. He wanted to give back. And a lot of my clients over the years want to give back. And Raymond, again, I really liked this guy. And like I said, 39 years, these numbers, it starts to feel like monopoly money after a while. Like that number is just so staggering. But there was another man there, also from Louisiana, who had just gotten out after 54 years. Locked up despite innocence. 54. I mean, again, these are staggering numbers. And it's almost too much to try to take in. So I wanted to show Raymond because he's a wonderful guy and he really made an impression on me, just like Virgia has. as well, for different reasons, obviously. So if you could advance, please.
And I have to stop sharing so I can go back to the purple one.
There you
Well, yeah, but the audience can't see it yet. Hang on.
go. Okay,
You gotta get the right combination.
there you go. So Innocence projects have either one or two or all three of these things on their, as part of their mission. The primary mission of Innocence organizations is to free innocent people. Okay? That's the primary goal. 18 and a half years on average. Person serves before they are released. If, innocent person serves. And again, we'll get more into the advocacy work in a bit. But Innocence projects are doing other things, and I'm proud that our project is doing number 2 and number 3 on the list there as well. We also educate. And by the way, I'm not here officially as a representative of the Illinois Innocence Project. I ran the organization for years, but there's someone else in that role now. And so I'm just here to speak of my experience as the director. But we also educate students, the public, and this is huge, we have the country's only police training program put on by an Innocence organization. It's called Wrongful Conviction Awareness and Avoidance. Wrongful Conviction Awareness and Avoidance. Staff members in, primarily a lawyer to educate about how it happens, how wrongful convictions happen, where in the system. And these are young officers that we're speaking to. They look like high school kids out there. As I've spoken to them, it's like they look so young, which is a good thing because we're speaking to them and hopefully giving them information that they will retain for their 30 years or 35 years career. So to get them while they're young is just really, really important. We've trained nearly, I think it's just under 2,000 young police officers over the last few years. So the Illinois Police Training Standards and Review Board, that's a mouthful, but the board that governs the training of police officers, they now have a 16-week training program before they can hit the streets. And our program is now mandatory, which is both wonderful because every young officer now has to hear about, hey, you need to be aware of the factors that can lead to a wrongful conviction, and you need to try to avoid those problems. We're really, really proud of this program. It is the only program of its kind in the country. So, we look at it as working in partnership with the police, working in partnership. There's some rough edges, as you can imagine with that. Initially, some police was like, well, wait a minute, Innocence organizations work to get people out of prison. We're working to put guilty people in prison. But what's the key word there? Guilty. Guilty. If our system is that people who commit violent crimes, and they're guilty of those crimes, if our system is that they go to prison, then that's our system. We accept that. Innocence organizations want no part of freeing guilty people. I sure don't. I've had 2 cases where the evidence, we gathered the evidence from police or the circuit clerk and had it sent off with a court's order to have this evidence tested, and the evidence came back bad for the client. And unfortunately, we had to close the case. We're not going to continue with cases like that. The evidence confirmed guilt, we're out. And that was it. Those are hard conversations with clients, as you can only imagine. One in particular, I will never forget. So innocence organizations want to represent only innocent people. And what we remind the police officers of is this. Your mandate is to get the truth about a case. It's not to arrest just anybody for a bad, violent crime. It's to get the truth. That's what we want to. We have the same goal in mind, folks. And then after we, I and other lawyers present to these young cadets, we put an exonerated person up there to talk to them. I did one of these trainings yesterday, about 80 miles from here. And we put actually 2 exonerated people, wonderful people, in front of them to speak to them about how they got caught up in the system. The young woman who spoke, who's an exoneree, told of how, now imagine this, she was home and she heard a lot of racket. She was asleep. She heard a lot of racket. She came from a rough background. As she called herself, she said that she was a projects baby. That's what she referred to herself as. And, lived in not the best circumstances, but she had 2 children and she's trying in life, trying to succeed with her kids. And she came out to the kitchen and her 6-month-old son had been butchered and was laying on the kitchen floor. And he had been butchered by someone who had broken into the house. Ultimately, we fast forward, that person was captured, but in the meantime, she spent over 20 years in prison because they blamed her. There's a phenomenon in the criminal justice system with women, and that is that if something happens in your family, we're going to look at you real close because you have the responsibility as a mother. You have a responsibility for children. I've got one in particular, my goodness. I have several so-called shaken baby cases, which is in my world, kind of a garbage diagnosis. It's very controversial. Very, very, no one should shake a baby, of course, but the science of that has undercut that diagnosis. But my one in particular that I'm thinking of, client, there's no question. She was blamed because it was on her watch. But the scientists are now telling us, and have actually been for a while telling us, that if a child is injured on Saturday, the manifestation of the injury might not show up until Monday or even in some cases Tuesday, 72 hours. But yet, the narrative of the case has already been developed. This happened in your home. You were in charge. You're going down. So those are troubling, and it's not just women in those cases. It's some men as well, of course. So, all right. So educating police and others, and then reforming the system. We worked hard several years ago to get a jailhouse informant bill passed in Illinois, and it did pass. And I will proudly say over the then Governor Rauner's veto. So we were proud of that work. And all that bill says is give people notice before you're going to call a jailhouse informant, because they were showing up on the 2 and 3 days prior to a trial and people getting convicted. Give people notice, let the judge see the informant prior to the trial and make a determination as to credibility. Just let the judge see them. And most significantly of all to me as a lawyer, and other lawyers here will understand this, if a guy has been an informant time and time again, which some of them are, you got to tell the defense that they've done this 7 prior times. You've got to tell them. That's great cross-examination, obviously. And so just tell the defense that they are a career informant, so to speak. That's how they get out of jail for their troubles, by informing. So we're proud of that bill. I think that there are some supplements that we're going to maybe propose at some point to go along with that. Right now, we are in the legislature trying to get a bill passed that will give exonerees, people who are, I mean, talk about trauma, trying to give, and remember, this isn't just people in prison. This is innocent people in prison. And we're trying to get the amount of compensation to them increased. Right now, if a person is wrongfully convicted in Illinois, there is a compensation bill. But two thoughts on that. First, the average compensation that a person gets in Illinois, if they are wrongfully convicted, is in the neighborhood of $11,000 a year. It's a complicated formula, and so we have a bill that says if you were wrongfully convicted, you should get $50,000 a year to compensate you for the time that you wrongfully spent in prison. $50,000 a year. The budget in Illinois, all of a sudden, looks like it's in a little bit of trouble. So I'm not sure what's going to happen with that, but we're confident that's fair. $11,000 a year for your time. That's insulting, but that's what it's been. And then the other thing about compensation or aftercare for those who were wrongfully convicted is that there is also a statute that says the state of Illinois will provide you with education, with therapy counseling, with job coaching, job training, but that bill has never been funded. That statute, there's no funding for it. Never has been. It's been on the books for a long time, but it's never been funded. So it looks great in the books, but the reality is that nothing's happening in that area. So advance, please. So what's a wrongful conviction? Essentially, and I won't spend too much time on this, it's not my lawyer did a bad job, I shouldn't have been convicted. It's not, well, I got, my co-defendant did most of the bad stuff. I was only the lookout or the driver of the car or something. It's not that stuff at all. It's that a crime occurred over here and I was over there. Okay, that's what a wrongful conviction is. They got the wrong person completely. Or no crime occurred at all. What might be an example of something where a bad act has happened, but it's not a crime? Anybody want to venture a guess? What kind of bad act might happen in society and somebody gets blamed for it, but it wasn't a crime? How about a fire? A fire occurs and a person wrongfully gets convicted of arson. There's a case that, and we work with this particular exoneree, a wonderful woman who got blamed. Her child died in a home fire. She got blamed for the fire. And when actual scientists looked at the case 15 years later, took that long to get through the courts to get her petition heard. When actual scientists looked at it, it was an electrical fire. And she did all those years in prison for that. And by the way, this person, again, can you imagine the trauma of, she went to prison, her child died. She's got no real chance to grieve going to prison. And when she went to prison, she was pregnant. She birthed the baby in prison and they took it away. Trauma. So no crime cases. Shaken baby case is another example. Child cases where, a child is born with birth-related injuries and conditions and shows certain symptoms, then gets sick, and the mother or caretaker or someone gets blamed for it and goes to prison for that. If you could advance it, please. So there are no crime cases as well. Statistics. There's the number of people who are on the official National Registry of Exonerations. Those are people who have been convicted, but then fully exonerated of the most serious of crimes. There are many, many, many more they occur every day where people are exonerated of lesser crimes. Those don't make it onto this list. This is murders, rapes, armed robberies, and high-level drug crimes. That's what that list represents. And there's that many people who have lost. I just pulled this one out the other day. This number keeps going up. Every day there's more exonerations. 29,100 years lost for those who have been officially exonerated. It's staggering. If you could, thank you. This one is, I like this slide a lot, even though at first it's like, what in the world is this? I don't get it. Well, I get it now. The blue line represents DNA exonerations. The two yellow orangey lines represent non-DNA exonerations. Most cases do not have evidence that has DNA on it. Most cases. But what happened was in 1980, this measures from 1989 to the present. What happened was DNA opened people's eyes, prosecutors and people in the public opened eyes that, oh my gosh, we are making mistakes. DNA proves it. But what do we do in the case where there's not DNA evidence? What do we do? Well, it opened eyes, and what's happened is that other evidence, other investigation-based evidence is now being accepted to exonerate people. And look at the non-DNA exonerations, way up. So DNA opened eyes to help people understand mistakes are made. And that's a word I want to come back to in just a moment. And if you could advance it, please. Thank you. Speaking of trauma, the data based on wrongful convictions is very clear. An African-American person is 7 times more likely to be convicted of a murder, 7 times more likely to be wrongfully convicted of a murder than a white person. 7 times more likely. Sexual assault cases, 3.5 times more likely. Drug cases, 12 times more likely. And again, I can't imagine the trauma the sadness that an African-American person would feel seeing them. And knowing that. And knowing that you've been wrongfully convicted in part because of your race. That's very sad. If you could advance, thank you. And 2 more statistics about race. Crank my neck here. So in the sexual assault convictions where mistaken identification is a factor, and I think that says 50 some odd percent, I can't see the number up top, it's about 50%. In about half of the case where mistaken identification, a bad ID, is a factor, the defendant is black and the victim's white. Yet that race combination occurs in only 11% of all sexual assaults in the United States. So in other words, we're exonerating more black people, finding that they were wrongfully convicted in the first place. We're exonerating more black people of the sexual assault of a white person. And that's troubling because what does it suggest? It's an old stereotype. If a white woman is sexually assaulted and a black person is a suspect, a wrongful conviction, the possibility of that goes way up based on that old stereotype. It's very troubling. And then this bottom one, black people exonerated of murder. These are people who are exonerated, spend 3 years longer in prison before release than white exonerees. It takes 3 years longer to get an African-American person exonerated than a white person. Why is that? Stereotypes within the system. Again, very troubling. Thank you. And there's a question of why does it matter that we fight wrongful convictions? Well, it's the right thing to do, obviously, but some other angles I want you to please think about. My first exoneration case. which is not too far from here. The crime occurred and the trial occurred not too far from here. The guy who really did it was a career pedophile. Someone kicked in the door, went in the house and took a little girl, abducted her, raped her, and killed her. My client and another man was, they were convicted of that crime. It took us 11 years to get that sorted out before he walked out. Okay. During the investigation, one of the lead detectives said, wait a minute, these guys are just a couple of, and the words that they used were a couple of mutts. They're people who steal hubcaps and, do stupid stuff. They're not child abductors and child rapists, but the investigation had started on that path. And that's where it continued to the point where my client and the other man both served about 11 years on death row. For there was an acquittal and an exoneration. During that time, the guy who really did it abducted and raped 2 more women and killed them. Criminals commit crimes. If we don't catch the right criminal, that's what they're going to be out there doing still. And it's a chilling when I first realized that that's what this guy had gone on to do. It's chilling to think, oh my gosh, they had a chance. The detective recommended they go after this guy. The other guy said, nope, we're going after the 2 Latino guys because that's the path we started down. We're going to keep going down. And so they rejected that detective's suggestion and 2 more people died. Just horrifying. Why else do we do it? Well, then further, the original victims want justice. They deserve justice. But then are they getting justice when there's a wrongful conviction of the crime that they were associated with? Is that justice for them? Of course not. They want the right person to be captured and punished, and they deserve that. You get the wrong person, obviously they're not getting justice. And I'll just kind of skip ahead here. The last bullet point is, this is very important. I remember about 20 plus years ago, when the innocent on death row cases were starting to come out, It was very clear. Every week in the Chicago Tribune, there's a headline, innocent person on death row, hearing next week, and then a person ultimately gets released. These cases are happening one after another. And I appreciate Heather's comments about the death penalty. That's, like I said, that's why it's gone in this state. What happens to our citizens and their confidence in the criminal justice system when these kinds of gross mistakes are made? When innocent people go to prison, what happens? Do you want to show up and be a juror? Do you want to vote? So, we need to have faith in our system. It's doing such important things, and faith is destroyed when we convict innocent people. Next slide, please. And I'm not going to go too far into this. In fact, maybe in a few minutes we'll skip pretty far ahead. This is why these are very well researched so-called causes of wrongful convictions. Informants, false accusations are present in 60% of the, and again, this is taking the exonerations and looking backward. We're looking backward. Okay, wait a minute. This person was wrongfully convicted. What were the factors that led them to be convicted wrongfully? Well, as you can see, informants, false accusations, 60% of the cases. That suggests a pretty broken system when we're relying on that kind of evidence. Official misconduct, police misconduct, prosecutor misconduct. There's a case I have in here a little bit later. Michael Morton in Texas. Michael Morton, his wife was murdered in their home. He got blamed for it because they found something he wrote. He had a diary, and he wrote something. No, I take it back. It wasn't a diary. It was a note he wrote to his wife, and they found it. And he was complaining that they hadn't had, sexual relations for some time. She ends up dead. They blame him based on that note. Well, the problem in Michael's case was that there was evidence that would have exonerated him, and it never got turned over. There was a bandana found in the yard from the guy whose DNA ultimately was taken to show that he did it. That bandana was found in the yard. A report was generated about it and never given to the defense. And Michael's 3-year-old daughter told the police, Mommy was killed by a monster and Daddy wasn't here. They never turned that over. Mommy was killed by a monster. And the guy was a monster. And Michael did 25 years because that was not turned over. And that's just wrong. And I am proud to be a member of the bar as a lawyer. I'm proud to be in the criminal justice system with the good people who are in that system. But there are some who just absolutely ruin it for others. There are good, wonderful prosecutors and good, wonderful police officers. I love working in this training program that we're doing now because I'm meeting so many good people and they really want to do the right thing. Some get off course somewhere during the course of their careers, but not most of them. Most of them are good people. It's sometimes mistakes, like in Michael, it's more than a mistake. Gross misconduct occurs. And by the way, that prosecutor went on to become a judge. And now we're transferring over into the category of accountability. That prosecutor went on to become a judge. And by the time all of that evidence came out, that judge, or that man was on the bench as a judge. He was ultimately found in contempt of court and sentenced to 15 days in jail, 15 days in jail for that contempt, for not turning over the evidence, and he served 6. Accountability is lacking for the gross errors and malfeasance that occur in the criminal justice system. So in any event, I think my time is up. And so I would love to talk to anybody more about this. I'm the luckiest lawyer in the world. I've walked a number of innocent people out of prison, and there is no better day, certainly for them or for me. It's been a pleasure. And like I said, anybody ever see the movie Being There? Remember the old Peter Sellers movie Being There about a guy who's in the right place at the right time, and people don't, people think he's something and he's not really that. He's just a simple guy. Sometimes I feel like Peter Sellers in Being There, that I just kind of stumbled into this very fortunate situation. I'm not as I hope as dumb as Chance the Gardener was in the movie, but I've just been so fortunate to work with people who like Virginia and like Mr. Flanks, who came up to me. He didn't have to do that, and like my clients, other clients, Death Row, and other clients who have just blessed me with their grace. So thank you very much.
Let me tell you, I consider listening to John. I served in the criminal justice system as a prosecutor. John served as a defense attorney. We're birds of a feather. The American system of justice is not actually an adversary system like it is in England or other places like that. The role of the prosecutor is not to obtain convictions. The role of the prosecutor is to do justice. We're in the truth business. Well, we sat down with John, who's representing somebody who we believe to be innocent. We're on the same side. We can sit down and talk about it and all of that sort of stuff. Now, usually the defense attorney's job is to represent the interests of the accused. All right, that's their job. It's not their job to turn over evidence that would be detrimental to the accused, generally. But it is our job, since we're in the truth business, don't hide evidence. Turn it over. Because the last thing you want as a prosecutor of integrity is to have somebody become a client of the Innocence Project. Okay. And so when I hear these sorts of statistics, it impacts me just probably as much as it does John, because we're on the same side. We're in the truth business, the justice business, even though our roles may be different. Now, when people are electing people to be judges and prosecutors and all of that, keep that in mind. Is this somebody who's in the truth business, or is this somebody who's in the conviction business? Because the outcomes can be quite different, isn't it?
That's right.
All right, now we're gonna break here for lunch. The people that are in person, people that are in person can talk to John over lunch. The people in the remote audience need to be released for a little while. We're going to be getting back on the hour. Let me make sure. Yeah. 1 o'clock Central Time. But John, I suspect there's going to be people here that are going to want to continue to have a conversation with you. Sure, you stick around. Plus, there's food,
Of course. Well, that's good too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. Appreciate your words, Dave.
But I think Rob, Rob and I could talk. Who knows how long? You know, days.
Right.
I imagine he's got quite a few things he'd like to talk about. with you.
I was just gonna say that, and you know, whether you're on or not.
We're on.
Okay. So I was a federal prosecutor for over 30 years, and you know, I do believe that people in our office had tremendous integrity.
Good.
And the kinds of exculpatory evidence you're talking about is called Brady,
Right.
and under the case of Brady versus Maryland. But when we had a situation, we used to always say that if there's a question, you know, we would talk about, should we turn this over or not? I think we said, if you're talking about it for more than 15 seconds, that means you need to turn it over.
Good point. Good standard.
And
Good rule.
yeah. And so, yeah, I certainly had cases where I remember, especially as a younger prosecutor, I went to supervisors and I said, I think there's a misidentification here, and I was overruled. And I had one case which went to conviction. The guy got 21 years. I had been trying through verdict to say, we need to dismiss it. I didn't have, it was my second felony trial. So I didn't have enough guts to say, I'm not going to try it, but I wanted to.
Yeah.
And it ultimately was reversed for insufficient evidence by the DC Court of Appeals.
Okay. Very good.
Well, just so people know, along that line, I always viewed myself as the first line of defense. I was the first defense attorney before there was a defense attorney hired or appointed. And I've even, during trials, objected on behalf of the defendant sometimes. I have filed motions to dismiss a charge based on new evidence. That's the role of a good prosecutor. But not everybody, I found out, much to my dismay, is a good prosecutor.
Right.
But it all boils down to is, I think you're a good person or not, but you know.
Well, it has something to do with it for sure.
Yeah, all right.
Thank you.
Ready for lunch.
Thank you, Rob.
Well, I hope everyone is enjoying their time learning about other organizations, things being done on a local, national, and international level. And we are just super excited for our next presenter. Jesse Kohler is the Executive Director of Campaign for Trauma-Informed Policies and Practices. And I am honored and forever grateful for their partnership, their collaboration, their support, as they are one of our lead national partners for We Heal Us. And just Jesse and his organization as a whole has just, they're doing amazing things, and we're really super excited. Yeah, Jesse, and I'm going to stop talking now, Jesse, because you know I'm going to start crying. So
no, Heather, you're all good. I don't know if we've all given like Heather a round of applause yet, and I know that we will later today, but it's just so cool. I mean, you know, I was one of the first people, I think, Heather, correct me if I'm wrong later, it doesn't really matter. But in 2022, when Heather had this idea, or maybe it dated back to the beginning of 2021, about how May is Mental Health Awareness Month, we can do so much more. And really, from the beginning of seeing We Heal Us coming together, I mean, I feel so fortunate to have gotten to be a part of it. But Heather, I mean, the work you put in and to get to see the 3-day summit and everything that's going on throughout the country this month, and obviously years to come, the movement will just continue to build. You just deserve such a huge round of applause, and I hope that you're feeling so much love, and everyone in the room, I hope that you feel the same. Also, while I'm giving shout outs, just need to thank Rob Reed. He is absolutely the reason that I am involved in this movement. I was an intern for him at the Attorney General's office when I was 23 years old, and that was my real introduction to trauma-informed care. And I caught just a passion and fire for this work in so many ways, because of the work that we got to do building the Pennsylvania Trauma-Informed Care Network at the time and learning from Rob and so many others. And that's when I got involved with CTIP. I'm no policy wonk by any stretch of the imagination. Above anything else, I'm a passionate advocate, and I feel so blessed to get to serve as the executive director of CTIP. And at the Campaign for Trauma-Informed Policy and Practice, you'll see up top, we work to build the movement to prevent trauma and foster resilience, along with other national partners like We Heal Us, like so many others that you're hearing from during this conference. But we work especially at the systems level in trying to reform practices and policies and continue to promote good communication, to promote the community-led, trauma-informed, prevention-oriented, resilience-focused, and healing-centered movements nationally. We just want to see everybody reach their full potential, and we know that systems impact our abilities to do so, as the prior speaker right before lunch was discussing the ways that systems can perpetrate trauma, not just on the individuals that are wrongly incarcerated, but then their families as well. And so as we can reduce trauma at a systems level, we know that we're going to see better outcomes nationally. And I'm going to skip the stone through this presentation and try to get through it as quickly as I can to respect everybody's time. And hopefully there's some time for Q&A at the end. But I'll start with just a simple hashtag that is hope is near. And in this 10 characters, we believe that there is so much hope to build. We are the first generation that has the scientific understanding to know how we can promote better outcomes. Hope is healthy outcomes from positive experiences. And near, as you can see at the bottom, is neuroscience, epigenetics, ACEs, and resilience. And so what we know about neuroscience as we work to help people achieve their full potential is that we want for folks to be in the cortex and the neocortex. That's where complex and long-term and abstract thought is able to take place. But stress, traumatic stress, or just everyday stress that doesn't quite reach a traumatic level, stress influences our brain and reduces our ability to actually access that cortex. And so when we understand from a neuroscientific perspective what has happened to people, instead of blaming people with what is wrong with them, as we know that transition from what's wrong with you to what's happened to you to what's strong with you to how will you lead is taking place, we can understand, instead of blaming and shaming people for dysregulated behaviors, we can support them in becoming more regulated and able to support them in reaching their full potential. And one of the key lessons that I've learned that I'd like to give anybody, because we can all do this as we walk throughout life, regardless of where our locus of control is that we can regulate, relate, and then reason. This comes from Dr. Bruce Perry. And so frequently our systems try to reason with people who are not in the reasoning and thinking part of their brain. They're in a survival mode in deeper brain states. And the 3 R's help us understand how, through a trauma-informed lens, we can promote people reaching their fullest potential. The E in near sciences is all about epigenetics. Genetics tells us and codes the ways that we show up as humans and how we are. But epigenetics offers a very interesting perspective on intergenerational transmission of trauma, as it instructs how the genetic information is actually presented and how it gets encoded throughout humans. And so think of DNA with an on and off switch throughout the genetic sequence. And epigenetics, as we experience toxic and chronic stressors, oppression, loss of economies, slavery, the Holocaust, a lot of this came out of recognizing intergenerational transmission of trauma in Jewish populations, is how a lot of historical trauma actually started to be researched. We see epigenetic changes that really create a very interesting nature and nurture discussion for how intergenerational trauma gets transmitted. I'm sure that many people have talked about adverse childhood experiences. What is very important is that they are common. There are more people that have experienced ACEs than have not. And as we experience more and more childhood adversity, it's common sense as we see it, but it proved the linkage between early childhood adversity and later life outcomes, including the 5 most common causes of death amongst Americans and a lot of problematic behaviors that we don't want to see. And so by reducing the prevalence of ACEs and trauma, it helps to promote better outcomes across the population. It's important to note that ACEs are not predictive at an individual level. They are a macro sociological tool that predict across populations, but there are so many other factors that can influence the ways in which ACEs can promote worse outcomes, but don't automatically do that at an individual level. But as we see higher ACE prevalence across a population, we see more and more of these outcomes that we want to be able to avoid. And last but not least, we know that resilience and we can build strength to combat the adversity and stresses that we face throughout our lives. And we all have a job to play as we think about this through a systems perspective. Healthy relationships are the greatest buffers that humans have against trauma. We're social creatures. And so building relationships is key. And one of our board members, Diane Wagenhals, is a great quote where healing takes place in the context of healthy relationships over time. And so I wanted to start there with near sciences and our hashtag that hope is near, because we want to build a hopeful message. We are working towards something so great and our society has paths forward. But as you'll see on the screen right now, we are not experiencing a thriving society at this time. Our society is simply not trauma informed. And as a result of this and many other compounding factors, we are seeing rising rates of overdose deaths, suicide deaths, homicide violence. We see employee burnout and so much more. And our debt is piling up and people are wondering what to do. At the top, you'll see that we're still in a state of emergency around youth mental health. And what we are failing to see is that the root of all of these things is trauma. And that is why a trauma-informed and healing-centered approach is so necessary, because we've been dealing with all of these issues in silos for far too long. But when we address the root cause of trauma, we see the prevalence of all of these rates and problematic indicators reduce all at once. And we need to take all of this into account. It's complex and nuanced, and that is not traditionally always how policy is created. But it is important to deal with the complexity of the world in which we live if we are really going to come up with meaningful and impactful solutions that build a better world, not just today, not just in the immediate future, but long into the future. One important factor is that so often our society puts the onus and burden of trauma and resilience on the individual or the family. And we fail to see how we have traumatized systems that are perpetuating stress and adversity disproportionately on marginalized communities that then create the somewhat predictable outcomes at the individual, family, and community levels that we don't want to see. We need to address a lot of the systemic failures that exist in our world if we are really going to create better outcomes across the board. And what we see at the bottom here is that policy creates conditions for communities. Trauma-informed policies, good policy creates conditions that allow for communities, individuals, and families to thrive. But far too frequently, we see bad policy that does the opposite of that. And that is really the work that CTIP is engaged in, is trying to promote policy so that way folks on the ground where healing happens in the context of healthy relationships over time, like we said, that work that is going on the ground, we are just trying to create conditions for more of that work to occur. Again, going back to just the criminal legal system that was being discussed right before lunch, we can see how policies and practices within the criminal legal system perpetuate stress and adversity, which then impact not just the individuals, like I said, that are immediately impacted, but their families, their communities. And then through epigenetics and the ways in which trauma and stress are then carried out through various generations, it impacts future generations as well. And we need to take a more systems level approach as well as that individualized approach to building a trauma-informed society. And that is really where the public health model comes in, because that treatment-first approach that we have is causing so much burnout in the frontline workforces that we see. It's creating a bottleneck where we are just, it's like having a highway and all of the exits blocked off along the highway to where we could intervene or prevent so much trauma and stress earlier on. And that's why we need a more systemic approach to building prevention into our systems that allow for less trauma and less stress to be able to be perpetuated. And then, of course, some of it will, but that will reduce the burden that our systems currently face and allow for us to better meet the needs of those who do reach a level of dysregulation that they need treatment or intervention, and allow for us to be able to work toward a better society overall. And we know that this is possible. We know that trauma is preventable, and we know that recovery and healing can happen, and it does happen. As you'll see on the left there, the nurse family partnerships reduced emergency room visits by over 50%. On the right, you'll see that one school in Texas in just 2 years reduced suspension rates by 98%. And that school also went from an F rating to a B rating in just one academic year by implementing trauma-informed approaches and looking at children and students through a holistic lens, and also supporting employees and the stresses that they were working with, which allowed for them to reach the higher level thinking part of their brain. And of course, when we're able to do that, we perform better academically. But I'm going to focus in on what policies did a little bit deeper on just this middle number, where in Washington state, they had a 35x return on investment over a 17-year project through the Family Policy Council, which has become known as the self-healing communities model. And you can read more about this in a report that was put out by the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. But by focusing on building community capacity throughout the state across 42 counties, they focused on a broad understanding across populations of how stress and adversity impact the human mind, body, and spirit. And they were very focused on collecting specific data points that allowed for them to see how trauma and stress reduced over time. And they also built regulation skills. So that way, people who saw the world differently were able to sit down at the same table and give communities ownership to be able to address the common goals that people across the communities had, which brought people together and allowed for them to continue to innovate moving forward. There are leaders all throughout our communities when we create conditions that allow for them to engage in meaningful ways, and the results were powerful. On the right side of the screen, you'll see just a few of them, where in one county, we saw youth suicide and suicide attempts reduce by 98% over the lifespan of this project. Child injury hospitalizations and hospitalizations generally reduced. Alcohol-related arrests went down. Infant mortality went down, as did filings for juvenile offenses and violent crime amongst juveniles. In addition to these, pregnancies to teen mothers went down significantly, and graduation rates increased significantly in the counties that were funded as compared to the counties that were not. And as a result of this, in addition to the very real and most importantly, the human impacts that this had on creating a thriving society, there were very real economic benefits to the state. In just these, in the top, you'll see 4 years of prevented caseloads, and then you'll see a projection of caseload reduction from 2009 to 2011. More than $1 billion in cost avoidance was realized by reducing out-of-home placements and child welfare system involvement, dropping out of school and youth felonies, all reduced. And all of these have very real costs for systems. And so what we are really trying to say is that we are not looking for handouts. We are asking policymakers to make the best investments possible by looking toward community-led, trauma-informed, prevention-oriented, healing-centered, and resilience-focused work. It is not just out of the goodness of our heart, which I wish was a good enough reason to get policymakers to make these changes, but also in an economy where we continue to compile debt and we fail to see a lane forward. we need to recognize that we can avoid systems involvement and costs that are compounding our national budget tremendously. Medicare, Medicaid is an entitlement system fund. If we can reduce the amount that we rely on those systems, we don't have to pay as much money as a country. The same goes for states and counties across government. And that's why we at CTIP are working at a policy level to try to get these sorts of policies more in place. Two policies that have been introduced earlier this month for this Congress are the Rise from Trauma Act and the Community Mental Wellness and Resilience Act. We have more written about this on our website, but I will just quickly say that the Rise from Trauma Act creates a new grant program out of the federal government to fund cross-sector community coalitions that give communities ownership and control over the sorts of planning and initiatives that they want to embark upon to reduce trauma, as well as other programs outside of just that grant program in Section 101, like training for frontline service providers, reducing hospital readmission rates, work with police forces and others, is in the Rise from Trauma Act. So we continue to promote that. This is the fourth Congress, I believe, that it was introduced in, and we certainly hope that it's the last one that needs an initial introduction before it gets passed. And that's going to come about by advocates all over the country within CTIP's network and otherwise, reaching out to their federal elected officials to tell them about the importance of the Rise from Trauma Act. And the Community Mental Wellness and Resilience Act similarly funds communities to take a systems level approach in advance of cascading, dysregulating, and traumatizing events that occur in communities. Think about extreme weather events and other community disasters like community violence. We create a competitive grant program. Right now, we have a system that is far too reactionary to events that are becoming more and more predictable. So think about how cascading extreme weather events are becoming more and more regular in our country. And we wait until those occur to build capacity, skills, resources, and connections at the community level. And what the CMWRA is working to do is move upstream of that and say, we know that these are becoming more predictable. And so let's build these skills before people become so dysregulated that it's difficult to actually build the competencies, because people get into their fight, flight, freeze response after certain community disasters. And so let's build these capacities earlier on, and let's hope that there aren't disasters that come into place, but communities are still strengthened by the work that is being done. And then, of course, if and when disasters do strike, communities are better prepared to be able to deal with that. And so there are two very real bills that are moving through Congress that everyone can reach out to their federal elected officials to support today. And we hope to continue to promote more and more in the future. There is so much that needs to get done, but building community capacity is a priority for us. And the work that CTIP does is we help to shape policy. We work with members of Congress and their staff around various forms of policy. We work to empower advocates because constituent voice is so critical. We know what is going on in the district, and elected officials have to respond to you as their constituents. That is their main job. So when you reach out, it is far more powerful than just us reaching out. And we work to build conditions of safety and empowerment for advocates through an advocacy series, through our community advocacy network, to be able to get involved and mobilize these sorts of policies more. And we just want to uplift and amplify community voice, because trauma impacts us in so many ways and in so many different ways. And uplifting those stories about the ways that trauma impacts us, and also the ways that we find resilience and connection in communities, is so meaningful to be able to continue to push the realm on promoting both on the policy and practice side. And again, the most important part of all of that is creating the conditions where we are creating a nation that focuses on healing one person, one relationship at a time. And then I know that I'm coming up short on time and want to leave as much time for Q&A as possible before 2:30 when another speaker comes in. But we have a goal where, as a national organization, again, we are not able to create the relationships at the grassroots level that we know are so important. And so what we want to do through our Press On initiative is connect the national to statewide cross-sector coalitions which then connect to community cross-sector coalitions, which extend into the grassroots and create a bi-directional flow where we can learn from the innovation that is taking place in communities, get that information to other communities so that way we're reinventing the wheel less and less, and then also mobilize groups of people instead of just individuals that allow for us to continue to promote trauma-informed policies and practices broadly. My email address is jesse@ctip.org. You can find a ton of resources, sign up for our community advocacy network, go through our advocacy series and other trainings and webinars that we've done at ctip.org. And I will stop my share there. That went longer than I meant to, which I apologize for. But for the next 7 minutes, if there are any questions or thoughts, would love to hear from you all. And again, just thank you for the opportunity to share and be with you all virtually today.
Jesse, thank you for that. You ripped through a lot of stuff. And
Say that again.
The whole thing, Rob?
I didn't get all of it after you started introducing yourself.
yeah,
There.
it just, but that fact illustrates that this is just you early on used the word, it's complex, and yet you had a slide that I thought was really helped put it in perspective. The one where you have trauma at the center, and then you had all these leaves, all these other problems. Now we could be addressing each one of those sorts, and we do address each one of those things individually, and yet there's this common core denominator of trauma. And you had the comment in there that trauma generates predictable outcomes, not only in individual lives, but across generations and in communities. Well, that in itself means that we should really be paying attention to everything you said. Now, for those who didn't quite catch everything, Rob, we're gonna make Jesse's slides available to you.
I need his voice.
You need his voice?
I just need.
Well, you know what? We're actually recording these. We can actually let you play him over and over.
But he told me that he was gonna do it to the songs of Hamilton.
Oh, well, Jesse, we're disappointed that didn't happen, but in any event, are there any questions here in the local in-person audience? Anybody would like to raise? Yes.
Bill numbers.
Bill numbers.
Or the place to go to get them.
So Congress.gov, if you look up Rise from Trauma Act and Community Mental Wellness and Resilience Act, or in our blog post, I do believe that we have them that discuss both of those pieces of legislation. We'll have the bill numbers and we'll come out with others. I know that last year it was Senate Bill 2086 was the Rise from Trauma Act, but I think that I'm thinking in the 117th and not the 118th, admittedly. So would need to get back to you, but Congress.gov would have bill numbers. That's a great question. I'll put that on the slide for moving forward.
Yeah, for the uninitiated, bill numbers is you think, oh, well, what's the bill number? What do you mean the bill number? It's usually multiple bill numbers and they change as they move through. So that's a good tip, is to go online to try to track it. And if that's not in your slides, then maybe you could add that as an extra slide or something like that, Jesse.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion. Thank you. And I'm sorry that I didn't think to do that before.
I know just in Illinois, I have about 80 bills that we're tracking right now, and today is the last day of the General Assembly.
Maybe.
Maybe, yes, maybe.
It was scheduled to be the last day and well, we won't get into that, but that may or may not happen. Okay, well, let's take a short break here because we're going to queue up our next presenter, Joel Friesz, and he is, Rob is waving goodbye to you. The camera won't zip around on the movement there, but if you missed it, He's waving goodbye.
Rob,
You just-
I'll see you. I hope to see you in Harrisburg, but we'll connect again soon. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy your break. Enjoy the rest of the day. Oh, what'd you say there, Rob?
Here, I'm gonna.
I know that you wanted to do something other than get together in Harrisburg, but I shall not mention it in the context of a trauma-informed conference.
It makes everyone feel
With
better.
that,
It's
I'm
just
gonna
golf.
mute.
Would love to. Thank you all. Have a great rest of the day. Never hesitate to reach out. Appreciate you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Jesse. Okay, since our first presentation was relatively brief, I don't think there's a need to take a break right now since Joel is queued up. So we'll start you, Joel. Joel is the executive director of the National Association of Community and Restorative Justice. Now, it's interesting because usually when you see restorative justice, people wonder, what's that mean? Well, the title here, Community and Restorative Justice. Restorative justice is a paradigm of justice that focuses on the people who have been harmed, who have suffered harm as a result of criminal acts. But also it brings in the community, because the community is almost always harmed as well by these acts, particularly cumulatively, and can be part of the healing process. So we have justice as punishment and justice as healing. Now, you've heard me say we should move from a punishment paradigm to a problem-solving paradigm. Well, if we move from a punishment paradigm of justice to a problem-solving paradigm, I can tell you that that leads inevitably to community and restorative justice. Inevitably. And that's where the theme of this conference comes in. So, Joel, we're really looking forward to your presentation. And you have until 2:30. That will include leaving some time at the end for some questions, comments, things of that sort. The time is yours.
Sounds great. Thank you. And thank you for that intro, David. You said some very accurate and good things about restorative justice. Thank you. At the beginning of Jesse Kohler's talk, who went just before me from CTIP, he gave some shout outs to people that got him involved in this conference. So I want to give a shout out to Jesse, because he was my connector piece to this conference. So I've had the good fortune of getting to work with educators and classroom teachers for the last 15 years of my career. And one thing that I usually always advocate for that educators and classroom teachers do is to incorporate mindfulness, to slow things down a little bit. And I feel responsible to practice what I preach. So I'm going to take a moment to just pause for us. It's the third day. It's Friday. It's in the afternoon for most time zones where we're at. So I'm not going to do anything fancy or anything too long, but I'm going to just invite us that wherever you are at, if you're there in person or watching this someplace virtually, to just take a moment to pause. If you would like to take a deep breath or just to breathe in whichever way is comfortable for you. And whenever I come together with a group of people, I make the assumption that for at least some people in this space, there are heavy things weighing on our minds, weighing on our shoulders, and weighing on our hearts. And I just invite all of us to let those things lift off as much as possible for this session and the session after mine for the rest of the day. As David said, my name is Joel. I am coming to you from Fargo, North Dakota. I am a lifelong North Dakotan. I grew up in Western North Dakota and have lived in the city of Fargo for about 25 years. I started learning about restorative justice in 2005. And over the past, 18 or so years, I have went to many trainings and classes and workshops to learn about restorative justice. But just the same and equally, I have learned just as much about restorative justice from our tribal nations across the country, but especially the tribal nations that we have here in North Dakota. I have always felt very fortunate to get to live in a state where I have such close proximity to our tribal reservations. And for those of you that are familiar with restorative justice, or if you're not, much of the philosophy and worldview of restorative justice is credited to many Indigenous and Native countries or many Native communities from our country and other countries around the world. So I always like to honor that piece. My current role is I serve as the executive director as an organization called NACRJ, National Association of Community and Restorative Justice. Prior to that, I worked for about 18 years at a nonprofit organization in North Dakota called Lutheran Social Services. There are LSSs, Lutheran Social Services, in most states across the country. The one in North Dakota had a restorative justice division, and that was the area that I worked in for 18 years. For my presentation today, I probably draw on more of my experiences as a practitioner in the field of restorative justice, more than I'll probably draw on my role as executive director of NACRJ. Even though I serve as an executive director, my heart is to be a practitioner and to work with youth and families in the justice system and school systems. So that's kind of where I'll gear most of my comments at today. Sometimes at a conference like this, the audience is one specific field. So it might be all educators or all law enforcement folks or social workers. This conference brings together lots of a wide variety of careers and professionals. So I'm not able to zone in on any one specific field too much. But I guess what I want to say is that first and foremost, I speak to you as a fellow human being, as someone who is maybe a parent, a grandparent, someone who has nieces and nephews. The work that we do, the reason why we care about this, I think what we all have in common is that we want the future for our youth to be better than it is right now. So restorative justice is something that I have always felt is important for all people to know. It's not meant just for probation officers to know about or law enforcement. It's a worldview, kind of a mind shift that I think is helpful for anybody to know about. When we speak about trauma and adversities and people who experience victimization, it sometimes feels like we're talking about some other group of people someplace else. And I always try to remind myself that we're not talking about some other group of people someplace else. We are talking about us. We are talking about sometimes ourselves. We are talking about our loved ones, our families. We are talking about our colleagues. We are talking about this person sitting right next to us. I believe that all of us are impacted by trauma, either directly impacted or indirectly, impacted. When I started my career in the early 2000s, I worked at an alternative education program, and I do not remember us talking about adversities or the impacts of trauma hardly at all. This was over 20 years ago, and I just don't remember that we talked that much about it. And I only started learning about some of this, I would say, where it was really clicking with me was probably about in 2010 or so. The piece of information that really resonated with me was, and still is, the ACE study, the Adverse Childhood Experiences Study, which I know has been mentioned throughout this conference. So I won't speak too much about that piece, but it just really made sense to me. And I just understood it both on a professional level and a personal level. On a personal level, when I looked at those adversities, and I know this has been mentioned by other speakers, but the original ACE study that was done looked at 10 adversities that someone could experience in their life, in the first 18 years of their life. When I looked at that ACE sheet, I saw that I had 2 of those ACEs in my own life. I always knew I had those ACEs. That was not necessarily new to me, but I had never really thought about it in that way before. So even on my own personal journey and, trying to, one of the questions that's asked in ACE is what's not what's wrong with you, but what happened to you. So even as on my own journey of trying to figure out why I have certain responses today, or I get certain anxieties about things, it helps me understand the connection to, the ACEs that I have in my own life. And by no means were my ACEs the worst. And I was fortunate to have so many loving people around me that my ACEs, I feel, were pretty mitigated, but they're still there. They're still there. Most of my experience is working with youth in the juvenile justice system. One thing that comes to mind for me as I think about my own ACEs is that if I had been a student who had gotten into trouble in school, and if a teacher or a probation officer would have sat down with me and said, "Joel, what is going on with you? Why are you acting out this way?" I never would have shared or disclosed the ACEs in my life. Never in a million years. One, I did not know at the time as a child that those were adversities. My child brain did not know that. This was my home. This was all that I knew. I didn't know that there was anything different. So I would not have even been able to correlate that these things happening were impacting the way I act out, And the second reason why I never would have said something is out of protection to my family. Even though there was someone within my family network that was the person who was causing harm, I still felt a responsibility or wanting to protect my family. I grew up in a very small community, so that was important to me. So I think about that when I work with youth, knowing a youth is not going to recognize these things as adversities. And even if they do, that no matter how nice I am or kind I am as a professional, they're not going to necessarily disclose those things to me. So I really have to approach every youth that I work with the assumption that this person has maybe been exposed to trauma. That's one of the guiding, I think, principles in ACEs or trauma, is just to interact with every youth as if they have been exposed to trauma, so that we treat them all with that same trauma-informed lens. I want to mention another thing that impacted my own development, and that is my identity as a person who is gay. I am in my 40s now. I came to a place in life where I must have felt safe enough to come out to my family and my loved ones as gay about 13 years ago when I was in my early 30s. And being gay should not be an adversity in someone's life. But growing up in the 1980s and the 1990s in rural North Dakota, being gay did feel like an adversity to me. It does not feel like an adversity to me anymore. But I mention this because adversities and trauma come in a lot of different shapes and sizes, and it does not always look the same. And sometimes just a person's identity by their sexual orientation or their race, the race that they are, or generational trauma in their family, those things are also things that we have to be mindful of that impact, a person's life. My assumption for this, conversation is that everyone who is here or listening to this presentation and has listened to the past, several days understands and gets it. I have got to sit in on many of the other presentations the past 3 days, and I can hear that we're all saying very much the same things that are in line with one another. And I think that's true even for those of you who are just attending, that you understand this, you get this, that's why you're here, or at least you are willing to, understand it. And I believe that there is a growing number of people across the country like this, that over the past, 5 years, 10 years, there's this growing awareness that there is something here that we need to understand and incorporate this awareness into our systems. On the flip side, I believe there are people who do not believe or do not support this type of information. There are people who think that someone who has experienced adversities just needs to toughen up and kind of put those things aside and just go on with life. I recently watched a video from a school board meeting. It was someplace in the country where a parent got up at the school board and was really pushing back on the school doing social emotional learning, not wanting anything to do with social emotional learning to be in the school system. And that is really difficult for me to understand how someone could have that, thought process, knowing what we know about trauma and adversities and toxic stress and all of these things. But I think some people look at adversities as, the way I think about it sometimes, as an analogy, is if we think about a student wearing a backpack and we picture that backpack being a representative of their adversities, we want to think that when that student comes to school, they can take that backpack and set it at the front door. And then they can come into school and they can sit in their desk and they can look at the whiteboard and they can learn math and science and all of this stuff. And then when they leave the day, they can pick up their backpack of adversities and then go on to home. But we know human beings do not operate like this. Youth who come into school carry that backpack, those adversities with them all of the time. And we have to create systems that are responsive to that. We know this stuff today. We know stuff today that we did not know years ago. So we need to be, responsive to it. I am going to share a few slides. I'm going to start by sharing a few slides of little mantras that I tell myself to keep me motivated, and just some words of wisdom for myself that I have heard from other people. And then I'm going to talk about what restorative justice or restorative practices could look like in a K-12 school. The one thing that many of us have in common is we've gone through a K-12 school, most of us, unless we were homeschooled. So even if we don't work in a school system today, we can kind of envision what a school system looks like. So I'm going to talk about the way restorative justice or restorative practices plays out in a school. But one of the things I want to say is that restorative justice is not a program. It's not this boxed thing that you can just train one person on. It is about kind of a mind shift, the way we think about relationships and the way we think about violence and crime and how we respond to that. And then the last thing I'm going to touch on, I am going to talk about the work of NACRJ because I'm very passionate about the work of NACRJ and to talk a little bit about that, but I'll start here. So I'm going to share my screen. So again, these first few slides are just some things that I keep in mind for myself, because again, restorative justice is about a mind shift. So I can't just easily tell you about a program that it is. It's kind of setting this up to think about community and relationships and like I said, crime and harm in a different way. So one of the things I tell myself, until we have no bullying or suicide or trauma or violence, we as the adults need to constantly be asking ourselves, is there anything we can do differently or better? That is what I feel is part of my responsibility as an adult. We know that these things are not okay right now in our country. And we need to constantly be thinking about what are we going to do differently or better to get ourselves out of our current situation. Some other words of wisdom. These words came to me from a mentor of mine, probably 5 or 6 years ago. And we were talking about, we are prepping to go speak to legislation about some bills and laws that were being debated at that time. And what this person said to me is, we have to remind the legislators in this situation, or you can also think about this as the decision makers or the policy makers. We have to remind people that these problems are not too big to fix, because we have to have them see that things like violence and trauma, that they are preventable, they are fixable, we can lessen these things. We have to frame this for them so that they know that there are things that can be done to decrease these things. Because sometimes these things just seem to be so commonplace and the norm, and we accept them, but we can't accept these things. These things can be corrected. These words were shared at I was at a placement facility in North Dakota, and the director of the Department of Corrections was saying this to the staff because they were incorporating a trauma-informed approach into the placement facility for youth. And her words were, we wouldn't take our children to a healthcare provider who was using medical practices from 20 years ago. I try to think about the juvenile justice system or education in the same way that I think about technology or medicine. Think how much progress is made in the world of technology or medicine within a year. And if you've ever had a child who has had to go to the doctor for some medical condition, would you want them to be treated with the most up-to-date information that we have today? Or would you want them to be using medical practices from 20 years ago? I think it's safe to say we would all want the very best with what we know today. We know so much about adolescent brain development and trauma today that why does our justice system look and act so much like it did 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago? Same thing with things like suspension and detentions in school systems. Why do many of those practices still look the same today that they were when I was in school 20 years ago? We know some of those things did not provide the same benefits that we thought they were going to provide. We need to change them to match with what we know today. I think this is my last little words of wisdom before I get into the rest of my PowerPoint. I heard this at a talk probably 10 years ago, but it was an impassioned speaker who was saying this is not the time to make small tweaks and changes. We need transformational change. COVID taught us that we can change systems if we have to. When COVID hit, we immediately had to shift and pivot to rethink the way we do K-12 education, the way we work together, the way we do all these things, because it was this crisis that came upon us. So we did it. I think we need to look at mass shootings and our suicide epidemic and these things in the same way. We are at a crisis. We are past the point of a crisis. And how do we change systems in a transformational way? One of the things that I hear most commonly, and rightfully so, from educators, from principals, administrators, is that we don't have time to implement all of these processes. I empathize with that because I have worked in schools. I see how busy it is. They're worried about test scores and all of the things that happen within a school. I know that our current system does not really enable relationship building and some of those proactive processes very well, but we can do it if we want to. That I feel is one of the things that COVID taught us. It's just up to us to decide if we want to do it or not. Okay, so I'm gonna jump into walking through my way of introducing what restorative justice is, restorative practices is. A lot of people have heard those words, but don't necessarily know exactly what it means. And a lot of people think that restorative justice is solely like an alternative to the criminal justice system, that it's like a different way of responding to a crime, but it's so much more than that. So I want to kind of go through the whole piece of things. Even though I've been in the field for close to 20 years in restorative justice, I still feel like I don't have a great elevator speech. An elevator speech, if you land in an elevator with someone, if you can say in a few minutes what your career or what you do for life work is, it's hard to explain restorative justice in a quick way. But I usually start by saying there's two components of being restorative. One is putting an emphasis on community building, that we are doing intentional things to build relationships and empathy in a proactive way. On the flip side, it is about repairing relationships, that there are tools and processes available to help us repair relationships. Then I move into this other diagram, and I'm sure some of you have seen this diagram explained in different settings where there's 3 tiers that you can, on the bottom level, it's your universal precautions, your universal preventions. Then in tier 2, you have more targeted, interventions. And then tier 3 is your intensive, more specific interventions. Many schools in North Dakota and across the country implement something called multi-tiered systems of support, MTSS. So when North Dakota schools started implementing that system, we worked to kind of marry together, match up, how does restorative practices and MTSS work, together. The very first school that I started working with was in about 2008. And in that very first school, we wrote a grant to do restorative practices together. And our entry point for implementing restorative practices was to provide something called restorative conferencing at the tier 3 level. It was an external facilitator, so it was a school system. And then through the nonprofit I was working with, we would have a facilitator go into the school when conflict came up or if there was some harmful situation that happened. I am really proud of the work that we did with that program over the years, but it didn't get us to transformational change. It was one level of a tier 3 intervention, and it did a lot of great things. We prevented a lot of youth from going to the justice system for unnecessary reasons. And, we were able to keep more kids in school. We had good outcomes from that program. But again, it was very limited, and I'm pointing this out as one of our lessons learned, because to make transformational change in a system, it is more than just plugging in one little program in one part of the system. Eventually, a few years down the road, we started paying more attention to tier 2 and tier 3. It's like there's all of these different restorative practices. That green space would basically represent the things that should be done with everyone in the entire school community. Things like how we incorporate mindfulness into every aspect of the school. How do we talk to and infuse that relationships are important? How do we let youth know that when you do something hurtful and harmful, most of the time you can make amends and repair harm. Not everything in life can be repaired. Not every crime can be repaired, but many of them can be. So it's that's what I call the restorative practices mindset. There's other things such as circle process. I'm not going to get to talk very much about circle process today, but it's a beautiful process credited to many Indigenous and Native communities across the country. And it is just one of the best processes that I know of for empathy development, mindfulness, a trauma-informed way of bringing people together. So then we operated in this mode for quite a while. So we were getting better. We were getting better because we were getting more to that tier 1 piece. Eventually, and maybe this is around 2010, 11, 12, we started understanding how all of this in restorative justice correlates with adversities and what we were learning about trauma. So now when I go talk to a school, I generally would discourage them from starting at tier 3. I will say things like starting at tier 3 can be helpful. I mean, it can be good. You can get good outcomes, but you're not going to change the system. So, even if you are someone that does not work in a K-12 school, for you to think about this in the same system that you work in, that it's more than just plugging in some intervention way down the road. It's like, how do we transform the entire system? And for us, and now what I would recommend to a school is before you even start your journey with restorative practices, before you start your journey with restorative practices, you first should have an understanding of the way trauma and adversities impact our youth. On that bottom box, when I talk with educators, I say some factors that are impacting the school community, anxieties, food and home insecurities, poverty, trauma, individual, family, generational, racism, current events that happen. And, if we would have time for each of us to do a share out today, I know that from every one of our communities and every one of our, own life experiences, there's factors that are missing, other traumas that are missing that definitely impact the school day. As I work with people on implementing restorative practices into a system, regardless if it's juvenile justice, K-12 education, colleges and universities, I feel that people will be more embracing and more willing to do restorative practices once they understand the impacts of trauma. So that now is where I start with things. A few other little pieces of advice that run through my head pretty frequently is this one. If the discipline policies of a school are creating anger, resentment, or disconnect, and because I know that not all of us here are from school settings, so I would say you could think about this in whatever system you work in, if it's just the justice field, law enforcement, even other type of settings. If the discipline policies are creating anger and resentment, it needs to be relooked at. We need to know that discipline and corrective actions can be done in a way that heals and connects and strengthens the bond between people. I am just catching up here on my notes for a moment. When I was a student in school, the idea or concept of a school shooting was not in my consciousness. As soon as Columbine happened, when I was in college, then I suppose that kind of concept entered into my brain. Just in the same way that before September 11th, 9/11, most of us really did not think about airplanes flying into high rises. But once it happened, it entered into our consciousness. We know that youth today who feel that they are being treated unfairly with injustice, whatever it may be, they know, or we know, that they have other means available to them today that we as kids would not have even thought about. There are some people who will say, I don't care if kicking this kid out of school or expelling them makes them mad. It's like, that's what they get. I don't think that's a wise approach for us to take as adults today, because we know the reality we have with these situations today. We have to do this stuff in a way that makes sense to youth and in a way that maintains our connection to them. And that's what I feel restorative, that tier 3 intervention of restorative justice does. It is about holding, it's about accountability. It is not about turning the cheek and being soft on crime or wrongdoing. For anyone who has been through a restorative process or knows the depths of it, they will know that often going through a restorative process is more difficult than going through some of our other traditional court systems. I have worked with many youth over the years who have no problem with going and talking to a judge or going and talking to a probation officer. If a youth has done that for their entire life, and maybe their parents have done that for their entire life, that is not that big of a deal to a youth, I know there are good-hearted and well-intentioned people out there who think that, the worse kids are, the more we gotta lay down the law and be tough, that in a good-hearted way, they think that is the right response and the right way to be. I have long felt there should be some kind of mass marketing campaign that tries to catch the general public up with knowing the best practices for today with how to hold people accountable, because people are relying on that old mentality, thinking that's the right thing thing to do, you know? Let's skip over that one. I think that for the most part gets me to the things that I wanted to say about restorative justice and restorative practices. When it comes to, you know, when you look at that tiered system that I just showed, that same thing can be replicated in our justice system. I mean, we can think about it in the same framework of our justice system or any other system, because again, restorative justice is not just like this boxed program. It's just a way of thinking about, you know, being trauma informed and empathy and relationships and all of these things. When it comes to what I was going to say about the wider piece of restorative justice in the criminal, you know, justice system, I'm sure this is not news to anybody who is listening here, but in the United States, we have such a problem, is the word that comes to mind right now, with the over incarceration of people. Compared to any other country in the world, the United States incarcerates more people than any other country. And we have a significant problem with racial disparities as well. I do not necessarily think that we will ever be able to end mass incarceration with one just big swoop. Like we're going to wave a magic wand and we're going to decrease our prison population. To decrease our prison population, we have to start with youth. I'm sure some of you have heard the term school to prison pipeline, the school to prison pipeline. So the way that we engage youth in our school settings, and even earlier thinking about places like Head Start, or even probably childcare centers. This stuff starts so early that some of these experiences create this path for someone to end up in the justice system. So if we want to decrease mass incarceration in our country, we need to think about the way we are responding to youth who, you know, do harm and wrongdoing, because it's setting them up for a path down the road. Okay, so now I do think I covered everything I was going to say about the system, you know, the restorative justice, restorative practices piece. So in my closing piece here, I have, I think, about 5 minutes left or so. I just want to talk a little bit about NACRJ. I have been involved with NACRJ in different ways over the past close to 10 years. I started in the role of executive director about 16 months ago in January of 2021. NACRJ, we are a membership organization. We have members across the entire country who, you know, work as restorative practitioners, you know, maybe work at a nonprofit, at a university, in the justice system. So we are a membership organization. We put out policy and position statements on different things about how to incorporate restorative practices into K-12 education, the criminal justice system. One of the policy statements that's one of my favorite ones is a policy statement on, or a position statement on generational trauma. And, you know, if you were to want to check out any of those resources, they are on our website at nacrj.org. We offer mini grants, you know, to support people who are doing the work of restorative practices. Our website features a lot of different resources. I will say that just last Friday, a week ago, we rolled out a new website. So the website is new for us, and we're probably still working on some formatting and some of those kinks. But if you go to the website, you'll see our new website. The new website has a restorative justice map on it that is just, we're still populating it, but eventually it's just going to list, you know, hundreds or 1,000 plus entities across the country that are doing restorative justice work. We hold community Listening circles, I'm going to share a few examples of those on the next slide. And we are also the host of the national conference. We have, right here, we have convened 8 national conferences on restorative justice since 2007. If you can see my chart that's on the screen, the first one had a few hundred people at it. Our most recent, our 8th national conference was in Chicago, and we had over 1,700 attendees. I show this graph to myself, and to others, because I think this graph represents the interest and the growing expansion of restorative processes across the country, because you can see how significantly our attendance has went up. We are planning for our next conference now, which is going to be in July of 2024. It's going to be in Washington, D.C. So if that's something you're interested in attending, it's one of the most fabulous conferences that I can imagine. So it's a wonderful experience. Another thing that I wanted to mention, just in case it's something that you would be interested in, this is something that would be available to anybody. We use that circle process that I speak about, and we have held over a dozen of these the past few years on various topics. One of our first ones was to bring people together from across the country in small circle groups. And when I say circle, I am referring to a process that is credited to many Native and Indigenous communities that follow certain elements. So it's not just a conversation, it's a specific process that I'm referencing. We did some in response to, the deaths of Ahmaud Arbery and Breonna Taylor, George Floyd. We've done some on just the way COVID impacted education, different things. We actually did one just a few days ago on Tuesday of this week. And that one was just on the topic of gun violence in 2020, in our year so far, just how many incidences of gun violence we have had so far. It was a great event there. Our next one coming up, in case you want to check out what the circle process is, we are doing one in June to recognize Pride Month, both kind of celebrating the progress that has happened for the LGBT community, but balancing that with recognizing how far we have yet to go for LGBT equity. So that's going to be coming up soon. We are involved in a lot of different places and spaces across the country. We'll be at a conference coming up in June in Kansas. We plan to be at a conference in Michigan, later this year. So we are at different places, just trying to support this work. We're on social media, of course. If there's any questions or you want additional materials or resources, please feel free to reach out. info@nacrj.org. We'll get you there. And I'm going to show one more slide, and then I'm going to close my thoughts, and then we'll have time for over 10 minutes of questions if anyone has any questions for me. Several years ago, maybe 10 years ago or so, I went to a training on, it was basically on domestic violence awareness and sexual assault prevention. And we sat through a 5-day workshop of talking about how to be a bystander. And one of the things they asked us upon leaving was, how would someone know that you attended this training? And they gave us the example, and I'm going to present the same question to you and to myself too, because I include myself in all of this. Many of you have been through, probably other trauma informed trainings and these topics before. Some of you have attended all 3 days of this. But if there were someone like a third party peering in on your life, and if they would watch you and listen to you, what things would they see you do? And what words would they hear from you that they would know that you understand the world of trauma? What would someone see and what would someone hear from you in the way you interact with others? And that's what I try to think about myself as a professional when I work with youth or even with my family members. If someone was peering in on my life, what would they see of me that they would know that I do get this, I do understand this? It challenges me to really think about the way I interact and speak and handle myself, that I would want someone to recognize that I do understand this, I do get this, but it calls on me probably to change some things about me in the way that I am. So I will leave that for one of the challenges for all of us as we go on. And I'm going to stop sharing. And David, I think you'll probably come back up to the podium possibly and share any reflections that you have or guide us in any questions for us.
Thank you. Thank you, Joel. You know, I couldn't help but have a little bit of a flashback myself as you were talking about restorative justice in a school setting. And that's where a lot of times restorative justice principles and practices are being implemented in school settings. There are others as well. Here in Chicago, there's actually a restorative justice court. And so I want to learn more about that. But it's a specialty court, restorative justice. And there are organizations that are involved, community organizations that are involved in restorative justice and working both in a community level and also in conjunction with like an auxiliary sort of function with the court system. So there are a variety of contexts in which restorative justice can be practiced and implemented. But the school setting, as you were talking, I was thinking back to when I became president of student council in my high school, which was a small high school in central Illinois. And I went into the principal of the high school and recommended that we establish a student court, because there was exactly what you're talking about. It got almost an adversarial relationship between the administration and the students when it came to discipline or things of that sort. Because sometimes the wrong person would be disciplined, Innocence Project, and everybody, all the students knew what really happened and what ought to happen. And my pitch was, I think we could do a better job at it. His response was, why don't you just stick with organizing, clean up the school grounds projects or something like that. I wasn't into that. We never did that. But as I reflect back at the things I was thinking about then, they really were a form of restorative justice. And if we had that as a model of justice in our school system, it would put that into people's heads and potentially have an impact on their parents, their families, the teachers, everybody involved, and perhaps ripple outward into the community. So I think that's a really valuable setting for it. We're gonna have a 10-minute break here, and we're gonna be moving into a fairly intense session where we're gonna have real life example of someone who has experienced tremendous harm and live to tell about it. So, Joe, we're gonna have a very little time for questions and answers and things of that sort. But is there anybody here? I didn't see anything in the chat before I stood up here. Is there anything here that anybody would like to bring up? Rob?
Two things, one in Pennsylvania, and I know in many other states, they have something called youth courts, which are a restorative justice program, which resolves disputes, school-based disputes or issues that would result in suspension. A student, jury, and judge makes the decision with no involvement by teachers. And I've got the, believe it or not, the U.S. Attorney's Office and then more recently the AG's office in Pennsylvania to support these courts in certain counties. The second is in Philadelphia, and I don't know if you
Rob, where were you when I needed you?
well, I wouldn't have bailed you out.
Yeah.
But in Pennsylvania, there's a pre-arrest diversion program. In 2013, there were 1,600 kids arrested for school-based violations. And Kevin Bethel, who was then the Philadelphia Deputy Police Commissioner, overseeing 4,400 police officers, but also school officers, created this program where police, rather than school officials, made the decision on whether to arrest or not. They, using a trauma-informed approach, he has said, what we're going to do is if the school wants to send or suspend that child and send that child home, that's up to them. But we're not going to arrest that child. We're going to send that child home and we're going to notify human services and other organizations to meet with the family to design a program to help that child. And they've reduced the number of arrests, school-based incidents from 1,600 to 200 over the last 9-10 years.
As opposed to, it made national news, at least I read about it, a school here in the Chicago area that was routinely calling the police when students, even at a young age, were misbehaving. Contrast that with what we were talking about earlier in this program, where in this process of violentization is an adaptive process, progressive process that happens in response to brutalization in the home and the community that young people experience, and then they go to school, and the next stage of that is one of belligerence and defiance. Okay, well, let's interrupt this process of violentization by adding trauma to the mix. Again, an irrational response. I shouldn't say, maybe I shouldn't use that word. We learned about language, the importance of that. An uninformed, less informed response. And I think that's actually accurately reflects it. Anyway, Joel, thank you very much. Thanks for the work you're doing with spreading the word about restorative justice, you and your team. I do want to warn people, because there may be people who have experienced abuse themselves and traumas. We're going to be hearing from Virgia Brewer, who is going to bare her soul probably, because I just had recorded a conversation with her for an upcoming episode of Justice Voices. She is a remarkable woman who has an inner strength that defies my understanding to be able to not only heal from traumas that defy my understanding, but to be able to bare her soul and share them. Now, that may trigger some things in some people. So I'm just telling you up front, be aware, but I hope that you stick around, because hers is not only a story that illustrates a problem and how that put her in a situation with the criminal justice system, having some interactions there, but where she is today and what got her there. A story of hope, not just hurt, but healing and hope. Well, we are really privileged, and I feel it deeply is a privilege for us to have the opportunity to listen to the lived experience, the real life story of Virgia Brewer. Heather Proctor suggested that Virgia would make a great guest for the Justice Voices podcast. And a couple of weeks ago, we sat down in your home, Virgia, and we had a conversation. And then things just unfolded during this conference where Heather saw an opportunity to invite you to share your story here. Now, I've given a little bit of introduction. You were here for that. I just want to, again, alert people that Virgia's story has got elements to it that are hard for anyone to listen to. But it may be especially hard for people who have been abused, who have experienced abuse, experienced traumas, the sort of thing, the exploitation that you experienced even at an early age. But I will say, the reason you're sitting here is because you have somehow managed to work your way, and you had some help, but it was mostly you and your now husband who worked through. You see how she just brightens up when I mention her husband? You'll hear about the role that he played and their relationship played in where you are today and the healing that happened. Because I'll use the word miraculous. And I think you and I both feel that God was involved in that.
He is involved.
In fact, I shouldn't just say involved, but more you became involved with God.
Well,
and things happen.
yeah, he was involved in the beginning. I just wasn't involved with him, but now I am.
That's why I made that distinction. Well, let's start at the beginning, Virgia. Now we're recording this, and there are people in a remote Zoom audience, about a dozen people or so. Is it okay with you if we do that?
It is.
Now, let's start at the beginning. Where did you grow up in your early years?
I grew up at 1224 South Independence Boulevard in Chicago, Illinois.
What part of Chicago is that?
The west side.
What life like for you on the west side of Chicago in those early years?
For the first 12 years of my life. Let me say hello to everyone. Thank you for having me. Heather, thank you for this opportunity. For the first 12 years of my life, I lived a life of servitude, of emotional, mental, and spiritual abuse. I was a product of sexual gratification for whomever I was offered to at that time, but first at the hands of my abuser and then his associates.
So, first of all, let's talk about your home life. That's a little bit difficult because you had parents and then substitutes, stand-in parents, step-parents, and all of that. Tell us about that, first of all.
My mother is Mary Ann Hawkins. My father, my biological father, I never knew. My mother married a man who adopted my brother and myself, but he was the only father that I knew. At that time, I didn't know that I was adopted. So I did have a mother and father. And my father was very emotional and physically abusive. At every opportunity, he reminded me that I was dumb, stupid, fat, ugly, wouldn't amount to anything. And if he wasn't saying that verbally, he was saying it with a belt or with an extension cord or with a bed slack, things of that nature. He and his mother, for that matter.
How often would you get these beatings?
Daily. If a day was skipped, it was skipped because we were healing from the beating from before. And when I say me, I'm referring to myself and my brother.
So how many were in the household? Describe the household for us.
A family building, a 3-story family building. My mother and father occupied the 3rd floor. My father's mother and her husband occupied the 2nd floor, and an uncle and his family lived on the 1st floor.
How old were you, as best you recall, when these meetings began?
5 years old.
You mentioned that you were also sexually abused.
That was at the same age that the sexual abuse started, at the age of 5, and that was at the hands of my grandfather. It started with the touching, and with the threats that kept me secret and silent about it, the threats against my mother, my brother. The things that would happen to them or be done to me if I said anything about what was happening or what was being done to me.
Let's talk first about the abuse and then talk about the threats. What sort of abuse did you experience from your grandfather?
From my grandfather, I experienced the sexual abuse.
In what form?
It started with the touching, then the penetration, then with the, how would you all term it? The sharing of me with his friends.
Okay, how old were you when you experienced the penetration?
7.
How old were you when you experienced being shared with his friends?
From 7 until the time that I became pregnant at the age of 12.
How often would these experiences happen?
Often. They happen often.
Will you tell us about what sort of settings these experiences happened when you were being shared, as you put it?
My grandfather was a truck driver, and he would often bring his rig home, and under the pretense of, taking us for a ride, or taking me for a ride, that's when he would take me to his friends to be shared.
Where would you go?
To the park, in an alley, wherever. There was one house that we even went to where we were in his garage.
And when you say shared, what would he do? What would they do?
So, they would have sex with me. The kind of sex that allowed them to not only have sex with me, but to beat me as they had sex with me and make me perform certain acts with them, such as oral, dancing naked before them, things and so on, those things.
And how old were you?
That part started at 7.
And then continued on.
Continued on until I was 12.
You said that he made threats to you. Tell us about that.
The threats were that there's a manipulation that goes along with that. He started out because he was a sexual molester. The other side of the family was a physical abuser. And he would say things that, like, if I allowed him to do what he wanted to do with me, he wouldn't allow them to whoop me.
He would protect.
He would protect me. The beatings was just as worse as the sex, but I had to choose the lesser of the 2 evils, or so I thought. I was 5, 7, 8, 9 years old. So I did what I was told. And I didn't say anything, and it was real because my father often abused my mother, and there were always fights in the house, either between my father and my mother, my grandmother and her husband. So I knew that those things were real. And I loved my mother, even though I hated her because she didn't rescue me, but I know that she was being abused too, and I would rather have her to intervene sometimes to make it less than what it was than to not have the protection of her at all.
Your mother, your mother is a very important person in your life, even under these circumstances. Did you tell her about what was happening to you from your grandfather, the sexual
No.
abuse?
No, I didn't,
Why didn't you tell her?
because I didn't want her to be hurt.
Because he had told you that he would hurt her if you told her, is that right?
You know, he told me that he would kill her if I saw.
So you, as a 8, 9-year-old little girl, were trying to protect your mother from being killed if you told her about the abuse that you were experiencing sexually from your grandfather and his friends
And his friends.
being passed around
Mhm,
and beaten.
mhm. And when my mother, she knew, something was going on. She asked me about it, and I said, no, it wasn't.
What about the physical abuse? Did your grandfather protect you from that?
No. No.
Now, your grandmother had church meetings in that house, didn't she?
Yes, the name of the church was Traveling Soul Spiritualist Churches. She was the pastor. Also, my father was a minister there, and they would have weekly services there, Sunday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And she was also, I don't know what you would call her, a soothsayer, mentor, seance, palm reader, all of that she would do with the members of the church. And there were certain things that went on with the seances and the readings with candles and incense and things of that nature, which she put me in charge over. I had to prepare those things for those sessions.
How about school? You mentioned being beaten, and sometimes you had to miss school because of it, didn't you?
My brother and myself, the beatings would be so severe, they wouldn't send us to school in that way. They would keep us out of school until we healed from the beatings.
Who was they would keep you home? Your parents or your mother? And
My parents and my grandparents.
do you have some estimate of how often you would miss school because of these beatings?
I think that out of a month, I would miss 2 weeks of schooling.
So about half of the school month you would miss because of recovering from beatings?
Yes.
Did anybody at the school talk to you about that?
No.
In all this time, you're being beaten, you're being sexually abused, you're missing school. No one at school talked to you about it.
No. At
Did
that
it-
time, we had these things called truant officers. I remember them coming to the house asking why we weren't at school, or did they know that we were not at school? And they would tell them, we know she's here sick, or things like that. And that sufficed for them. That was a good enough explanation for them.
Tell us about your friends outside the home.
I didn't have any friends outside of the home.
When little kids are growing up in a neighborhood, they're usually outside playing. Did they do that in your neighborhood?
Yes, they did in my neighborhood. I didn't have any physical friends. I knew who they were and they knew who I was. I would see them outside playing and I could say hi to them out of the window or things of that nature, but I didn't go outside to play with anyone.
Why not?
We weren't allowed to. If we got to go outside, we were at school and it was called recess.
Going to school was called recess?
That's when we got to play.
That's when you got to play at recess.
At recess.
Did you make any friends outside your home?
I did in school. I had my school friends, but that's when they were my friends when I was in school. If we weren't in school, then I didn't have any friends. Unless you want to count my brother,
Even in your neighborhood?
even on my streets.
How did things develop after this? So you're 8, 9 years old. Tell us about how your life unfolded after that. You're not even a
Because-
teenager yet.
You know, because of the absentees from school, I remember clearly DCFS coming to our home, and they were invited in, and they had a conversation with my mother, my father, and my father's mother about abuse issues that had been reported. And I was standing right there. They never asked me anything.
This is the Department of Children and Family
The
Services.
Department of Children and Family Service, and I was so happy at that time because I thought I was about to be rescued, but I wasn't.
So somebody from DCFS came to your home and they asked your abusers if you were being abused, and they said no.
And they said no.
You were right there as the person who was reportedly being abused, and they didn't ask you.
They didn't ask me.
How did that feel?
It felt like the end. It felt like the end, that there was no hope. They didn't save me. The police didn't save me because the police accompanied them, by the way. No one saved me. And I knew then that in my mind, I thought the police was the last line of defense. And they didn't save me, so I thought at that time I knew I wasn't gonna be saved. That my life was gonna be exactly what it was then. Whatever the day brought. I knew the day was gonna bring servitude, sexual gratification, and sexual abuse, emotional and physical abuse, which they use often in the name of the Lord.
Okay, let's talk about a couple things there. Somebody was reporting these things to DCFS and to the police to cause them there, but you don't know who, is that right?
That's correct.
You mentioned the servitude. Tell us about that.
That meant that I had to clean the house. I had to do the washing, the laundry, all of that, the cooking. My father's mother was a diabetic. I had to administer her injections. I had to give her massages, things of that servitude.
Okay, everybody in a household has their chores. Are you talking about that or something more?
All of that, something more. The sexual servitude, the house cleaning, the meal prepping, the ironing, all of that, the getting the church things together, the incense, all of that. That was my responsibility on a daily basis.
So there's the expression used and abused, and you were both.
More than that.
Tell us about, well, first of all, how old were you at the time period you're talking about?
They put me in the kitchen at 5 years old. If I could take anything out of that was beneficial, is that I learned how to cook and how to clean the house. That started at 5 years old on until we left that situation.
Now, you did develop one friend, a little girl in the neighborhood or in school.
I had several friends at school, but when I left school, that was the end of that. There was one that stayed on my block. Her name was Pamela. I won't say her last name.
Tell us about Pamela.
Pamela, she would come by, and ring the bell and ask if I come out and play. She was always told no. We would speak to each other from the window. Pam's mother gave her a birthday party. And she came by to ask to bring she had an invitation. And she presented it to my father and asked, could I come to her party? And she was told no.
Have you ever been invited to a birthday party before?
No.
What was she told when she brought the invitation for you to attend her birthday party?
That I had to go to church. I couldn't come.
What happened with Pamela?
Pamela fell to her death from a Pamela fell to her death from a third story window. Accidentally. I mean, to the best of my knowledge, she wasn't. What was going on at her house was not what was happening in my house. She had a life of childhood. She was happy. She fell and died.
So something happened and Pamela fell out of the third floor of her house and died.
Yes.
How did you feel about that? What was your reaction?
I was angry that it wasn't me. I wasn't sorry that she had died. I was angry because she had gotten out of life and I still had to be in life.
By now, you're starting to enter into your teenage years. Tell us about that.
No, I'm not in my teenage years yet. I'm still in this house of horror. Being molested on a daily basis and all the other things that go along with it. And at this time, I've become pregnant. I'm 12 years old and I'm pregnant.
Do you know who the father was?
Yes.
Who is the father?
My grandfather. He was my grandfather and the father of my child, my firstborn child. And only then was things forced into the eyesight of everyone else and it had to be addressed.
Okay, so here you are, a 12-year-old girl, you're pregnant, going to school. You're living in a home where people come for church, for some sort of spiritual experience, different kinds together. And it soon became obvious that you were pregnant. I'm sure your mother would have asked you questions.
Only then did I tell her the truth. What was gonna happen at that point. As far as school, they took me out of school, so the school wouldn't see the pregnancy. But the church people saw the pregnancy. And they were told that I was fast, that I got out of the house and was running around with a crowd and had gotten pregnant. And I was lying on Walter, the pastor's husband, and saying that he was the baby, that he had done this to me.
What was your mother's reaction when you told her who the father was?
There was a fight. She was like, I knew it. I asked you and you told me no. And I told her what they told me, that if I told her that they was going to kill her or my brother or all of us. And then there was a fight and a lot of things went on. And then my mother finally took my brother from that house.
Tell us about that.
I would have to tell you about my father at that time. Then he was an alcoholic and my mother was the one that went out and worked. So she was able to get an apartment for herself, my brother and I. But again, she was never at home because she had to work. So I still had to do the things that I needed to do in the house to take care of the house. But at this time now, I've had my firstborn child, a son. I was a baby with the baby and didn't know how to take care of the baby. It is a true saying that hurt people hurt people. I had this kid that I hated because I could no longer be a kid, but I had to raise a kid. And not only did I have to raise him, I had to take care of my brother as well. That's the house and everything all over again. It was just a different type of confinement and abuse.
People, as I understand it from our conversation when we recorded it for the podcast, were accusing you of being promiscuous. And they didn't want their young sons to be around you. Because you would be a bad influence, or their daughters, because you'd be a bad influence.
They were told not to play with me. I was nasty. I was a fast girl. I was an example of what would happen to them if they were disobedient, if they didn't do what they were told, if they hung around people like me.
So here you are, the victim of all this abuse, including sexual abuse, leading to a pregnancy. And instead of people seeing, I'm just going to say, duh, here's a 12-year-old girl who's become pregnant. She misses school half the time before that. You probably had physical signs of, people have called DCFS, people have called the police for some reason, somewhere along the line, and now you're pregnant. And yet you're being blamed for it.
Yeah, not only by the church people, but my friends. They started talking about me. They started saying the same things that their parents told them, that I was nasty.
You brought it on yourself.
Yes.
How
I'm
did
not
that
gonna
feel?
be like you. Stay away from us.
How did that make you feel about yourself?
Worthless.
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 Hopeless.
Very much so.
So what sorts of things did you start doing?
Drinking and drugging. Because at this time, my mother was out of the house, and I was introduced to a crowd that were drinking and getting high. And I gladly gravitated toward them, a place where I thought I could be a part of, that I would fit in.
This was in the neighborhood,
This was in the new place.
in the new place.
Yes. Roosevelt and Carlisle,
In what part of Chicago?
still on the west side of Chicago,
How old were you at that time?
13.
Okay. How did things develop in your life after that?
The downward spiral just continued. I was told that I was worthless, so I acted like I was worthless.
You were told you were worthless, so you acted like you were worthless.
Yes.
How did you act?
The promiscuous person that they accused me of being, I became that person.
You became what they accused you of being.
Yes.
Okay.
And if that's what I had to do, or if that's what I had to be to fit in, at least I fit in.
At least you belong to something. Even though the group was involved in destructive sorts of activities, behaviors, the drugs, the alcohol, the sex, and
Well, those were things that weren't new to me. The only difference was these were now my friends, whereas before it was something that was forced on me, or something that I had to do.
how long did this continue on and what did it lead to?
It continued on for about 30 years. That's how long it continued. I continued with the drinking and the drugging, the promiscuity, all of that. You know, because that's what I thought life was about.
That was your world.
That was my world.
At some point, you became involved with the criminal justice system.
Yes. That world, at first, those things were just part of hanging out. But then you had to start paying for those things, and I didn't have ways to do that. So I started stealing, and that's when I became involved with the criminal justice department. I didn't know how to steal, so I would try to steal and got caught. And several times I might add.
What would be the response? You would get caught, you get arrested.
Mom will come and get me and have that talk with me. Why I got you out of that place to try to make a life better for you. Why are you doing this? I'm 13. I don't have a life. I got a kid. I've never experienced anything. I didn't want to hear any of that because I want to be loved. I'm not getting it from you, so I need to get it from somewhere. And that crowd was where I was getting it from.
How many times did you get arrested for theft?
Oh, I don't remember. 5, 6 times.
And in Illinois, a theft with a prior theft was actually a felony.
Yes, that's how I received my first felony.
Did you go to jail?
I did.
Tell us about that.
Police station was on Kedzie and Harrison. And from there, I went to court. And then from there, I went to 26th in California. What we call the 26th and the Cali.
What's there?
That's the big jailhouse in Chicago. With several different divisions. And I was put into that. I was given my mugshot and I was put on a tier.
How many times did you go to jail?
You're asking me questions that I can't, you would have to go in there and check. It was that many times.
Well, that's the answer that I figured you'd probably give me.
Yeah.
You were in a cycle.
Yes.
You were part of, we've talked about that in this conference, about this cycle that people get into. And you were going around and around, being cycled through the system. Like a merry-go-round. And did there seem like there was any way off the merry-go-round?
Here's the thing, that was the norm for me. That was normal for me. That was comfortable for me. I knew that I would have a place to go. I didn't want to get off the merry-go-round. That's all that I knew. I developed a community of associates in there. You know, and that's what we did. I didn't care for myself. I didn't care for the child. I didn't care for my mother. I was angry with everyone. I was angry with a God that allowed this to happen to me, to continue happening to me. Those that didn't rescue me. This kid that was a splitting image of his father that abused me, who I in turn started abusing physically. Jail was a place of freedom for me. It was a place of escape from the outside world that I had to exist in. So it didn't matter to me at that time that I was going to jail. I didn't see that I was developing an addiction that crumbled my life. I didn't hear or see the hands that were reaching out to me. Or if I did see them, I slapped them away because I didn't believe that they genuinely cared. If someone acted like they wanted to help me, it was something behind it. There was going to be a cost for me to pay. And for me, normally that meant I had to have sex with somebody or had to do something that I didn't want to do. So I just keep on doing what it is that I'm comfortable with doing.
And yet here you are today. I met with you just a couple of weeks ago. You live in Peoria now. It was a relatively quiet neighborhood. You have a modest but nice home. You're married. I met your husband. You light up every time I mention your husband. how did you get from where you just were describing to where you are today? Tell us that story.
After several tours through the judicial system, I got serious about recovery. Another part of the story, me going back and forth to jail, I was told about treatment centers. And I went to those again, just as to have a place to get off the streets, to rest up, to do what I wanted to do again. But somewhere along the lines in there, I couldn't do it anymore. I got tired of just existing. I got tired of going out this door, knowing that I'm gonna come back in, hearing the officers, we call them turnkeys, saying, "I'll see you when you get back, when you come back." You know, I was just tired of that. I was just existing and I wanted some help. And they said, well, you go into these treatment centers, try listening to what they have to say. And it worked for a minute. I managed to get 5 years of sobriety. But I did not address the internal things that had gone on with me. So I went back to the things that I was doing. And that just continued that cycle of jails and institutions. But out of that hope sprang.
Tell us about that. The hope. How did it spring out of that?
Because if you are familiar with Friends of Bob, there are people that come in and they tell you their stories. And someone told my story. And the person that told my story didn't look like me. When I said that person did not look like me, she didn't look like she was homeless. She didn't look like she was prostituting herself as I was. She looked productive. She looked happy. And I wanted to know, could I have those things?
So she told her story, but it sounded an awful lot like your story.
She was telling my
She
story.
was in a happy place.
Yes.
And you weren't.
And I wasn't.
And you wanted to know, how did that happen?
Exactly.
So what happened with you?
I asked her. And she told me. And she said, I will help you. And not only me, but there are several others that want to help you if you'll accept the help. And she said, what you have to do is start addressing things that got you here. And that meant that I had to label those things. And labeling those things was painful. But I did it.
What kind of labels?
Molestation, no esteem, lack of self-worth, anger, a lot of anger, distrust. I had no trust in God, man, or woman. I didn't trust anyone. I had to address those issues. And it's a hard thing to try to have some hope because you have to get that from somewhere. You have to get your start from someone. But when you had the anger and the fear that I had, it was difficult. So I was told to just do what I do, to do what we do, just one day at a time. And I started doing those things.
One day at a time.
One day at a time. Which means that I got involved with recovery, not just taking up space. All I knew was those people they kept coming back and they kept looking good. They looked healthy and they looked happy. So I did what they did. I just kept
Going
coming back.
through the treatment cycle now.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a
The
criminal
meeting.
justice cycle, but there's also a treatment cycle that you were caught up in, and other people were caught up in. But you broke out of that too.
Mm-hmm. And the way that I broke up out of that is that after I left the treatment center, I went to an intensive patient therapy. Which meant that I had to report daily to a program with people in it just like me, that I had to do drops, that I had to attend meetings. And here's the big one, that I had to get therapeutic help. I had to see the psychiatrist, the people that was telling me that I wasn't crazy, but I was calling them crazy, those people. And I had to tell them my hurts. I had to tell them my fears. See, I was afraid of life. I didn't want to live, but I wanted to live and didn't know how.
How did it feel to have someone, people help you look at your life almost from the outside and face it for what it was?
It was fearful. It was painful, but it was needful.
And then you met somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am blessed to be married to a wonderful man for the past 17 years. My husband is Virgia Brewer, my number one cheerleader. We met at an outside concert. And as a kid, has been on and popping since then. Sylvester, he talked to me, not at me. He made me feel, he showed me that I was worth something, that I was lovable, that I was capable, that I had the ability to love others. And he showed me that by loving me unconditionally. There was nothing attached to it.
Tell us about that first night. You met him at the concert.
Yeah.
Okay. And you ended up talking. You danced together.
Yes.
He liked you'd sing along.
I'm a bit of a singer. I like Dusty's. I like Motown, that era. And the band that was playing was doing a lot of Motown. So I was singing, I knew all the songs, all of the lyrics. And I was singing and dancing to them. And my husband, who can't sing.
He's kind of reserved sort of a guy, isn't he?
Yes. He came over and started singing the song with me. And I was like, dude, no. But he said, wow, you know all the songs. I said, yeah, I like Motown. And my husband, he likes music of all sorts. He's also was a first chair clarinetist in high school. So he knows his way around the music, you know, so that started our conversation. And we ended that night with the band singing along and dancing with them. But he didn't want to let me go. He said, how about we go to the beach, you know, and watch the sun come up. So he was on a 10-speed bike. We put the bike on the bus and we went down to the lake with a 6-pack and we watched the sun come up and he talked to me. And that was an experience that I'll never forget, you know.
Now you kept waiting for him to want something from you, right?
Mm-hmm. I was waiting to get something from him. And when I couldn't get anything from him because I looked at him as another means to an end, but that's not how he was looking at me. He didn't offer me anything or ask me for anything. He just gave me of himself. He just gave me himself. I was waiting for the shoe to drop, but it never did.
Never has it?
And it hasn't. It hasn't. We watched the sun come up And I was trying to think of a way to get rid of him, you know. I'm not gonna get what I want out of you. You're not gonna give me any money. Anything, that's what I was looking for, some money out of him. Okay, I see that I'm not gonna get this money, so let's wrap this thing up. But he didn't want to wrap this thing up. He said, how about we go have breakfast? I was like, dude, are you serious? He was like, yes, let's go have breakfast. There was a place on Kedzie and Madison, Edna's. And that's where he took me for breakfast. And he asked me for my phone number. For some reason, I gave him my right phone number. Normally I would, you know, give out the wrong phone number. But I gave him the right phone number. But in my mind, I'm saying he's not gonna call. He's not gonna call back anyway. But he called me. He called me and he asked me, could he come over? And he came over and I introduced him to my family. And at the time, my husband, I have to say, he was raising 2 daughters. He was married before me, and his wife had transitioned from this life. And he had 2 daughters that he was trying to get through that period with, and one was about to go into college. His son was already in college, and he asked me, you know, if I would talk with his girls. And I talked with them, and they actually listened to me. You know, I had something to contribute.
Now here, used to be, people said, stay away from her. You know, she's wicked, she's
dirty.
She's dirty, you know, don't be. And now here's somebody that says, would you talk to my girls?
To his girls.
That was a big change.
It was, and it was, for me, it was, I was just blown away first because it was girls, and girls were told that, you know, there was a disconnect between me and girls. There was always, for me, I thought that they didn't like me, that I wouldn't measure up. I was always measuring myself against girls or women because I didn't know how to be social. I didn't know how a woman or a girl was supposed to act. I was a woman, but I had a girl's mind. But he entrusted his daughters to me. And because of what I went through, I was able to talk with them and guide them around things like that, to give them good advice, how not to fall into those pitfalls or to see them when they were coming.
And in helping them avoid it, it helps you see your own life and things that you are now avoiding.
Yes, I got to see these girls be girls. I got to see what I had missed, what it was like to be a girl, the excitement that they had about being young girls, about their proms, and you know, about the things that young girls do, doing hair, and boyfriends, and the girls hanging out. You know, I guess I lived vicariously through them, and it was a wonderful thing. It was a wonderful thing.
Now, your relationship with God changed also.
Yeah, it did.
Tell us about that.
I was so angry with him. I was angry with him because he didn't save me. I was angry with him because he didn't let me die. I was angry because he didn't deliver me. I was angry because he let everybody ostracize me. I was angry with him because I didn't have any esteem about myself. It was all his fault because you were God. You were supposed to protect me, and you were supposed to not let this stuff happen to me. And you were supposed to save me from this stuff. But I realized that I didn't die doing this stuff. You know, I didn't die using drugs. I didn't die prostituting myself. I didn't die in all those situations that I allowed myself to be put in. I didn't die from them. And I realized that it was his protection, that it was him caring for me behind the scenes. It was him showing me that I could be better than what I was, that I had self-worth, that allowed me to come back to him, because those friends of Bob told me that if I just believed in something, it would develop from there. And it did. I developed a relationship. The one that I was told about, the one that I was taught about, that mean punishing God, that changed. The look that I had for him changed. I made him into the loving God that I thought he should be, and found out that that's who he was. That's who he is.
So when you're opening yourself up to that God, he
came on
welcomed
in.
you,
He came on in
came on in.
and welcomed me. Yes.
So here's two sources of love that, as I hear you, transformed you. Sylvester and God.
Mhm. And his children, love was just coming everywhere, not just those from, I was getting love from this 12-step program. I was getting love from Sylvester. I was getting love from his children. People were actually talked to me, actually cared about my opinions, actually thought that I had something to contribute, which I didn't believe that I had. You know, and that was empowering. That was love. Those are the things that allow me to give love back.
Ladies and gentlemen, I get you, Virgia Brewer.
Before we end this, I just want to say this. We were talking before this and you asked me, how would I like to be described? I do not want to be categorized as a survivor of child abuse. I don't want to be characterized as a survivor of mental, emotional abuse. I want to be characterized as an illustration of what overcoming looks like. I want to be an illustration of what hope looks like. I want to be an illustration of you, whomever you may be, that's standing in the shoes that I stood in, or someone that knows someone that's standing in the shoes that I went through. So look at me, I am an illustration of what can be. I am an illustration that your hope, if you just have that hope and hold on to it and believe in it and let it grow and don't give up, I want you to know that whatever situation that you're in right now, wherever you are in your story, does not have to be the end of your story. You have the ability, the hope, and the power to change your story. That is who I am. That's who I want to be. That's who I want to help. It is a must for me. I have to do this. It's not an option. It's not an option because being that person, it is what keeps me the person that I am now.
And Virgia, you were always this person. This person that you are today was abused, used, exploited, hurt, traumatized.
All of the above.
All of the above. With all the natural reactions that happen when a child experiences those things, when any adult experiences those things. You are always who you are today and who you are becoming. You just didn't know it. The people around you didn't know it. What a remarkable story of hope. There are people who are listening who are probably thinking, I have felt many of the things that she feels, but I didn't face anything like, hopefully, what she was facing as she came to this point. Maybe there's hope for all of us. We all experience our traumas. Yours is beyond my capacity to wrap myself around. I think God protects us from being able to imagine that fully, but I feel enough of it to say, Virgia, it is a privilege to know you, my friend.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I am so happy. I actually love life. I love being a part of life. I am so blessed beyond measure. And I want everyone to know that healing is possible. I love this thing. I love this thing that you all have. We do heal one another. We have the ability to heal one another, to address these issues. I'm a part of that. I am proof that this works.
Amen. John Hanlon, you played a role with Virgia. You became legal counsel to her in the process that led to her filing a petition for clemency and an appearance before the Prisoner Review Board. Do you have anything you would care to ask her or to add?
As I said earlier, at this point in my career, to meet a person, a lot of my peers are going out to play golf. And I'm experiencing something where I feel as uplifted as ever by having met this person. And I'm just proud. I don't know what to say. I'm just so proud to meet a person who's achieved this remarkable thing, as you recognized, David, after everything that she went through. I want so many people to hear her story so that they too can feel uplifted.
I just want to thank this whole panel, every aspect of it, every branch of it, of these organizations that have opened themselves up. And I want everyone that's watching to know to take advantage, not advantage, to avail yourself of these services that they offer, that's being offered to you, because they weren't available for me, but they're available now. Use them, utilize them. If my story has helped anyone, to God be the glory, but these things that are in place now, in combination with the hope that other people have, it can only heal us. It can only heal us all. And as I heal, you all heal. As we heal, we all heal.
You heal us, we heal us.
Yes.
All right, on that note, we'll close out this session and quickly move into our last one here. Thank you.
Thank you.
So quickly here, we're going to finish up with a presentation on burnout and self-care. And to present is Joe Zuzich, who is from NAMI Metro Suburban, Metro Suburban, west side of Chicago. On your program, well, in this one, it says it's Joe, but anyway, the one I had, it was somebody else in the program, but we're glad to have you back, Joe.
Thanks.
For a reprise.
Thank you, guys. Our other speaker had a family emergency, so I'm happy to take over. So this is actually one that I presented myself a lot of times as well. So, today we're going to talk about burnout and self-care. And we're going to kind of quickly go through burnout for the sake of time. So we're going to spend a little bit more time on talking about self-care, because I think that's the good stuff. That's stuff we need to learn a little bit more about. But I know a lot of times when people think about what self-care is, our picture is that person who's maybe in a bathtub with green mud on their face, cucumbers on their eyes, that glass of wine. Oh, and they're eating that extra scoop of ice cream and they're ordering that thing off Amazon, and it really makes them feel great for a very little bit of time. And, those things are great. And if taking a bubble bath really helps you, please take a bubble bath every night. And if I could get a massage every single day, I'm sure I would be more relaxed too. But unfortunately, there's a lot of those things that people call self-care that isn't really feasible to kind of fit in our daily lives. So today, we're going to talk a little bit about meaningful self-care and things that we could do to really build our resilience and find ways to make us kind of take care of ourselves and pay attention to those things that we sometimes don't pay attention to. So quickly, our agenda, like I said, we're going to talk about burnout and its consequences and what self-care is, according to me and NAMI. All right, so burnout, starting with burnout, is the physical or mental collapse caused by overwork or stress. And I think a lot of us have experienced burnout at one time or another. And there is different stages of burnout. There is the point where you're like, you know what? I need to take a long weekend. I need to go get a cabin somewhere. There's the point where you're like, you know what? I need to change jobs or maybe even change careers. So some symptoms of burnout. So these are some questions that you kind of want to ask yourself. So if you're saying yes to a lot of these questions, there is a good chance that you might be experiencing burnout. So, I think if you're starting to be cynical, critical at work, it's just harder for you to drag yourself to work. Harder, if you're more irritable, you're not getting along with employees the same way, or you're always angry at your boss and there's always something wrong. So sometimes folks are turning towards drugs or alcohol sometimes to help cope. So, maybe they get home right at 5 o'clock, they're grabbing that drink or whatever their drug of choice would be. So, sleep habits could change too. So that could be both. Sometimes people like sleep too much to avoid things. But if you're like me, I wake up really early in the morning and I think about all those things that I'm stressed out about, and I have a really hard time falling back asleep. I actually pass out really easy, but it's just that early morning, middle of the night thing that's tough. So now some possible causes. So a lack of control. So if you don't have control of, your duties at your job, what your expectations are, unclear job expectations. So if you don't know what you need to do, if there's any sort of dysfunctional workplace dynamic, so that could be a lot of things. That could be everything from just maybe poor leadership to even something like harassment, extremes of activity. So maybe 1 week you have nothing to do, and then the next week you're working like 80 hours and you can't get everything done. A lack of social support, so you don't have that leadership or those team members to kind of help you out. And that work-life imbalance. So maybe you can't get that time off to spend with your family, with your friends, to get that cabin in the woods for a weekend to help you relax. Risk factors, heavy workload, long hours, struggling with that balance again. Working in a helping profession, which I know a lot of us here are that. So that could be everything from a social worker, working in a hospital, a teacher, even somebody who's working in like a restaurant or a service industry. So those are all different helping professions. So, and then when you don't really have much control over what your work is. And these consequences can be bad. Excessive stress where it could get so overwhelming, fatigue, insomnia, sadness, use of alcohol or drugs, I should say misuse of, and also those health issues too, heart disease, high blood pressure, diabetes. Also when you're stressed out, that raises your cortisol level, which is your stress hormone. So if you come in contact with germs, you're more likely to get sick. So there's a lot of consequences there. How do we address that though? So that's where we come into kind of self-care. We're going to go through a handful of different ways to address how we could kind of help take care of ourselves a little bit better. So we want to practice meaningful self-care. So that's what I was kind of talking about earlier. So as opposed to getting that big bowl of ice cream or ordering that thing on Amazon or getting a massage, which are great, those are helpful sometimes to do sometimes if that makes you feel good. What are those daily routines? What are those things that we can build into our schedule every day to help us feel more replenished, to help recharge our battery, to help fill our cup? And sometimes we have to really go back to those basic needs too. I think a lot of times when we're overwhelmed, we're stressed out, we have too much to do, we forget to take care of the most basic things. So that means eating nutritious meals. So how many times when we're busy and stressed out, we just go through a drive-through, or we just eat like a candy bar, or grab like a soda or something like that. Making sure you're not, or skipping meals. So making sure you're not skipping meals. Getting enough sleep. So we all need about 8 hours of sleep. So it's really important. Everybody's a little bit different, but making sure that we're exercising. So moving our body, 30 minutes a day and making sure that we're drinking enough water throughout the day. When we do those things, that's a lot of times the basis of what to help us with our stress level. And as we all know, those are the things that we just shove out of the way when we are stressed out. And that just contributes to our stress and adds more stress in our life. Now, holding space. So if you were here yesterday, I talked a little bit about active listening and empathetic listening. And that really revolves around holding space for other people. And that's important really to help support other people. But when we're talking about ourselves, we have to remember that we have to hold space for ourselves as well. And that's something that people don't talk about quite as much. Usually when we're talking, especially in our profession, which a lot of us are working in social work or psychology or social services, you know, we're always helping other people. So how do we hold space for ourselves? One of the big things, setting boundaries. Setting boundaries could be really hard to set. And when you set a boundary and that other person doesn't like it, they will push back on that boundary. But it's important to set those boundaries for ourselves and make sure that we're taking care of ourselves. So making sure that you're not taking that extra assignment when you don't have time for it. Making sure that, you know, on Friday night, you're supposed to go out with whoever it's supposed to be, but you know what? You had a long week and you just want to watch Netflix. That's okay. Set that boundary. Number two, asking for help. Asking for help sometimes could be hard. And, you know, I really find a good tip for somebody who has trouble asking for help. Try asking help for those little things first. So when you have those big things that come up, then you already kind of got a little practice going on and you could ask for help. But in that, you want to also kind of build a support system. So who's your support system? That might be your family, that might be friends, that might be your coworkers, that might be, you know, maybe that's that person in the office down the hall that always has chocolate in their dish, and you want to always be friends with them. And also being intentional. Self-care doesn't generally come naturally. These are things that in our busy, stressful lives, we have to make time for. These are things that we have to be intentional about, otherwise they don't happen. And when those things don't happen, that stress just builds and builds and builds and builds. So I'm going to start off with a really cool video. If you were here yesterday, I love my cartoons. So this is a Brene Brown, if you've heard of her. So she is the narrator of this. So she just talks a little bit about holding space for folks. All right. Brene Brown.
So what is empathy and why is it very different from sympathy? Empathy fuels connection. Sympathy drives disconnection. Empathy, it's very interesting. Teresa Wiseman is a nursing scholar who studied professions, very diverse professions where empathy is relevant, and came up with 4 qualities of empathy. Perspective taking, the ability to take the perspective of another person or recognize their perspective as their truth. Staying out of judgment, not easy when you enjoy it as much as most of us do. Recognizing emotion in other people and then communicating that. Empathy is feeling with people. And to me, I always think of empathy as this kind of sacred space when someone's kind of in a deep hole and they shout out from the bottom and they say, I'm stuck, it's dark, I'm overwhelmed. And then we look and we say, hey, I'm down. I know what it's like down here, and you're not alone. Sympathy is, woo, it's bad, no, you want a sandwich? Empathy is a choice, and it's a vulnerable choice, because in order to connect with you, I have to connect with something in myself that knows that feeling. Rarely, if ever, is an empathic response begin with at least. I had it, yeah. And we do it all the time because you know what? Someone just shared something with us. It's incredibly painful. And we're trying to silver lining it. I don't think that's a verb, but I'm using it as one. We're trying to put the silver lining around it. So I had a miscarriage. At least you know you can be pregnant. I think my marriage is falling apart. At least you have a marriage. John's getting kicked out of school. At least Sarah is an A student. But one of the things we do sometimes in the face of very difficult conversation is we try to make things better. If I share something with you that's very difficult, I'd rather you say, I don't even know what to say right now. I'm just so glad you told me. Because the truth is, rarely can a response make something better. What makes something better is connection.
Yeah, I like that video because I think that really shows what having a support system, like a good support system, could really look like. as opposed to, I'm not sure even what that animal was that was looking through the hole. It's kind of hard to, like the deer or whatever, like just kind of be like, oh, sorry, whatever, want a sandwich, where, you just kind of need a good listener. So it's important to find that good listener in our lives. So actually I skipped past that one. So
Thank you.
yeah, no problem. All right, so next we're going to talk a little bit about cognitive distortions. And cognitive distortions is basically a fancy way of saying that our brain is telling us something is true, even though it might not be true. Now, this is one big way that we get a lot of stress in our lives. So these are 4 really common cognitive distortions. By no means is this an exhaustive list. These are just some of the really common ones. So I'm just going to kind of go through each one and kind of explain kind of what each one means. So all or nothing thinking. So all or nothing thinking is really when you don't leave that any middle ground for anything. So let's say you have some sort of work assignment, a work presentation, whatever it might be, and let's say it didn't go that well. And then you start telling yourself, oh, every time I do a work presentation, it's always bad. It never goes well. And that's that all or nothing thinking. And it doesn't ever really leave room for middle ground. Maybe you did really well on several other projects, but because you had that one really bad experience, that's all that really kind of gets stuck with you. Second, overgeneralization, very similar. Let's say, it's actually kind of almost the same concept where, basically you're overgeneralizing that every single time that you're going to have that presentation, it's not going to go well. Should statements, I think this one's the most common. I should be working out more. I should be studying harder. I should go back to school. I should eat healthier. Or sometimes in the past, I should have said something to that person, or I should have maybe done this to be more prepared for that meeting. And does that really help us when we say we should? No, it's kind of like we're just picking on ourselves actually a lot of times. So that's where I'm sure we all heard of SMART goals. That's where you want to take that should statement and turn that into a SMART goal. And actually, if you, instead of just saying, I should be doing this, you want to come up with an actual plan on how are you going to reach that goal. And otherwise, if you're just using those should statements, it's just kind of picking on yourself. And emotional rationalization. So this one is interesting as well. So this is when, let's say, I'll let you give an example. So let's say you're in a presentation or a really quiet room, and then you walk into the room, the door squeaks really loudly, and everybody darts and looks in your way because it made a noise. And all of a sudden you feel embarrassed. Your face might feel red, maybe your thoughts are racing, maybe your palms are a little bit sweaty, and you think, I must have done something really embarrassing. Is there mustard on my shirt? Are my socks matching? Is there a rip in my pants? Is my hair all goofy? And what's happening is because everybody looked at you, you felt embarrassed, your brain is telling you and making up a story on why you should be feeling embarrassed. But it's just like walking into a room with a squeaky door. And is that alone embarrassing? Not really. No, it just might have felt a little bit because everybody darted their eyes. But again, that cognitive distortion is where when your brain is really telling you you must have done something really embarrassing. So we're actually going to go back to this video. Sort of try again. Sorry, I know I have a lot of videos in this one. So this one's great. It kind of
YouTube videos inside an online presentation program being broadcast by Zoom.
There is a lot going on here, but you're doing a wonderful job.
So imagine that you're sitting in front of a sushi tray at one of those Japanese restaurants. And there are all these dishes going past on the tray. And in the center, there is the chef creating all of these dishes. The chef is like your mind. And the dishes are like all of those thoughts, ideas, memories that keep cropping up, coming and going all day long. Some of the dishes on that sushi tray may be very appealing. Some of the stuff on that sushi tray may be unappealing. And some of it may be neutral, take it or leave it. And it's much the same with our thoughts, memories, ideas that pop up throughout the day. Some of them are very pleasant, really like them, we want them, we want to hold on to them. Some of them are very unpleasant, and we just want to turn away from them, get rid of them. And a lot of them are kind of neutral, they're neither positive nor negative. So all day long, the sushi chef of our mind is creating all these different dishes. And the train is carrying them round and round. Thoughts, rocky throughout the day. And we can learn to step back and watch our thoughts coming and going in much the same way that we can step back and watch that sushi train. An unpleasant dish pops up on the train. We don't have to turn away and discuss the front. If a pleasant dish comes by, we don't have to reach over and grab it and stuff it down our throat. We can do the same with our own thoughts. We can step back and we can open and curious.
All right, so I know our guests on Zoom were able to hear that, but unfortunately, I think the room couldn't hear that well. But basically what that was saying is comparing our negative thoughts to that sushi train. So there's some of those pieces that come by that look delicious. There's some of those pieces that look okay. And there's some that might be rotten fish. And our negative thoughts go around our brain sometimes in that same way. Actually, naturally, we all have 80% of our thoughts on average are negative thoughts. So what that video is trying to show is we don't have to gobble up those good ones. We don't have to turn away and disgust from those bad pieces of fish. We could let our thoughts be sometimes, and sometimes try to recognize that it might be a cognitive distortion. Oop, I got it. Click. Can you skip? There we go. And how do you get distance from those cognitive distortions? So the first step is really trying to notice the thought, which can be tricky. It's really easy to stand up here and say, notice these negative thoughts that we have. But unfortunately, it's not a lot harder to recognize in ourselves. But I think a good trick is trying to recognize patterns. If you're always noticing that you are getting, really hard on yourself for like work assignments that other people are saying, hey, you did a pretty good job. That might mean that's one of those patterns. You also want to acknowledge that thought in real time. So in real time, you want to tell yourself, you know what? There my brain goes again. Maybe this is one of those cognitive distortions. And just by recognizing that again, gives you just one more step of distance away from it. Next step is trying to rewrite or reframe that negative thought. So it doesn't have to be reframed into a positive thought necessarily, which is that's nice, that's great. It just actually has to be reframed as a neutral thought. So let's say you are, a lot of times I give this example up to high school students, and let's say they're, trying out for a team and they think, I'll never make the team. Or an example for us adults, maybe like, I'll never get that job. That job, no way, I'll never get it. How can we reframe that to maybe make that either positive or neutral? So I'll never get that job. What do you guys think? Anybody want to dive in? I will get that job. It's that simple. It is that simple. Yeah. Or you know what? I'm going to apply for it and we'll see. Like, it doesn't even have to be positive. Like, we're going to try it and we'll see. So just reframing that into a neutral statement really helps you get another step of distance from it. And this fourth one here, treat it like a pop-up ad. I love this idea. So who here likes pop-up ads? Yeah, nobody ever raises their hand for that. And what do we do usually when we have a pop-up ad? Skip, and then it skips and we watch our YouTube video or whatever it might be. Now, how many people here lay awake at night thinking, I should have clicked on that pop-up ad? What if I won the free iPad? Oh my gosh, and you can't sleep at night. Anybody really? No. What if we could do that with our negative thoughts? Sometimes we have those negative thoughts that may or may not be true. And what if we could just let those go, just like we let those pop-up ads go? Failure and growth mindset. So failure and growth mindset is really important because we're never going to succeed every single time. And there is not one person I know that is extremely good at everything they do the first time they try it. So failure is not, so having a failure and growth mindset is recognizing that failure is not the opposite of success, but it is one of the stepping stones to success. And by having a failure and growth mindset, then you are taking that knowledge and that information that you were learning from when you failed, and you could reapply that to try again. So first step is you want to reflect. One of my big mistakes when I fail at something, I just dive in, I do the same thing again, and I don't reflect. What worked? What didn't work? What are some things that we could do to change? Also, you want to find support. So maybe you find somebody who did that thing that you're trying to do, or maybe you find a mentor, or maybe you find somebody who's just that good coach who kind of helps motivate you. And progress isn't always linear. So that might mean you might do really well and then you fail, and then you try again, you try again and try again. But you want to be realistic with your goals, and you don't want to keep those expectations too high. You want them to be reachable, but again, stepping stones. And resilience. So that's something that we all have, resilience. Unfortunately, we're not born with resilience, but fortunately, we can build our resilience. So if you feel like you're not that resilient of a person, there are things that you could do to help build that resilience. And resilience doesn't mean that you are never stressed out. It basically means that you can bounce back and that you're able to kind of overcome something that's difficult a little bit easier than somebody who might be less resilient. So some ways to build our resilience. So there's one of the big building blocks is building our connections with other people. We're wired for connections as humans. So make sure that you're making time for friends and family and loved ones. That also might mean joining like a group or a club or a team or something like that. So finding other people who have that same interest with you. Second big tip, fostering your own wellness. So I talked about this earlier, making sure that you're eating healthy, drinking enough water, exercising, and getting enough sleep. Those things are really important for everyone. Things like practicing mindfulness, which we're going to touch on shortly in just a little bit. Next thing that's really helpful is helping yourself find that purpose. So which is probably the most fun one. So when you're trying to find your purpose, what's that thing that you do that you love to do? Maybe that's art. Maybe that's music. Social media is actually really a great way to kind of display that's one of the positives of social media. It's a really great way to display that purpose, that thing that you do well. Maybe it's volunteering or helping someone. So again, those things all can help build resilience. And then lastly, embracing healthy thoughts. And when I say healthy thoughts, that doesn't mean always happy thoughts. All of our emotions are valid and they're all have their meaning and they're all there for a reason. So when I say that, it just means trying to be more optimistic. And that doesn't mean being positive about everything. That's toxic positivity. That means finding those things in your day that did go well. So maybe you woke up late one day, and because you woke up late, you were late for a meeting and you couldn't get your coffee. So then you were tired by the end of the day. And then there was a bunch of traffic and you're like, today is just the worst day. But maybe at lunch that day, you sat by one of your coworkers conversation, and maybe you guys made plans to like hang out on the weekend or something. So even though you had a really nice experience there, it doesn't change that you were for the meeting. It doesn't change that there was a lot of traffic, but what it does do is help you focus on the positive. So those are different ways to build your resilience. So, kind of went through a lot of these. So, and mindfulness now. So mindfulness is one of those ways that really can help us de-stress. There's a lot of research out there now that shows that practicing mindfulness really helps decrease stress, depression, anxiety. It helps with physical symptoms. It helps with high blood pressure and things like that. So there's a lot of benefits that research is showing how mindfulness is helpful. So basically, though, it's paying attention in a particular way on purpose in the present moment and non-judgmentally. And there's 3 components to mindfulness. So first is awareness. So just being aware of your body, those sensations, your thoughts. Are you holding tension in your back, your neck, somewhere in or is your jaw really clenched? Are you having really like racing thoughts? Are you high energy? Are you low energy? You just want to notice things about yourself. Second part, the present moment. Anxiety, that lives in the past or it lives in the future. We're worried about what happened or what might happen in the future. So really, this is what we're focusing on right now in the moment. So you're focusing on your sensations, your breathing, focusing on your feeling that breath through your nose or coming out of your mouth, your chest expanding, but just really focusing on right now. And you're going to start thinking about other things. Your brain's going to go nuts. It's going to start to, I'm supposed to focus on my breathing, but I have this work assignment and what am I going to make for dinner? And that dumb thing I said to my boss 3 weeks ago, that's okay. Just gently remind yourself to go back to your breathing. So, and the third component, acceptance, probably the most difficult, that neutral observation. So kind of looking at all those thoughts, those feelings, those sensations without judgment on yourself, which can be tricky sometimes. So I do have a video, so we're not going to watch it because it didn't work, but this is a Hackify video. I really suggest it. It's called Meditation 101, a Beginner's Guide. Yeah, I will. Okay. So, no, but, I actually kind of phrased a few of the lines there. So when you watch, you're like, oh wait, I think you might've said something like that. But this, if you feel that you are not able to meditate, that it's not for you, that it's hocus pocus or something that, that doesn't really work. Watch this video. It's maybe 90 seconds or 2 minutes long and just give it a try. Listen to what listen to what these animals have to say. It's a little bit funny too, but it really just talks about how we all could do it. And you only need to spend 5 minutes a day. We all have 5 minutes a day in our busy lives. So, and last thing, practicing gratitude. So there's a lot of benefits to gratitude. But I think the best way to talk about gratitude is, how about we all share one thing that we're grateful for if we're comfortable. Does anybody want to go first?
I'll go first.
Yeah.
I'm grateful for the opportunity to have been involved with this and met everyone I have here.
Awesome. Thank you. Anybody else? Yeah.
Grateful to hear the stories of people that shared them and be able to learn from their experiences.
Great. Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah.
I'm grateful to have learned a lot in areas that I don't everyday practice.
Awesome.
But that are relevant to what I do.
Great. Anyone else?
The sun is shining.
Beautiful. I'm grateful for that one too. Yeah, I'm gonna say that's my grateful one, that we're finally getting out of this cold weather and into the nice weather. So, and I think it's great because gratitude could be those big things. It could be, having a house or, your family and feeling love. But you know what? It could be like, I had a really good taco today. I'm really grateful for that. So I suggest I said, probably, I'm sure that the subliminal from seeing the taco. So, what I really suggest is try writing these things down. Spend less than 5 minutes a night writing down 2 or 3 things that you're grateful for. And again, it doesn't have to be this big thing. It doesn't have to be eloquent. You don't have to be a great writer. Just some bullet points. I'm grateful for, my family, that taco I had, and the sunshine. That's it. And when you have that all written down, when you have those days where it's hard to find something grateful, then you got a little book that you can go to remind you of all those things that you're grateful for. But I'm going to end on that. I want to thank everybody, and thanks Lyons Township for hosting this wonderful conference. And we're looking forward to it for maybe next year too. Thanks, everyone.
Speaking of gratitude, Heather. Come up here.
We're running out of time, David.
Yeah, we've got time to be grateful for Heather Proctor, for her sidekick, Jasmine Lopez back here. Jasmine, come around here. Okay, this has been a daily communication between them and as we've organized this and all. So we're grateful for such a dynamic duo. And of course, Lyons Township Mental Health Commission and for the facility and all the support and everything. So Heather, I know you'll want to say something in conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are very excited And I know it's one of those things, just like COVID, we don't know the long-term effects of what we've all been through. The long-term effects on our mental health, our youth, and, a lot of different things and systems in our communities. But I can also say, as we continue to move forward and we continue to really have these moments and these opportunities to share and collaborate, to learn about what other organizations are doing, we do know that this is an opportunity for positive long-term effect, for positive connecting, for positive healing, and for a better tomorrow. Thank you all very much for your time. I can't thank you enough. We will be sending everyone the recording and also materials as well. And I can honestly say we will continue to be in touch. Thank you all.